Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, TheZenCorner Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Bloodborne gaming quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You know his story, don't you? The tale of Izuku Midoriya. A boy born quirkless in a world of superpowers. A boy who reaches, again and again, for something more. Maybe it's the one where he earns a great power through tears and sheer will. Or the one where he finds it within himself buried deep beneath fear and failure. Or perhaps, the version where he takes it, through blood and broken promises. In every tale, he becomes something. A hero. A villain. A ghost. A father. A survivor alone in the wilderness. The owner of a coffee shop. The spark in someone else's fire. You've heard them all, haven't you? Countless fables of his rise, his fall, his redemption. All orbiting one star, Izuku Midoriya, son of Inko and Hisashi. Sometimes of All Might, sometimes of Eraserhead, sometimes strangely of Midnight. Sometimes quirkless. Sometimes divine. Sometimes nothing. It always begins the same. Or maybe it doesn't. Was it the office building? The roof? The words of an ex-friend too blind to see the breaking point? Or a hero too brittle to care? Was it his mother's silence that cracked him first? Or a father's absence that hollowed him? Which moment killed the dream? Did he ever deserve joy? Was it ever his to have? Or did he drop it somewhere between childhood and the edge of the roof? Did Bakugo steal it from him, wrapped in the smoke of superiority? Did his parents fail to hold it safe? Or did he always have it, in some tiny forgotten corner of himself? Did a little girl offer it back to him, hand outstretched in the dark? I don't know. Those are other stories. Other lives. Other Izukus. But I can tell you this story. This one begins, like many of them do, on the edge of a building. And from here, he falls. All Might. I really need to know. Can I be a hero? Without a quirk? His voice cracked, brittle and scared, barely able to carry the weight of his hope. See, can I be like you? He swallowed, hard. It hurt. I've always wanted to be a hero. Like you. Always saving people, with that fearless smile. It all came tumbling out: fear, desperation, the pain of years spent clutching a dream no one believed in. They twisted together in his throat, every word trembling on the edge of a sob he refused to let fall. He needed an answer. Even if, deep down, he already knew it. I've been told all my life that I couldn't be a hero. That I wasn't enough. He couldn't finish. Because All Might vanished. A sudden bloom of smoke burst outward, swallowing the rooftop. Izuku staggered back, coughing, eyes watering from the thick fog. Somewhere within the haze, he heard a sound: wet, hacking, wrong. It wasn't the voice of the symbol of peace. And when the smoke finally cleared, Izuku stared. The figure was still the same height. Still dressed in All Might's clothes. But the bulk was gone, his frame sunken, skeletal, draped in loose clothing like a scarecrow trying to stand proud. His golden hair slumped down, as tired as the man beneath it. What? An imposter? Izuku gasped. The figure turned toward him, gaze sharp beneath sunken eyes. Imposter, the man rasped. The voice was familiar. Still All Might's. But rougher now. Raw, like it had been dragged across gravel. I assure you, young man, I'm no imposter. He slowly lowered himself onto the rough concrete with a wheeze, coughing hard into his hand. Though, lately, I've started to feel like one. There was a bitter chuckle, then he continued. You know how guys hold in their stomachs at the pool? Flex a little, pretend they've still got it? It's kind of like that. Except, I hold it all in. He lifted his shirt. Izuku flinched. Where the symbol of peace once stood, strong and untouchable, now there was only ruin. A deep, grotesque crater carved into his side, puckered and pink with old scarring. It looked like something had taken a bite out of him. I got this 5 years ago, the man said calmly. A fight with a villain. A nasty one. Izuku's mind reeled. 5 years ago? The only villain that gave you trouble then was Toxic Chainsaw? But that wound was to your arm, not this. His thoughts spun faster. A wound that deep? How are you even alive? Let alone standing? What kind of damage would it take to destroy muscle mass like that? Starvation? No, this is something else. The man watched him silently, letting Izuku stew in his theories. After a moment, he answered the question. You're not wrong about Toxic Chainsaw, he said. That BSTRD gave me a scar, sure. But this? He gestured to the hole in his side. This wasn't his doing. He lowered the shirt, as if it made any difference. The damaged flesh was burned into Izuku's psyche. More than half my stomach, a lung, gone. We kept it from the public. Imagine what the media would have done if they knew the symbol of peace was held together by grit and tape. Or worse, imagine what the villains would do. He let out a slow, tired breath. It sounded like defeat. Look, kid. There's a lot of fear behind that smile. He stood, looming again, but not proud, just tired. Do I think you could be a hero without a quirk? He asked. Then, without hesitation, no. The word cracked something inside Izuku. Even with a quirk, it's dangerous. Brutal. And being quirkless? Well, it's not impossible, but it's close. His voice softened just slightly. You should consider other paths. Police work. Emergency response. You could still help people. Izuku didn't hear the rest. The world blurred. When the wind picked up, it was only the soft tap of tears against concrete that broke the silence. All Might was gone. And Izuku was alone. Low thunder rolled across the cityscape, a gentle tremor that rattled the rooftop beneath young teen's feet. He stared out across the skyline with hollow, glassy eyes as thick rivulets of tears traced down his cheeks, carving hot paths through the cold of the whipping air. His fingers trembled as he dropped his bag beside him, curling up on the dirty concrete like a child seeking shelter from a catastrophe that had already broken out inside him. Rain began to fall, cold, indifferent, and earnest, softly at first, like the world was apologizing for what had just happened. But there was no comfort in the pitter-patter of droplets on stone. Soon the downpour soaked into his clothes, clinging to his skin, leaching warmth, until he could no longer tell where his shivers ended and his tears began. He didn't know how long he sat there, curled into himself like a dead thing waiting to be fossilized by the world around him. Time felt meaningless. At one point, he rose and stepped toward the rooftop railing, peering over the edge. The wind whipped rain into his face, and his mop of green hair darkened to near black and plastered to his forehead, flung droplets around him as he shook his head. A small gesture of denial, of restraint. His eyes lingered on the long fall beneath him, filled with longing. Not a desire to leap, but an aching hunger for escape. For silence, not just for the world around him, but inside him, it all felt just too loud. He longed for a world that didn't hurt so much just to live in. But he didn't jump, not even as the screaming voice in his head begged him to. He refused. He had plans tomorrow. He could hold out until after those. He needed to. He would need to at least write a note, for the only people who seemed to still care. He turned away, his mind's eye reliving the scenario, his heart cracking into thousands of more shards with each step. Step by step, he descended the stairwell. Every echo of his footsteps down the cold concrete felt like another piece of him was being mummified by the thing weighing down his chest. People in the building turned to look as he passed, dripping a steady trail of water with every step, a ghost haunting the mundane world they lived in. The stairs didn't stop on the train. He sat in silence on the bright green seats, trembling, soaked to the bone. The neon color that once mirrored his vibrant hair now mocked him. His signature green dulled to a lifeless hue by the rain, by everything that had happened. When he stepped off the train, the city swallowed him whole. The cold streets stretched on endlessly, empty except for him and the quiet jeers of strangers' gazes. Not one of them really saw him, but their eyes still burned like judgment. When he reached his house, the silence greeted him like an old friend. The kind you hate but can't get rid of. It hadn't always been like this. When he was younger, the walls had echoed with laughter and warmth. He remembered the joy, the family dinners, the feeling of belonging. Then came the doctor's words. The quiet visit. The shaking of heads. The crack in the world. His father left soon after the diagnosis. Packed in minutes, screamed in frustration, then slammed the door and never came back. Izuku's memories of that week after his father's leaving were foggy. The fog was like water being spilled onto the pages of his mind, ruining the ink of the week with a thick miasma. No part of him wished to rewrite that week's page, so he left those memories foggy and muted, forgotten in the margins. But, the weeks, the months, the years after hadn't been so bad, not at first. He still had his mom. They still had each other. That counted for something. At least he thought so. Sure, once he was back home, a part of him remembered not being home for a week after his father left. His mom was distant. Her eyes never looked at him the same. He had hoped it would pass. It never did. 4.5 years later, she got her medical doctorate. Started working longer days. Started coming home later and later. Smiled at him even less than before. Hugged less. Spoke less. And Izuku began to understand. She was still there, but her heart had packed up and left too. He thought it would hurt. He thought it would feel like knives in his chest or a raw, open wound. But it didn't. It was just numb. As he grew older, she grew even more estranged. Even farther away from him. Izuku didn't bother calling out when he entered the house. If she wasn't home, she wouldn't answer. And if she was, she wouldn't care. The stench of the sludge villain still clung to him, mixing with the cold in his bones. Stripping off his rancid clothing, he stepped into the bathroom and turned the shower as hot as it would go. Scalding water poured over him, but it wasn't enough to burn away the memory of All Might's words. You should consider other paths. Police work. Emergency response. You could still help people. The words echoed in his skull like a cruel joke. He was used to jokes at his expense, but nothing had prepared him for the whole world to finally show him that he truly was the joke. Izuku gripped his hair. Somehow he had curled up in a ball in the steaming hot water, his skin red and small clumps of green hair washed down the drain. He sat there for a few more minutes, using the expired shampoo to attempt to clean the gunk from his hair. The sliver of body soap left was used in its entirety, desperately used to get the smell that still burned his nose off of him. When he emerged, steam flooded out into the cluttered and dusty apartment. The storm outside had grown worse. It was like the world itself was mimicking his emotions as they churned inside of him. He stepped into his room, and the walls stared back at him mocking, filled with the face of a man who had lied to him. All Might's posters grinned at him with that familiar smile. A smile that was fake. That man, the man he saw behind the smoke, wasn't a hero. He was just another adult who couldn't help him. Just another lie wrapped in muscle and laughter. A man who couldn't even lie to him and let him fail and regret trying. Something snapped as he looked out over the dozens of collectibles he had skipped meals to buy, some even stolen. He didn't remember when he started, only that his knuckles hurt and blood smeared across his fingertips. The posters were shredded, the figurines shattered, the merch torn apart in his fury. The carefully built shrine to the man he had admired his entire life lay in ruins, pieces scattered like ash after a fire. Only when his breathing slowed did he realize what he had done. Chest heaving, fingers shaking, he sank to the floor and stared at the destruction. There was nothing left. No warmth. No dreams. No hero. Just silence. He crawled into bed. The thin mattress barely afforded him comfort as his arms hugged his pillow like a lifeline. His eyes closed, but sleep didn't come easily. He would deal with it in the morning. The morning came slowly with pale light that filtered into the dusty, rubble-filled room. Izuku rose from his bed with the stiffness of someone who hadn't truly slept. He dressed in silence, pulling on his last surviving uniform, the only one without burn marks, rips, or tears. It smelled faintly of mildew, like it had spent too long crumpled in a drawer. Grabbing his bag and a soft, slightly moldy apple from the back of the fridge, he slipped on his shoes and left the house without a word. Only pausing to take a bite of the apple in his hand, brushing the mold off of his lips as he closed the door. As fate would have it, Inko was just returning from the night shift. She met him at the top of the stairs, groceries in one hand, keys in the other. He absent-mindedly noted the contents were enough for a single person's dinner for the night, and a bottle of wine. The usual. She paused when she saw him. Her eyes swept over her son like one might appraise a particularly disappointing item at a second-hand shop. His hair was long again, unkempt curls matted against his scalp, clearly untouched by a comb. Haircuts were expensive, but still. The least he could do was try. His shirt was wrinkled. The knees of his pants were slightly scuffed. He looked gaunt. The usual brightness in his eyes, the annoying, pitiful spark that used to cling to false hope, was gone now. A small part of her noticed the difference. A larger part of her felt relieved. Maybe he's finally growing up. She didn't say anything as he brushed past her, didn't even meet her eyes. Just kept walking. Inko sighed and entered the house. She'd talk to him when he got home. Maybe. If she was in a good mood. For Izuku, the walk to school was routine, a gauntlet of abuse, cruelty, and silence. Familiar students were stationed like vultures along the way, waiting to pick at him with taunts and mockery. But today, Izuku didn't react. When they threatened him, he didn't flinch. When they laughed, he didn't look up. When a battle between two pro-heroes and a villain erupted just a few blocks away, a normal event in Muzurafu, he walked right past it, not sparing a glance. The city was alive, loud, and colorful. But to Izuku, it might as well have been dead. When he arrived at school, the usual wave of sneers and muttered insults hit him at the gates and followed him all the way to his seat. The moment he sat down, silence fell, a vacuum before the storm. What the F dash? Bakugo's voice tore through the air like a whip. Izuku blinked, startled, then realized. He hadn't said hello. He didn't bow, didn't flinch, didn't acknowledge his childhood tormentor. And for someone like Bakugo, that was enough. With all the fury of a thunderstorm denied its lightning, Bakugo erupted into a tirade, words laced with venom, meant to draw blood. But Izuku only stared down at his desk. Listening. Enduring. Something in him didn't register the pain this time. The insults were old. Overused. They didn't sting like they used to. You'll never be a hero. All Might said it too. So what could Bakugo possibly say that would matter anymore? Eventually, the teacher arrived, cutting the tantrum short. The lesson began. The day dragged on. Izuku kept to himself, eating lunch on the roof to avoid more trouble. The quiet was welcome. When the final bell rang, he didn't hesitate. His bag was packed, and he was out the door before the bell finished ringing. Sprinting past Bakugo's desk, leaping down the stairs two at a time, pushing through the front gates, anything to escape another confrontation. But you can't outrun a shadow that knows your name. He ducked through alley after alley, weaving through the back streets of Muzutafu until he arrived behind a small, worn-down convenience store. The alley smelled of sewage and trash, but he didn't hear Bakugo chasing him anymore. Breathless, he collapsed onto the pavement, lungs screaming for air. His hands trembled. His chest ached. The rain from the night before still clung to the edges of his shoes. And then, the smell hit him. Rot. Slime. Sewage and bile. A scent that had clung to him even slightly after his shower. His blood ran cold. Before he could even scramble to his feet, it was on him. The sludge villain struck like a wave of filth, grabbing him, enveloping him, suffocating him. The ooze forced its way into his nose, his throat, his lungs. He couldn't scream. Couldn't breathe. It burned like acid. I just wanted to go home. His mind screamed it again and again. The villain laughed, a horrible, gurgling sound of victory as Izuku's vision blurred. His limbs thrashed weakly. The world shrank to pain and pressure and the echo of his own heartbeat in his ears. I just wanted to tell her I loved her, no matter what. But even that felt too far away now. Izuku's consciousness returned slowly, like drowning in oil. The first thing Izuku noticed was the faint clatter of glass. Vials. Metal tools. Paper shuffling beside him. A low hum filled the air, the kind that sank into the bones, like someone working contentedly in the corner of a library. But he wasn't in a library. He was in a bed. No, not a bed. A table. Cold. Hard. Old. Then hot breath, far too close. Ah, yes, the voice was gentle, even warm. Male. While we don't have a record for your condition, you've come to the right place. Yharnam is the home of the blood ministration. You only need to unravel its mystery. Yharnam? The name meant nothing to Izuku, but the tone made his stomach tighten. The man chuckled softly to himself. But where's an outsider like you to begin? Easy. Why, with a little Yharnam blood of your own. Izuku's fingers twitched. He didn't understand what was happening. The voice sounded kind. Kind like a hospice worker. Kind like someone smiling while preparing a needle. You've suffered quite a long journey to reach this great city. At such a young age, too, there was something almost wistful in the way the man spoke. And you should be glad you did. Then pain, a sharp jab in his arm. A needle. Izuku's eyes fluttered open, struggling against the heaviness weighing them down. The room was dim, flickering with candlelight. Wood, old, groaning, Victorian, made up the walls, the floors, the furniture. A medical gurney lay beneath him. His arm had an four hooked into it. The blood used in ministration, the man continued, voice still chipper, the blood entering your veins, is the trade of Yharnam. Then, a laugh. Not cruel, just wrong. It is a special thing indeed. The only thing that can cure your sickness. Your ailment. Izuku's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Cure? What sickness? What ailment? The only thing he'd ever had was the flu. Unless, was being quirkless a sickness here too? His breath hitched, his mind raced, repeating, this isn't real. I died. I had to have died. The man leaned closer, face finally visible beneath the wide brim of a battered top hat. He wore torn, grimy Victorian clothes. His beard was long and unkempt. Fabric covered his eyes, or maybe there were no eyes beneath it at all. He sat in an old, wheeled chair like some forgotten monument. Izuku's voice finally broke free, hoarse, panicked, barely above a whisper. What is this? Now, the man said with finality, ignoring Izuku's words, reaching for the vial. Let's begin the transfusion. The fluid was dark red with a sickly yellow tint, sloshing as it was placed into the fore rack. It didn't look like medicine. It looked alive. Oh, don't you worry, the man whispered. You'll be as good as new. Like it was all just a bad dream. He giggled, soft at first. Then louder. Heh, hey. Izuku watched in frozen horror as the blood began to move down the tube. He tried to struggle. Tried to scream. But his limbs were stone, his throat raw and useless. The remnants of the sludge villain still clung to him, weighing him down. His fingers barely twitched. His vision swam. Then the blood reached his veins. The pain hit instantly, blazing, like his entire bloodstream had caught fire. It burned into his muscles, his bones, his mind. Every nerve screamed as his body convulsed against the restraints. Whatever was in that blood, it wasn't human. It wasn't healing him. It was killing him. Cells ignited, torn apart. His entire body was breaking and being stitched together by the blood over and over. His bones felt like steel in a cursed forge. He couldn't even think, only feel. The pain was so vast, so total, it swallowed everything else. He wanted to scream. He wanted to claw his way out of his own skin. And through it all, the man in the chair simply laughed. Time passed, seconds, minutes, hours. And every few hours, the elderly blood minister returned to check on his patient. The blood minister Henry didn't know what the disease, quirkless, truly was. It fought the good blood with a stubborn, almost violent resilience. The boy had been coughing up blood for nearly 3 hours. And the only option left to the minister was to wash out as much of the old blood as possible. He'd done this before. He'd saved many sick by flooding them with more than 3 times the standard transfusion dose. But there was always a pattern in his patients, a grim consistency. The younger the recipient, the less likely they were to survive the ministration. Still, he had 8 hours left before the hunt began. He might as well try to keep this one from dying. By the time the pale moon rose and the hunt was called, the boy had stabilized. Barely. 18 vials of old blood, dilution level 3. A sewing needle. A pair of buckets, one for vomiting, the other for bloodletting. And finally, silence. The boy had stopped coughing. Whether he would live through the night was another matter entirely. With a tired prayer to the church, the old minister grabbed his pistol, rigged up another vial to drip, and wheeled himself into the dark. The hunt had begun. And with any luck, the boy would never have to join it. Iosefka, the owner of the clinic and a woman of quiet grace, had feared the worst when the green-haired child appeared on her doorstep. He was gaunt. Starved. Barely clinging to life. His blood levels were catastrophically low in nutrients, hydration, and oxygen. Signs of prolonged asphyxiation. With Minister Henry's help, she'd managed to get the boy inside and onto a gurney. She'd trusted Henry with his treatment while she attended to the less critical patients, the ones still stable, still human. She'd never seen a child in this state. She'd never seen a child be brought to her clinic. Her patients were usually middle-aged, even elderly. The youngest she'd ever treated was 30. This boy looked to be barely half that. She did not watch the bloodletting. She did not ask what Henry had done. When he left for the hunt, she simply assumed the boy was sedated and stable. In truth, she should have checked on him more often. But with 20 other patients, all of whom hadn't shown signs of the beast plague, she was forced to make a choice. Risk them all for one unstable child. Or lock the door and pray he didn't change before she returned. 3 hours passed in a blur of injections, stitching, and whispered prayers. When she finally found time to check on him, he was gone. Blood pooled next to the table from a knocked-over bucket. It was stretched in a way no liquid could do on its own. Instead of pooling around the bucket, it creeped along the floor and to the table where the child had been. The wooden floor was cracked in places. Medical tools were scattered around in disarray. Yet, she couldn't find a corpse. Only a single letter, left on the table where he had once laid. It was addressed to someone named Izuku. Drip. 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 The cold, unending stretch of unconsciousness wrapped Izuku like a heavy veil, obscuring his thoughts, shielding him from the corruption of the night, from the imbibement of the moon. But what is unconsciousness? If not a state waiting to be awoken? It was the hard surface beneath him that first drew his attention. Not the thin, lumpy and ancient mattress he slept on each night. Not the sweet scent of his laundry softener, the one that lingered even between washes. Not the familiar weight of his thin sheets pulling him gently into dreams and nightmares alike. No. There was no comfort here. He felt sticky. Cold. His wrists ached, and his mouth was so dry it felt like sandpaper. Even the simple act of squinting drained what little strength he had left. The fog of exhaustion clouded everything. Thoughts came slow. Dull. He blinked up at the ceiling, wooden, cracked, and foreign, and tried to focus. Which was far more of a struggle than it had any right to be. Bit by bit, his mind clawed its way back. He couldn't move, not yet. His muscles were like leaded weights, his bones steel beams. It felt like he had gone through the flu 6 times over, and his body was crippled with exhaustion. But at least he could think. Which, if Izuku was honest, was not much of a silver lining. First observation, a clinic. Maybe? The blend of medieval and Gothic surgical instruments told him he was somewhere far from home. Far from anything he recognized. If it was any other situation, Izuku would have eagerly explored the new place. He always liked Gothic architecture and interior design. Second, whatever they'd pumped into his veins, it hated him. He remembered the pain. The fire running through his body. He remembered the blindfolded man, the cuts, the draining. The hours of agony. He also remembered, they hadn't killed him. Why? Were they part of the quirkless dehumanization movement? Did they view him as a failed experiment? A test subject? He had heard that dozens of quirkless went missing each year, most chalked it up to normal missing persons cases. However, the QDM had been making more and more outrageous posts on hero forums and was gaining a much larger following than even the Hero Commission could deal with. And if they were with the QDM, why bother keeping him alive? His thoughts spiraled in frantic loops, theories colliding and splintering until crash. A loud impact shattered the silence. Something thick sloshed to the left of the cot. Izuku turned his head with a painful slowness and instantly regretted it. A large bucket had spilled over. His blood pooled across the wooden floor. The subdued coppery stench flooded the room in the time it took for Izuku to breath. The blood didn't sit still. It moved. Crawling. Slithering. Stretching toward him. Like a living carpet of red wine, it creeped inch by inch toward him. From its depths, something monstrous rose. First came the head, black fur matted with clots of red, and eyes like twin suns, bright yellow and furious. Eyes that didn't just look at him, they looked into him. One clawed limb emerged. Then another. It crawled out of the blood with dragging weight, each step gouging deep divots into the floorboards. And it kept coming. Wood cracked and splintered with each movement the beast made, its form seeming to grow and stretch out from the crawling blood carpet with no ties to the laws of physics or sanity. Izuku trembled. He'd seen lycanthropy quirks before. He'd studied them, even. But nothing looked like this. His mind flickered between clinical observation and sheer panic, trying to memorize features even as the dread consumed him. And then, the claw rose, reaching toward him to grasp or tear him to ribbons. The monstrous digits were tipped with the wicked, dagger-length natural weapons that were stained with the blood it formed from. He could feel its breath on him, even from here. Its heavy, labored breathing, stinking of sour and copper as it closed in. Its claws flexed as the longest claw barely reached his cheek. Izuku wanted to move, run, scream and cry. Escape the horrid beast as it closed in. He could feel the claw bite barely into his cheek. But before it could dig into his flesh. Fire. The beast howled. Screeched. Shrieked in agony as flames consumed it, and it flailed wildly, smashing into surgical trays, knocking into cabinets. The room fell further into chaos. Izuku could only sob as the creature still ablaze stumbled away, crashing down a flight of stairs and into the dark. He turned his head back toward the ceiling. His stomach burned. It hurt to cry. Nausea clawed at him. His lungs ached as he hyperventilated in his paralysis. And through the haze of his delirium, he saw them, tiny, white, doll-like creatures climbing and clambering up his body. Soft sking, groaning, and croaking noises exuded from their small bodies. Their eyeless sockets stared into him as they closed around him. His vision blurred. He could do nothing, couldn't even attempt to fight back. He closed his eyes. Accepting his fate. Suddenly consciousness returned, and Izuku just wanted to go home. Even a mother who barely cared felt like salvation compared to the last few hours? Days? Time didn't exist here. Just blood and pain and fear. A stray thought danced through his foggy mind. Did Mom miss me? She probably didn't. But maybe there was a chance. A small one. A flicker of hope that had somehow survived 14 years of life burned in his chest. There was a chance that they could be happy again. That this wasn't the end. It was hopeful thinking, fragile hope. That fragile hope gave him some semblance of strength. Groaning, he pushed himself off the cot. Every bone ached with phantom pain. His eyes trailed over the fresh scars dotting his skin, thin, deliberate slices, each made to draw as much blood as possible. They glowed faintly in the low light, alien against the dim clinic walls. Compared to the star-shaped ones Kaken left behind. These were almost beautiful. They were a soft silver, barely perceptible across his skin, but shimmering just barely. He shuddered and shook the thought away. The floor creaked beneath his bare feet as he stepped forward. He had a goal now. He had to get out. Get home. Izuku shuffled, realizing absent-mindedly he was dressed in clothes that fit the gothic look of the building. The fabric was rough against his skin, but not fully uncomfortable. He walked slowly past spilt tools and broken wood, to the door the beast had fallen through, now closed shut before him. Izuku pushed the heavy wooden door open to reveal a staircase. Long, dusty. How did the wheelchair-bound man leave? He couldn't have gone down this path, it would have been both painful and dangerous. Izuku shook his head, attempting to end the muttering before it got out of hand. He needed to escape this building and find out where he was. Hopefully he was still in Japan, and if not, he needed to figure out a way to get back. Each step hummed under his weight, echoing through the still air. He walked slowly down the stairs, attempting to reduce the noise the best he could. Soft, stringy ripping, the sounds of viscous fluid dripping onto wood, rough choking of something swallowing roughly. Izuku froze. Down at the bottom of the stairs he stood stock still. Past the broken remnants of medical gear, rows of unused cots, stocked cabinets and bloodied tiles, the lichen was feeding. The same one from before. It hunched over a mangled corpse, its jaws tearing flesh from bone. Blood soaked the floor around it, mingling with shattered tools and upturned furniture. His stomach churned. He could feel bile rise in his throat. He tried to push it down but had to turn back and expel the foul liquid onto the stairs. He recomposed himself as best he could, turning back to the beast and creeping ever so slowly into the room. It was feeding in front of the only exit. He felt his stomach churn and nausea return. Fear burned in his heart, but he couldn't let it stop him. He couldn't fight it head-on. But maybe he could get around it, or wound it and run. Retreating quietly, he made his way back up to the operating room, stepping over the bile as he went. There, he gathered his tools: a bloodletting knife, a torn strip of cloth, and the broken leg of a chair. A crude spear, tied tight. Enough reach to strike, if only once. Hopefully once would be enough. Back down the stairs. Back toward the monster. His feet padded softly across the floor, barely a whisper. He moved slower than he'd ever moved in his life, every breath held in his throat. He got within striking range the best he could. His movements were slow, his attempt to hide from the beast taking his whole attention. He just one hit just to distract it long enough to slip past. To run out of the building and hopefully get help. Crunch. Glass. Pain shot up his leg as the shard pierced through his shoe and into his foot, and his balance faltered. He fell forward right into the leak and a scream died on his lips as he realized he couldn't stop his fall. The knife plunged in. But the beast barely noticed. It roared, rage and hunger entwined. Its claws swung wide, slashing through his stomach, splitting flesh and snapping ribs. The impact sent him reeling, blood spilling like water from a burst pipe. Organs and flesh were rent in that split moment. Agony slammed into Izuku's nerves like a tsunami. Before he could get his scream out, before tears could form, the lichen clamped its jaws around his skull. And bit down. Waking up after death was surreal. At first, Izuku thought he was dreaming. Maybe he never woke up from being choked out by the slime villain after All Might saved him. No, everything had been far too real since then. Maybe he had finally snapped. Perhaps death was kinder than he'd imagined. Perhaps the sickening crunch of his skull inside a lichen's jaws was his mind slipping into a madness only he would understand. Pain lingered. As he laid still, staring at the sky above, breathing heavily, he couldn't fathom what had just happened in any coherent thoughts. Not the agony of shredded muscle or shattered bone, but something else. Something phantom. Something real enough to make him feel hollow. He could vividly feel the claws dragging neat grooves through his guts, things inside bisected cleanly as their various contents burst forth. The nauseating feeling of teeth digging into his brain, a feeling of pressure more than pain. He could still feel the dull aching pressure. He stared up at a pale sky, unmoving. His breath came in slow, shallow waves. Was he breathing? He couldn't tell. His chest rose and fell, but his heart felt still. And for a long moment, all he could do was stare at the sky and wonder, why wasn't he dead? He remembered everything in too much detail. The slashed stomach. The cracking ribs, the splinters that speared through organs. The moment when the lichen's teeth had closed around his skull and bit down. The teeth. He should be gone, long dead. His body should be cooling right now. No quirk, not even the most advanced regeneration types, could bring someone back from that. If it did exist, All Might himself would have paid a pretty penny for such a treatment. It wasn't a quirk, it couldn't be. His mind, ever hungry for answers, tried to run through the list of possibilities. There were no temporal quirks on record capable of reversing death. Time was linear, brutal, and absolute. The most powerful, reality-warping quirk he could recall had belonged to a boy who could write living beasts into existence, but even he had been killed in his sleep. Torn apart by his own frightened mother. Illusions couldn't account for this either. They shattered when the user lost focus. And there was no way his own consciousness had fabricated a death that real. This wasn't a hallucination. This wasn't a dream. This was something else. Only once his racing mind began to still did he finally take in his surroundings. The ground beneath him was soft with beautiful white flowers, delicate and slightly glowing, like moonlit lace. Beneath them, old cobblestones lay uneven, worn by age, as if hundreds of years of footsteps had passed through before him. The air was cool, but not cold. Still. Too still. A scent of something floral, neat and clean hung in the air, almost thick enough that he could taste it on his tongue. He slowly sat up, his bones popped like he hadn't moved for hours, like he had slept like a rock and not moved since he laid down. A familiar feeling, yet something about the popping felt unnatural, like the bones had been set into unused joints. Like his body wasn't his. All around him stretched a garden so tranquil it felt like a sin to breathe in it. Colossal trees loomed like silent guardians, their trunks swallowed by thick vines and trailing blossoms as they seemed to surround the space. His gaze moved to the distance as he stood, grabbing onto a black metal pike fence that he backed away from quickly, mind unable to process the sheer drop, into a deep fog that billowed from all around, nearly obscuring long ship mast-like pillars that sprouted in clusters in the distance. They rose from the deepest depths of the fog and island. He was on some fog-obscured island. Izuku spun on his heel to take in what he could, eyes darting around for hostile things from his childhood nightmares. Only nothing seemed to move other than the slight swaying of the trees and plants. At the farthest point of the island, perched atop a gentle slope, was a building unlike any he had ever seen. Victorian, maybe. Towering spires. A steep roofline. Weathered stone and ivy curling through the cracks like nature's veins. It was hauntingly beautiful. Alive in a way nothing else had felt since he arrived in this nightmare. The moon above bathed the scene in silvery light. It felt wrong. Like something watching. To his left, a long staircase curved gently toward the building, winding past a stone birdbath. In the water, one of the small white creatures sat. The same ones that had crawled over him before. Another set of stairs ran directly ahead, leading past a life-size doll of a woman with white hair, seated serenely at its base. Gravestones flanked the path like a fence. Dozens of them. Silent. Unshakable. Each one a name, no death day, no birthday, just a name. And there, surrounding the foot of the stairs, the white creatures waited. Unlike before, they weren't crawling over him. They stood near motionless, reverent, holding out offerings like shrines before an altar in his direction. Intermittently they would peek past the items they held, empty sockets staring at him like they could see, like they were waiting for him. It was a trio at the front of the staircase that held out 3 weapons, a jagged, wickedly curved saw, a brutal hatchet, and a long, elegant cane. Another group held 2 firearms, an old-style pistol, and what looked like a crude blunderbuss. The final one held out a book as it seemed to emerge from nothing in front of the other small groupings. The book was leather-bound, impossibly ancient, yet pristine. Izuku, heart thudding in a chest that felt both his and not his, reached for the book. He didn't want to offend them. He didn't know if they could be offended. He met the empty sockets as his fingers trembled. He pulled his hand away quickly, the book held firm. The thing before him let out a croaking gurgle, high-pitched and whiny, like a kettle just before boil. He turned the book in his hands, fingers tracing the intricate ridges of the spine. The leather felt old, but well preserved. It pulsed faintly, almost like it was breathing. Then his fingers brushed the cover. The book snapped open with a whisper of fluttering pages, as if it had been waiting for him. It landed cleanly on a section marked by thick crimson ink spattered in places, deliberate in others. He blinked. Ink? Or blood? At the top of the spread sat a title in clean, serifed English, Index. Izuku's eyes widened in recognition, a grin tugging at his face. All those months spent painstakingly studying English just to watch American hero broadcasts without waiting for translations had finally paid off. He read slowly, the headings flowing down the page in a mixture of block lettering and handwritten notes. Pages 1 to 17. The Hunter's Primer. An introductory overview of the role, ritual, and purpose of the hunt. A must-read for any fledgling moon-touched. Under that, more sections were labeled and numbered. 18 to 350, Hunter Weapons and Tools. 351 to 450, Blood Ministration and Imbibables. 451 to 650, Forging and Enhancements. 651 to 700, Locations and Landmarks. 701 to 850, Rough History. 851, 1000, Beasts and More. 1001 to 1018, Final Pages and Enlightened Knowledge. Some of the smaller annotations scribbled beside them, in the margins. Page do not read unless initiated. Here lies madness in written form on pages 1017, turn only if you seek truth or death. Pages 910, 999, and 1016 bleed when opened. Close quickly. Izuku swallowed. His fingers itched to read all of it, but he forced himself to start at the beginning, almost, page 18, the beginning of the Hunter Weapons and Tools section. As he flipped through the pages of the Hunter's Primer, he skimmed the headings. Page after page was packed with diagrams, margin notes, and sketched anatomy both beast and human. But when he reached the 18th page, he paused. The illustrations here were different. Where the primer was clinical and conceptual from what his mere glance informed him of, this was NTMT, like a craftsman showing off his work. 3 sketches dominated the page, each drawn with elegant precision. Labels above each sketch told me their names. The saw cleaver. The hunter's axe. The threaded cane. Each was labeled by hand in a crisp, angular script. Arrows pointed to transformation triggers and mechanical joints. Notes circled around in black ink, while certain lines were underlined in red. Beneath each image were short paragraphs, part description, part commentary explaining their intended function and preferred wielders. In total this took up around half the page. The axe and cane were smaller and less detailed, noted with pages 19 and 20 respectively. He caught a note beneath the cleaver sketch, Assembly Instruction C 451 to 453. Maintenance Guide, full breakdown, 454-inch. The handwriting below that changed slightly more formal now, tighter and more clinical, like a scholar or instructor. The saw cleaver is the standard issue weapon for new hunters. Balanced between speed and power, it is a versatile tool that can be adapted for nearly any engagement. The folding mechanism allows for both close quarters and extended reach attacks. Favored by hunters who work in dense city streets and crowded alleyways. He stared for a moment longer before glancing toward the little white creatures, the messengers. One of them, the one who had handed him the book, bowed deeply. Then it vanished into the ground. The rest waited silently, some nestled around the base of the gravestones, their gaze fixed on him. The other small groupings holding weapons outward to him. He didn't understand why they were helping, why they had given him the book, or why they were offering aid. But right now? It didn't matter. This book, this guide might be his only chance at surviving whatever world he'd been dragged into. 1,000 pages of ink and blood, of facts and madness, of something more than knowledge. It was a key. He glanced at the saw cleaver held out by one of the creatures. Izuku was tempted to grab it, the raw utility appealing to him, but curiosity won out. He read on. For hunters across Yarnum, this weapon is a good choice to cleave through beasts, see pages 851-1000, but for a hunter of the dream, refer to page 1, you have an affinity for all weapons. Where it would take a normal man at least a year to learn how to wield such a weapon, it takes a moon-touched hunter only the time needed to learn how to grip it. He blinked, rereading the sentence again. Moon-touched hunter? His heart skipped. Was that what he was now? Fingers flipping urgently, he turned to page 1. The parchment here felt older, edges worn and faintly crinkled from years, centuries? Of page turns. Some of the text was faded, but the key information was underlined in bright red ink, with a careful but formal title at the top in bold script, The Dream and the Hunter. The dream, or as most hunters who have experienced its embrace call it, the hunter's dream, is a place where the moon-touched hunter resides, as well as the doll and the old man Gehrman. The hunter that resides within the dream is theoretically immortal. This notebook is created from the combined notes, thoughts, and records of every hunter to have ever passed through the dream. You hold in your hands the accumulated blood wisdom of centuries worth of bloodshed. Unspoiling and adding new pages for the future hunters is explained on page 17. Should you be willing, please add your wisdom to help the future moon-touched. There were smudges along the side of the page, possibly bloodstains or just grime from hands. Izuku could imagine them hands gripping these same pages in desperate hours before battle. He read on, breathing quieter. The hunter cannot be killed by mortal men or beasts and may fight for all eternity if they prove their worth to the moon. His hands trembled slightly as he reached the next lines, a title scrawled across in thick, jagged ink, partially smudged but still legible, The Caretaker of the Dream, Master, Lord. Firsthunter, Gehrman. Gehrman. That name again. He is a friendly face and will guide you to your goals. He holds even more knowledge than this book. On the bottom of the page was a small, simple drawing of a long-haired man with a trimmed beard and an old, elegant wheelchair. Beside him, the sketch of a slender woman, the doll, stood serenely, her face emotionless but calm. The title next to her read, The Doll, She Who Listens. Once the hunter has proven their service, the doll will allow them to gain strength beyond measure, and in some cases, knowledge of their innate abilities. Another passage toward the bottom caught Izuku's eye. The messengers, little white spirits who serve the hunter. They are your greatest allies and will fetch items, sell goods, and mark paths. Treat them well. In faded pencil on the bottom corner of the page, someone had drawn a doodle of the messengers surrounding a hunter and offering what looked like a blood vial. A childish scrawl next to it read, Always say thank you. Taking a moment to collect his spiraling thoughts, Izuku slowly turned to page 2. This page felt heavier not just in material, but in weight. The text had a more clinical tone. More structured. At the top, the heading read, The Scourge and the Church. The greatest threat to the lives of the young and innocent is the beast. Due to the Church's excessive use of old blood, innocents began to turn into monsters. The first area affected by the scourge was Old Yarnum, pages 701 to 709. The citizens had already been stricken with ashen blood, a highly contagious disease. The first experimental use of old blood was conducted on the sick and the poor. Mere months later, the first transformation occurred. Within weeks, the city burned. A paper tab was tucked between this page and the next, possibly a bookmark from a previous reader. Scribbled in dark ink across the top in messy but angry handwriting, "Do not trust the healing church." Izuku sat there, unmoving. He felt small, insignificant, and most of all, confused. His breath came in small gasps, fear burned like a torch in his gut. Beasts, weapons he had never seen before, healing blood, the healing church. It was just too much information at once. It made his stomach churn. But the book made him feel like he could at least do something. It was a relic, a manual, a guide. And most of all, it felt alive with the thoughts of those who had come before him. And if they had succeeded, then maybe he could. Hunters, much like yourself, have been trained to fight and kill in order to preserve peace within the city. They come in many shapes and sizes. The hardest to detect are shifter beasts. These abominations wear the skin of their former selves. They can speak. They can plead. But make no mistake, they thirst for the blood of the uninfected, and they always attack when a hunter is absent. Tip: they reek of a sweet stench. Do not ignore it. The beast list begins on page 851. Izuku's eyes lingered on that last line, a chill crawling up his spine. He remembered the beast that attacked him, how its claws sank deep. And now this? Shifters that looked human? He skimmed quickly through the rest of page 2, his breath shallow. The words written here painted a city teetering on the edge of horror, where the beasts could wear a neighbor's face and whisper lies in familiar voices. And now he understood why hunters were needed. Leakin notes were circled several times in dark red ink. A side comment written in a tight, agitated hand read, "One of the strongest common transformations. One man. One infection. A pack-level threat." Looking back up at the messengers still standing patiently near the grave markers, holding out the weapons, he swallowed hard. To return home, he would need the moon to take notice. Page 1 had mentioned something about hunters swept from other worlds, and choices offered after certain points were met. If he was to survive long enough for that choice, he would need a weapon. Page 19, the hunter axe. A full sketch of the weapon took up the top half of the page. Black ink had bled slightly from old age, but the lines were confident and clean. Small arrows labeled transformation hinges and maintenance screws. In the margins were the page numbers. Construction, page 455 to thorough maintenance, page 457. One of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used on the hunt. Retains the qualities of an axe but offers a wider palette of attacks through transformation. Boasts a heavy, blunt strike excellent for rallying. No matter their pasts, beasts are no more than beasts. Some choose this axe to play the part of executioner. Just below, in a very different handwriting, looser, with the kind of personality that suggested sarcasm was a second language, was another note. For the executioner in us all. Massive axe head. Slowest swing of all the common weapons. Hits like a train, though. Great rally potential. You'll still be standing after you take a hit, but good luck getting your arms to work. No normal man could swing this in under a year without ripping something. But you're moon-touched, right? So grab the big axe and kill some beasts. I'm not your mom. Izuku raised an eyebrow. There was something oddly comforting about that writing, flippant, maybe a little mad, but grounded. Still, the weapon was huge. He wasn't built for that kind of strength. It would slow him down. Weigh him down. He turned the page. Page 20, the threaded cane. This weapon was elegant. A straight cane in its dormant form, with subtle engravings on the hilt. But once activated, it unfolded into a segmented whip of thin, silvered blades, deadly, flexible, fast. Construction, page 458 to 466. Thorough maintenance, page 467 to 470. Please note, this weapon is more fragile than the others, due to its lighter construction. Maintain it regularly. One of the trick weapons of the workshop, commonly used by hunters on their duties. Sufficiently deadly as a rigid-bladed cane, but also serves as a whip when its blade is split into many. Concealing the weapon inside the cane and flogging the beasts with the whip is partly an act of ceremony, an attempt to demonstrate to oneself that the bloodlust of the hunt will never encroach upon the soul. Underneath, more handwriting, calmer this time. Maybe a scholar? One of the more professional weapons out there. It lacks the power of the cleaver or the brute force of the axe, but it makes up for it in reach, speed, and flexibility. Its damage starts low, but with time and understanding, it becomes a tool of mastery. A normal man could wield this like any sword. But a moon-touched hunter? You must stand out. You must be more than a killer. You must be a symbol of calm in the storm. You must put beasts to rest and the people at ease. A cane-sword whip. Light. Fast. Versatile. And a message in its very use: control, not carnage. He nodded slowly, heart pounding. It reminded him of Midnight. Unlike All Might, she was a kind hero, odd but kind. This was it. He reached out and took the threaded cane from the messenger's, its leather grip firm and slightly cool in his hands. It felt right. It felt meant for him. As for the firearm. Page 21, the Hunter Blunderbuss. Its sketch took over half the page, its diagram one of the most detailed yet. He noticed the distinct smell of gunpowder on the page, its edges singed slightly. Construction, page 471 to 478. Thorough maintenance, page 479 to 480 inch. A blunderbuss created at the workshop for the Hunter's line of work. Hunter firearms are specially crafted to employ quicksilver bullets, fused with the wielder's own blood, boosting damage against beasts. The wide spread compensates for inaccuracy, making this an ideal choice against swift, erratic movements. A note was scribbled underneath this entry. The weapon itself is useful, even if it has a slower reload and fire rate than the pistol. Its damage is observably lower, but it makes up for that with heavy stagger potential, capable of halting any beast in your path. Anyone can pick up a gun and fire it, but the extra strength granted by being moon-touched means you won't get thrown back when you pull the trigger. It also leaves beasts open to visceral attacks, page 6, if you shoot them as they lunge. Izuku wasn't a fan of guns. Even in a world where Kaken could make his hands explode like grenades, it had been ingrained in him not to trust firearms. But it wasn't like he had much of a choice. He felt a sort of morbid finality as he kept reading. If the only way home was through the entirety of Yharnam, then so be it. Next was page 22. The Hunter Pistol. A smaller diagram of the weapon took over the bottom of the page. Portions of the diagram were in different inks to show the many mechanisms within the weapon. Construction, page 481 to 483. Thorough maintenance, page 484 inch. The note read, pistol made at the workshop, for hunters stalking beasts. Hunter firearms are specially crafted to employ quicksilver bullets fused with the wielder's own blood, boosting damage against beasts. The pistol is a quicker draw than the blunderbuss, allowing for speedier responses to attacks. Another note sat beneath the original notations, this one in a purple writing. Not as flamboyant as the blunderbuss, but better for catching a beast mid-strike. It doesn't stagger as much, but its shots can tear through flesh more easily. If a normal man fired this gun, it would likely break his wrist. But you're moon-touched. Being stronger than any man is just another Tuesday for you. Izuku figured the pistol was the smarter choice. The blunderbuss was large and unwieldy, too heavy for someone who needed speed and precision. He needed something quicker, something lighter. And so, the pistol became his firearm of choice. He reached out and took it from the messenger's tiny hands. The other one, still holding the blunderbuss, let out a soft, disgruntled gurgle. Its mismatched eyes, one far too large for its face, looked almost heartbroken. He wasn't sure if he found it cute or deeply unsettling. Maybe both. With a sigh, he turned his gaze toward the rest of the messengers. They had gathered at the base of the front staircase, clustering around a weathered gravestone near the motionless doll. She hadn't moved once since he arrived. Her glassy eyes stared out at nothing, untouched by wind or time. Izuku sat down on the steps, letting the pistol rest across his lap as he reopened the primer. Page 3 detailed how the messengers served as guides, ferrying hunters back to the city when called upon. He would follow the instructions when he was ready. Until then, there was more to understand. More to read. More to plan. Eventually, after many hours poured into the hunter's notebook, his choice made and his hand steadied, he knelt before the messengers. And in the blink of an eye, he was back in the clinic. Only this time, he had a weapon. He had a gun. And he knew how to use them. The foreign garb itched. It scratched against his collar and wrists in a way that made it hard to ignore, but Izuku forced himself to focus. He crouched low behind a broken shelf, ears tuned to the low, heavy breathing just around the corner. The lycanthrope. It paced slowly, claws tapping against the wooden floor, the sound echoing too loud in the tight hall. Izuku's hands tightened around the threaded cane, every instinct telling him to run, but logic overriding fear. He'd died here once, already ripped apart before he even knew what he was fighting. But not this time. He hadn't paid attention to the environment, which led to his death being far faster. Izuku's mind trailed back to page 860, the book had been thorough. Its looping script etched into his brain now, its diagrams and blood-stained notes burned into his memory. Note, lycanthropes are hulking beasts with high regenerative capabilities, driven by bloodlust and sheer aggression. Serrated weapons cleave through their thick hide with ease. Aim for tendons. Disable, then kill. He'd studied it until the page creaked from use. And now, everything that had once seemed overwhelming suddenly felt manageable. It was odd, he stood close to where his body had fallen limp, bleeding out, yet the horror of the event seemed mute. Still there, but not the same, like a dream of an event that he could fully recall. The dream had changed him. He wasn't sure how deeply yet, but he felt the difference. His reflexes were sharper. His vision was clearer. His thoughts, once frantic and racing, now moved with methodical purpose. The Yharnam blood pumping through his veins made his muscles twitch with anticipation. And with that power came a whisper, a craving. He hated it, but couldn't ignore it, the thrill. The memory of the beast tearing into him should have left him paralyzed with fear. But all he felt now was a steady hum in his chest. It reminded him of the first time he saw All Might fight in person, pure awe and adrenaline. Except now, he wasn't a bystander. He was the one stepping into the arena. The threaded cane clicked. The hidden mechanism unlatched with a satisfying snap, and the coiled blade sprang loose like a nest of metallic vipers. He let the tension settle into his shoulders. No more fear. No more hesitation. He stepped from behind the shelf and crept forward. Each footfall was deliberate, weight spread evenly, eyes never leaving the silhouette of the lycanthrope. Closer. Closer. Then he struck. The cane's bladed whip lashed outward in a graceful arc, slicing across the beast's rear flank. The metal sang as it hit flesh, and the lycanthrope howled high-pitched and furious. Blood sprayed against the wall in a wide fan. Izuku yanked the cane back and jumped away just as the creature twisted to retaliate. Note 1 about lycanthropes, he muttered under his breath, heart pounding. Take out their mobility, then go for the kill. The beast lunged. But Izuku was already in motion. He ducked low and slid past the beast's slashing claws, lashing the whip out again, this time coiling it around the creature's front paw. The barbed metal hooked deep, and with a savage tug, Izuku pulled. A sickening snap echoed through the hallway as the limb tore free in a spray of gore. The beast shrieked and staggered, collapsing under its own weight. It flailed, half-crawling, blood trailing in thick lines behind it. But Izuku didn't give it the chance to recover. He stepped in, brought the whip back into its cane form with a fluid click, and rammed the blade straight through the beast's eye. Silence. Izuku stood there, breathing heavily, arm trembling slightly as he yanked the cane free. Blood dripped from the tip, steaming against the cold wood beneath them. His heart still thundered in his chest, not from fear, but something deeper. The thrill of survival. Of control. Of not being powerless. He wiped the cane clean on the beast's ragged fur. The first of many. His first true hunt. With one last glance at the mangled body, Izuku turned and walked toward the clinic door, leaving behind the broken corpse of the creature that had once taken his life. He moved quickly, too quickly. The cautious approach he'd planned melted into the background, replaced by something primal. A hand on his back. A push. He forced open the large gate leading out from the clinic into the heart of the cursed city. The hunter's dream had given him strength, but with it came something else. Later, Izuku would call it the blood high and adrenaline surge that hijacked his fear and sharpened every instinct like a freshly whetted blade. The city loomed in fog and fire. Lanterns burned like warning signs. A man with a torch and axe walked past a cart nearby. Human. Normal, maybe. Izuku's heart jumped with relief. Finally, someone who wasn't a sweet smell hit Izuku's nose. He tried to ignore it. Hey, he called out, stumbling toward the man. What the hell is wrong with this city? The man turned, wild-eyed and snarling. A glint of steel flashed. The axe nearly took Izuku's head off. Hey! What the hell? He shouted, leaping back as another swing sliced the air in front of him. Beast, the man roared. Foul beast. You're not wanted here. The chase began. The man's boots slammed against the stone, hot breath clouding the space between them. Panic overtook Izuku, then something else. Cold. Electric. The blood high surged. Izuku didn't think. He reacted. His cane slashed through the man's leg with unnatural precision, cutting deep to the bone. The man screamed, tripping forward, impaling himself on his own axe. The torch dropped fire liking his coat, burning flesh releasing that sweet, awful smell. Foul, beast, the man muttered, one final gasp before his body went still. In the heat of a fight, when the panic reached its peak, that high would spike. It would override his hesitation. Make killing easier. Make surviving possible. He didn't want to kill the man. Not really. They looked human. They yelled. They screamed accusations at him. Cried in pain. But the smell? It was stronger now. Page 12 of the notebook, handwritten and grim. A detailed breakdown of blood scents and their meanings. If the blood of another smelled sweet, like sickly copper mixed with dark sugar, they were turning. Maybe just a little. Maybe completely. But they were already lost. Turning into a beast. And if everything smelled sweet? If the world itself reeked of chocolate-slick blood and syrupy death? That meant you were turning. Page 13 had the cure, how to kill yourself cleanly, without becoming a beast. Izuku had memorized every word. His first run-in with the infected. Didn't go well, it would seem. The blood high, a gift from the dream, shielded his mind during the fight once it surged. It numbed the horror, hardened his nerves, and made him faster, crueler. But when it ended, the crash hit harder than anything he'd prepared for. The body he left behind wasn't even a corpse. It was a collection of mangled parts, flesh like shredded paper hanging off broken sticks of bone. He stumbled backwards from the mess towards the clinic's gate, the fresh night air hitting him with the force of a hammer. He doubled over. His stomach turned. Acid and blood spilled from his throat as he coughed and gagged in the grass beside a cracked gravestone. "You'll get used to it," he told himself. "You have to." He wiped his mouth, pulled himself upright with a shaky breath. Izuku clutched his stomach as another wave of nausea hit from just looking at the steaming mess he created of the man. He gagged. Nothing came out this time. But it was close. Too close. He staggered forward, kneeling beside the man's corpse. Thick fur had started to sprout across his arms. His limbs looked warped bones too long for the skin that wrapped them. Not entirely human. Not entirely beast. Something between. Everything else, however, was like a pulpy mass. Its stench itself kept Izuku's stomach in an endless loop of gagging up what little was left in his stomach. A glimmer of glass caught Izuku's eye. A blood vial. Page 351 of the notebook. The blood could heal, restore vitality, but at a price. Prolonged use increased the chance of infection. Still, the notes claimed moon-touched hunters, those bound to the dream, were immune, so long as they served the moon. He took the vial. He didn't want to use it, but if he needed it, he'd be grateful. Up ahead, two more figures loomed in the firelight, mobsters with cleavers and hate in their eyes. They sat near boxes, guarding a crank-operated elevator. When Izuku moved closer, one of them saw him. "It's all your fault," the first one shrieked. "Where were you, hunters?" Izuku's breath caught, but then it hit. The blood high. It didn't scream through his veins this time. It whispered. "Don't hesitate. Don't waste this." The voice was soft, but it coiled tight around his brain like barbed wire, urging, encouraging. Click. The cane became a whip of ragged steel teeth. He swung. Crack. The man's head tore free with a noise like wet meat splitting from bone. It bounced against the cobblestone with a thud, trailing ribbons of red. Blood hit Izuku like a wave, hot, heavy, and too much. His coat, his hands, his mouth, it soaked in everything. I wanted to be a hero. The thought struck him like thunder, deep and rattling. His breath hitched. How do I explain this to Mom? Do I even tell her? How would I? Sorry, Mom. I've been killing people in a nightmare. But they were monsters, I swear. Yeah. That'd go great at the dinner table while she ate and I watched. Then pain. A cleaver slammed into his side, metal grinding against rib and sinew. His vision flashed white. He screamed. But this pain was different. It didn't root him in place like Bakugu's beatings. It didn't shrink him into nothing. It filled him with anger, energy that seemed to tingle in his fingers. Feel it. Use it. The voice in his head whispered softly, the noise dragging through his brain like hot spikes. His arm moved before his thoughts caught up. The whip lashed out with a violent metal crack that echoed off of the buildings around them. The attacker's jaw flew from his face, dangling by muscle and tendon before tearing loose. A geyser of blood sprayed from the ruined mouth, his tongue lolling against his collarbone. He tried to scream, but it came out as a gurgle, blood gushing, bubbling, choking him. What blood that flew and painted Izuku soaked into his wound. The man's blood seemed to be drawn into his open flesh, and Izuku watched in grim fascination and disgust as the flesh stitched together. Rallying. Izuku turned and vomited hard. His own blood mixed with bile painted the wall in thick streaks. His body shook, racked with retching. When he turned back, the man was twitching. Spasming. A moment later, still dead. Izuku dropped to his knees. The cobblestone didn't care. Neither did the blood pooling around him. But he did. And he cried. Eventually, the tears ran dry and only hoarse sobs could escape Izuku. He didn't know how long he sat in the pool of blood, sluggishly scooting away from the wall where he'd vomited. The cost of the blood high hit like a freight train, not just the physical drain, but the echo of joy. The clarity was worse. He remembered how the whip sang through the air. The snap of steel teeth on flesh. The way it felt to sever head from shoulder. The warmth of blood soaking into his wounds, and how good it felt when that warmth closed his pain. Eventually, after staring at the moon for what could have been minutes or hours, pieces of the notebook began to blink in his mind like a broken traffic light. Page 3. The moon will only progress through the sky as the moon-touched hunter kills the marks of the moon. Time will repeat itself endlessly until the hunter kills the final target. His mind reeled with endless thoughts. It sounded like something out of a fever dream. But he wasn't in Japan anymore. Probably not even Earth. Anything is possible, he muttered bitterly, gripping a lever comically large for any normal human. He yanked it with effort. With a clank and a deep groan of metal, a ladder dropped from above, leading him further into madness. Cough. Izuku had climbed the ladder, and found a lamp just as described on page 14. The messengers clustered at its base, silent and patient, their tiny hands held out to ferry him back to the dream. But it wasn't the lamp that held his focus. A lit window above the street barred, heavy with iron, caught his attention. An incense burner swayed from its hook beside the window, trailing bitter smoke. Another cough came from inside. Cautiously, heart hammering, Izuku stepped closer. You hello? Are you okay? He called, voice small. A surprised wheeze, then a cough. Then a voice, rough but human. Oh? A kid? What are you doing out there? It's a hunt night, for the Great One's sake. Unless, you're not from around here, are you? Another coughing fit, then, I'm Gilbert. Fellow outsider. And judging by that cane, you must be a hunter. But you're much too young to be out hunting. A tired sigh. Yarnum has a special way of treating guests. He heard the creak of a wheelchair as Gilbert moved behind the window. I don't think I could help you even if I tried. But if there's anything I can do, I will. Cough. This town is cursed. Whatever brought you here, boy, you should find a way out. Anything you gain here will carve more from you than it's worth. Especially at your age. Izuku swallowed hard. And Mr. Gilbert, I didn't come here by choice. I think I died to get here. But I'm not sure. Anne, why are the people attacking? The book doesn't say anything about all the civilians turning at once. I thought hunters were supposed to stop them before they lost control completely. He hated how desperate his voice sounded, how hopeful. He just wanted someone to tell him there was a way out that didn't involve murder. So you're that new. Cough. The beast scourge has spread too fast, kid. Too wide. There's no time to train new hunters anymore. We just survive. He heard cloth shift, metal creak. Show me your left forearm. Izuku hesitated but stepped into the lamplight and rolled up his sleeve. The curtain shifted slightly. Gilbert took a long look. You've got the hunter's mark already. Tell me, do you see a crescent moon in it? He looked again. The mark pulsed faintly, red ink sunk into the skin, glowing softly in the half-light. Right where the lines branched, a thin, curled crescent. Why yeah. There is. A long silence. That's strange. I've met a few moon-touched in my time, but none were under 30. And all of them had been hunting for years. Another cough. Still, I've heard the rumors. They say moon-touched hunters only get to leave once they kill a certain beast or do something worthy of freedom. A shuffling sound, and something was pushed out beneath the window bars. Izuku stepped forward and carefully took it. A small, battered book. Old. Handbound. Very similar to his own notebook. I can't read it, Gilbert admitted, but a moon-touched gave it to me once. Said if someone had enough insight, they'd understand it. Izuku froze. He remembered that term. Insight. Page 15. But the book hadn't explained it with numbers. It talked about perception. That as a hunter gained more insight, the veil over the world would thin. What was once invisible would become undeniable. Hidden truths would force themselves into sight. It wasn't something others could measure. But those with insight, they could feel it in each other. The more insight one carried, the more they began to feel wrong to everyone else. The air around them shimmered faintly. Reality bent subtly in their presence like a crooked picture frame you couldn't quite fix. And then there was the danger of insight. No one had ever reached the maximum. Not truly. But there was a point, a threshold after which insight stopped being knowledge and became something else entirely. Obsession. Madness. Communion. Izuku looked at the book in his hands. It felt warm. Almost alive. He told me it holds notes from the oldest hunters. Techniques and rites they were trying to destroy. If you can read it, kid, maybe you'll survive this place after all. Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, Izuku murmured, clutching the book tightly. But before I go, do you know if there's a way to save the people turning into beasts? I hate killing them. Gilbert went quiet. Then, a way to save them? Cough. Kid, they can't be saved. The change happens in the body and the mind. Men become monsters. Kill their wives. Their own kids. If you don't kill the beast kills the ones who can't stop it. Another sigh. But, tell you what. Cough. I was a therapist, once. If you ever need someone to talk to, come back here. I might not be able to stand anymore, but I can still listen. A pause. I wonder how Father Gascoigne's holding up. The wood and metal behind the barred window creaked faintly. Be safe out there. Gilbert's voice rasped with finality, fading back into the darkness beyond the flame-lit glass. Izuku lingered for just a moment before the cold wind of Yarnum pressed him onward. Central Yarnum. The notebook had informed him of this portion of the city's name. It was a sprawling portion of the city that was all but stacked on top of itself with construction. It was also one of the most densely populated portions of the city. Izuku rubbed his hands together, flakes of blood that dried on his hands falling like snowflakes to the stone. He stepped forward, something shifted in the air, the kind of weight one could only feel, not see. The smell of ash and old iron clung to every breath. Smoke. Gunpowder. Blood. The first beast he encountered lunged from behind a collection of crates. The crates flew and smashed into stone as it barreled through them. Its body was warped, jaw distended like a snake unhinging to swallow the world. He struck it down. Regret settled deep in his gut like sediment. He killed another. And another. It didn't get easier. The blood high rose quicker with each kill, lingered longer after each heartbeat slowed. He could feel it climbing inside him like a vine made of whispers, wrapping around his thoughts and twisting. Controlling it during battle was almost easy, almost natural. The instincts it offered were sharp and surgical. But once the kill was done, sometimes, it refused to leave. It lingered behind his eyes, demanding more. Rip. Crack. Tear. How far can we go? It whispered to him, how much blood can we spill? And sometimes he'd find himself standing over something that no longer had a name. Only a shape, a ruin of flesh, and his hands trembling from what he'd done. Other times, he broke down immediately. He'd claw at his hair until he tore strands free. Slam his head against stone to drown out the noise. Grit his teeth until his jaw ached. You're not meant for this. He would whisper, voice rough from strain. But he knew deep down he had to be. The dream wouldn't let him leave unless he not only became good at killing, but extraordinary. He pushed on, blood staining his boots and pants, his arms caked with more blood than he had seen in his life, but still he pushed on. There was a pyre in the middle of a twisted courtyard. A beast long dead and still twitching was nailed to the firewood and set alight. Its skin bubbled and peeled as if protesting its own execution. Around the flames, the mob celebrated. Their bodies, once human, bulged and spasmed with mutations they barely noticed. They laughed with broken teeth and cracked voices. Izuku crept close, too close. There were at least 20 of them. The battle began before he could even breathe. 12 kills before this. Now 20 more. They came in waves: cleavers, torches, howls, and screams. There was no pause. He didn't register the moment the whip changed in his hand, or the moment the blood high took hold. He only remembered the sound, the drumbeat in his chest, hammering without rhythm. The shrieking steel. The thunder of flesh splitting open. Screams that never stopped. It was like dancing in a hurricane of gore. The stone under his feet became slick with blood. He skidded, stumbled, caught himself by planting his cane into a man's eye socket and twisting until the noise stopped. He could hear it in his head, the sobbing sounds the man made as its clawed hands gripped the metal. He kept twisting till the lips stopped, but the sobbing continued unbidden in his head. By the time the last body dropped, Izuku's own breath sounded alien in his ears. His heart didn't slow. The blood in his mind felt thick, too thick. Like it was clogging his thoughts. Suffocating his identity. He wanted to scream, but nothing came out. He wanted to go home. To be Izuku, the boy from Muzurifu. The boy who wanted to save people. But here, in these slaughter-stained streets, he could only be one thing, a hunter. So he continued as the name demanded of him, he had to. He collected more tools from the corpses around him. Stones of blood. Bullets. Blood vials to keep his mangled body moving. Even when the skin of his feet tore and cleavers dug into his sides. He kept his body moving. He crossed a narrow bridge under Yarnum's hollow sky. A man lunged from the shadow's crack, his head exploded from the shot. He prayed, silently, not to be judged. Then killed them all. 2 werewolves. A hunchback. A chorus of shrieking carrion birds. One path from the bridge led downward, where a much larger beast swung cleavers and held torches in its fused hands. It went down to a well-timed gunshot and a visceral, his blade twisting deep before tearing it open like a sack of meat. The only reward? A set of blood-soaked clothes. Better suited for a hunter, maybe. But heavier on his soul. Another side path looped back around to a gate. To Gilbert's window. To a moment of normalcy. The gate was still closed, but the sickly light of the lantern glowed behind the iron bars. Izuku stumbled toward it, coat clinging to him like a soaked rag as he pushed it open. The window's curtain moved slightly, letting the man inside peer out. Gilbert was still there. Izuku collapsed to his knees and sobbed. Ugly, uncontrollable sobbing. His voice cracked. His teeth chattered. Blood, his own and someone else's, ran from the corner of his mouth. He didn't say much. Didn't have to. Gilbert listened. So you're continuing, then? The old man rasped, coughing into the shadows. Before you go, have some of this. A chipped porcelain cup was pushed through the bars. Warm, sweet-smelling tea steamed in the cold air. The The smell of ginger and honey warmed, overtaking the coppery blood. You might not be able to die, not really, not while the moon owns you, but you still need food. And water. Some of the empty homes have rations. Look for them. Izuku's hands shook as he accepted the cup. Thank you, Gilbert, he whispered. The tea soothed his throat, washing away the burn of old vomit and the bitter taste of blood. For the first time since he'd arrived, he felt warm. Gilbert chuckled softly. It's no trouble, kid. I'm not the one clearing the streets. He stayed there for an hour. Not because he needed to, but because he didn't want to move. Because moving meant going back out there. And out there, the boy who wanted to be a hero didn't exist. Only the hunter did. And soon only the hunter was left as Izuku pushed himself up, speaking a soft thank you to the wheelchair-bound stranger who treated him with such kindness. He worked his way past the dozens of corpses, heading back to the Great Bridge. According to his book, there was a path at the end of the bridge that would allow him to get to another section called the Cathedral Ward. One notation mentioned that some nights it was locked tight, and if he was unlucky, then he'd have to head down the long way through a place called Eden Chapel. The wind howled across the bridge like a morning choir as he stepped over the corpse of one of the troll-like humanoids. Izuku's pace slowed. The notebook warned of a monster. Not just any normal beast. A cleric beast. One of the earliest transformations, it said. A man of the cloth, consumed by the scourge and turned into something unrecognizable. He hoped one hadn't taken refuge here like in the past. He saw the figure before it moved. He cursed his luck. It slammed into the far end of the bridge, hunched and massive, draped in what might have once been robes now fused to bone and hair and meat. Its antler-like growths cracked against the stone as it breathed. Its chest heaved with rattling, unnatural lungs. Strings of muscle trembled with every twitch of its limbs, each larger than Izuku's entire body. Then it screamed. The sound split the air. Not a roar, not a howl, but a scream, a cry of agony and rage that made his knees buckle and his eyes water. The cleric beast charged. He moved too slow. The ground quaked as it slammed a fist the size of a horse cart into the stone just beside him. The shockwave alone hurled Izuku across the bridge, his back cracking against the stone railing. His lungs seized, ribs bent, not broken, but close. He barely had time to roll before another blow cratered the spot he'd landed in. Izuku's whip lashed out, serrated metal teeth biting into the beast's shoulder. It tore away some flesh, but not enough. The creature didn't flinch. Its elongated neck twisted grotesquely, bones cracking like dry twigs. One enormous, clawed hand swept toward him. Izuku ducked, but not fast enough. The claws raked across his side. Meat tore. Bone crunched. He screamed as the world went white-hot with pain. He tried to inject a blood vial. His hands were shaking too hard as he tried to click it into the injector. He fumbled the glass, and it shattered against the stone. Get up. The whisper was back. Move. Fight. Bleed. But don't fall. But his legs buckled anyway. The beast reared up, its torso stretching impossibly tall, at least 2 stories of muscle and madness. It slammed down with both fists, and Izuku barely rolled aside, though the impact cracked the bridge beneath it. A fragment of cobblestone lodged itself into his leg. He couldn't scream anymore. He could only run. He staggered forward, swiping with the whip in desperation. This time he aimed for the beast's neck, where tufts of matted fur clung to ridges of the spine. The whip snapped forward. It attempted to dig in, but only left superficial scrapes. Too thick. Too hard. His plan had been to sever the spinal column just like in the book. The book had lied. Or perhaps he didn't have the skill yet. The beast grabbed him. The claw the size of a small car clamped around his torso and lifted. Bones creaked. Ribs cracked. Blood spilled from his mouth as the pressure built and built and built. Then it threw him. He slammed into the stone with a wet crack. His vision blurred. His limbs refused to obey. Above him, the cleric beast roared again, blood spraying from its twisted maw. The last thing Izuku saw was its hand coming down fast, like judgment. And then black. Just as suddenly, he was in the hunter's dream. He gasped awake, jerking upright in the grass beneath the great tree. Cold sweat rolled down his skin. His wounds were gone. His body was restored. But the pain was still there. Ghostly. Lingering. And the fear? It was worse than ever. He laid on the stones, breathing heavy as air refused to fill his lungs. The air moved against this face and that caught him off guard. Wind. For the first time since he had been there, wind was in the hunter's dream. Before, it had been still dead, like the space between heartbeats. Now the grass rustled in gentle waves, the tall tree swayed, and somewhere in the distance, unseen chimes rang with ghostly music. He pushed himself slowly to his knees, his limbs trembling but whole. The dream had left no scars, all except slight silvery skin where bones once peeked through. His ribs were healed, his skin unbroken. He blinked up toward the hill. The doll was standing. Still. Graceful. Her eyes met his the moment he moved, and though she did not speak, her presence alone soothed the scream still echoing inside his chest. But something else had changed. The doors to the workshop stood open now, ajar just enough to beckon, the soft orange light of lanterns flickering within. He had gained insight. The notebook had warned him this would happen. The world will change. Things you could not see will make themselves known. It is not knowledge you gain, it is the removal of blindness. Izuku rose and walked toward the stairs, sparing a glance at the doll as he passed. She simply watched him with serene patience. The workshop was immaculately kept, but cold. Brass fixtures glowed with muted light. Wooden tables stood polished and unused. Books lined the walls, bound in strange leather and untouched by dust. But many of the tools were missing. According to the book, there should have been many: the blood gem workshop tool, the rune memorization tool, the haze extractor. All of the rarer and more advanced instruments were gone. What remained was basic toolkits for weapon enhancement, a single forge, and notes in faded ink. He ran his fingers along the edge of a workbench. Then a voice, sudden and close: "Aha! You must be the new hunter." Izuku spun. In the center of the room sat an old man in a wheelchair, thin and pale as wax, dressed in worn black and browns. His eyes, despite the shadows, gleamed with unnerving energy. "A young one at that," he added with a half-smile. "Welcome to the hunter's dream. This will be your home, for now." The man paused, as if confused by his own words. "I am Gehrman. Friend to hunters. You're sure to be in a fine haze about now, but don't think too hard about all of this. Just go out and kill a few beasts. It's for your own good. You know it's just what hunters do." The old man chuckled lightly. There was something brittle about the sound. "You'll get used to it," he said, his tone shifting slightly, "no matter your age." Izuku said nothing. He had already pulled the notebook from his pocket and was flipping through the pages. Gehrman tilted his head. This was once a safe haven for hunters. A proper workshop, where blood was used to enhance both weapon and flesh. As you've no doubt seen, we don't have the tools we once did. But you're welcome to what remains. He leaned closer in his chair, voice dropping to a whisper. "Even the doll, should it please you." Izuku grimaced at the words as he found the right page. Pages 10 and 11. The entry for Gehrman was warped ink smeared, lines corrupted as if madness had bled through the pen. What little could be read was fragmented, broken thoughts, contradictions and old, rusted grief. The doll's page was clearer. The doll will allow you to channel blood echoes, the essence of the old ones, into personal growth. Vitality. Strength. The expansion of the soul. The echoes can grant you mastery over weapons of immense size or attune your mind to the stars, and draw down cosmic wrath. But it will come at a cost. As you grow stronger, you grow further from what you once were. Izuku glanced at his arm. The hunter's mark had turned pitch black. No blood echoes, he vaguely remembered it being a deep blood red when he was talking to Gilbert. He had died to the cleric beast, losing what he had gathered. But he had some cold blood dew echoes stored in clumps of solidified blood, waiting to be broken. He would return to that massive beast. And next time, he would be stronger. A few bloodstone shards. Some trial and error, he had all the time in the world. Thankfully the forge was functional, if old. So he worked in that old, dusty and dark workshop for hours, his internal clock once well maintained by routine screamed that a day had passed, then two. Still he tinkered with the cane, testing its structure, balancing it with fresh plating and reforged blades. "Hello, good hunter." The voice was soft and warm. He turned and found her standing beside him. The doll. "I am a doll, here in this dream to look after you," she said gently. "Much younger than most who have visited. Honorable hunter, pursue the echoes of blood, and I will channel them into your strength. You will hunt beasts, and I will be here, to embolden your sickly spirit." She raised a pale hand and placed it gently on his head, her smile tender. By far the youngest hunter to ever visit this old doll. Izuku flushed and stammered. "Why yes. I read about you in my book. Sorry I didn't speak to you at first." She tilted her head. "Did the little ones give you the book?" "I would guess so. Have you spoken with Gehrman?" He nodded. She looked around the workshop, eyes screening for the old man with furrowed eyebrows. "He was a hunter, long, long ago, but now, he serves only to advise. He is obscure, unseen in the waking world. Still, he stays in this dream." She said it with such reverence, Izuku found himself nodding again without thinking. They spoke for a long time. She listened as he explained how the night had gone. How the city had felt. How broken it had made him. She smiled faintly, kindly, and told him most hunters didn't change their weapons at all, let alone improve them. She helped him channel the echoes he'd drawn from the cold blood. Together, they examined the core of his strength. His vitality, endurance, and strength were his weakest traits. His arcane unexpectedly was his highest. Behind that was skill, and then blood tinge. She helped him strengthen himself. Slightly. Barely noticeable in the body. But Izuku felt it in his soul. He stood at the edge of the hill, looking out over the silent gravestones and the swirling void beyond. The doll bowed lightly as he turned to leave. He bowed slightly back. The cane in his hand had changed. 3 inches longer. 1/4 of an inch thicker. The whip form now held far more blades. Its range had increased nearly a full foot. It was heavier. Harder to control. But deadlier. What he needed. Gehrman looked surprised as Izuku passed him on the way to the headstone that would return him to Central Yharnam. "Hunter," he said, eyes narrowing. "You're going back already?" Izuku didn't stop. He reached for the headstone and spoke clearly, "I'm going to kill that beast. And even if it killed him again, then that just means he needed to try again." Izuku appeared in Central Yharnam from near the lantern with his feet hitting the stone tiles softly. The transition from one place to another instantaneously still made him feel off-kilter and caused stars to blink in his eyes. He walked to Gilbert's window and exchanged a few pleasantries, Gilbert informing him that he had the strangest hit of déjà vu, cause he had talked to Izuku, remembered all their conversations, and yet as far as he could recall, this was Izuku's first time at his window since, well, he wasn't sure. After a few minutes of quiet conversation, Izuku began his trek to the bridge. However, Izuku hadn't expected the small groupings of enemies on the side path to be back. He blinked in disbelief at the shambling, snarling figures, the same mutated men he had slain only hours ago, alive once more, their wounds invisible, their hate renewed. Time does not pass here. The notebook had warned him. But to see it. For it to be reinforced in front of him. The moon still hung, pale and monstrous, in the exact position it had when he first stepped out of the clinic. No stars shifted. No clouds moved. The world was locked in an eternal instant, the god's power freezing Yharnam in a silent, burning tableau of slaughter. Izuku forced the thoughts away. The new length and serration of his whip paid off immediately. Where once he struggled, now he shredded. The whip snapped through flesh and bone with a savage ease not present before, the blades biting deep into warped muscle. His heightened skill made the world seem to slow around him. He saw the slight dip of a shoulder before a cleaver swung, the twitch of a hand before a torch arced. He moved through them with far more ease than he once had. Kill after kill after kill. Each death drilled deeper into his skull. Each drop of blood brought another knife of pain to his temples, a mind-splitting headache that blurred his vision and bent his knees. When he reached the archway leading to the bridge, he hesitated. Fear clawed at him. The cleric beast. So far, the strongest thing he had fought in the nightmare that was his new life. Steeling himself, he passed under the arch. The creature noticed him instantly. It uncoiled from the shadows, its hulking frame grotesque and twitching with barely contained violence. Even knowing its size from before did not prepare him for its speed. With a single leap, it crossed the distance between them. Like a mountain falling. Izuku's perception sharpened, slotting everything into a slower speed. He dove under the cleric beast's first strike, rolling through the still wet pool of blood that marked where his first attempt had ended. A small burst of energy accompanied the old blood that now clung to his clothes, to his skin, its sickly sweet rot filling his nostrils and burning his lungs. The blood high surged, more violent, more eager. With a click, his cane snapped into whip form. Izuku lashed out at the beast's thick, gnarled ankle, blades digging deep. The cleric beast howled, the sound tearing across the bridge like a living blade. Blood gushed from the wound, spraying over Izuku's hands, his face, his open mouth. He gagged on the taste but didn't stop. The whip ripped free with a harsh tug. The cleric beast staggered, lashing out blindly. A resounding click. Izuku stabbed the cane like a spear into the monster's kneecap, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone shattering under the force. But pain fueled the monster. It twisted with inhuman agility, claws raking across Izuku's chest. Blood exploded from the tears in his flesh. He screamed, but his body moved faster than his mind did. A blood vial stabbed into an artery in his leg, dumping the cursed healing ichor into his veins. His wounds knitted closed almost instantly, the cursed magic stitching meat and bone together with burning agony. The whip cracked into form once again. Twice, he slashed the beast's face, aiming for the vulnerable slits of its eyes. The cleric beast shrieked in rage, swiping blindly. One claw barely missed his skull, shearing a gouge into the bridge stones behind him. Keep moving. Break it down. He fired his pistol 6 shots into the beast's gaping maw. The bullets cracked through teeth and bone. The cleric beast staggered, clutching its bleeding face. Izuku seized the moment. He dashed forward, drove the cane through the beast's jaw, and wrenched it sideways with all his strength. The monster's lower mandible split with a wet crack, hanging loose by strands of sinew. Blood painted the world around him. Chunks of shredded flesh clung to his clothes, his hair. The bridge stank of gunpowder, meat, and fresh rot. Victory was in his grasp until the beast, blind with rage, lashed out. Its massive claw caught him midair, slamming him like a doll into the bridge wall. He heard the snap of his spine. Felt ribs shatter. Pain, deep and black, swallowed him whole. Rule 1, always focus on survival. Never get greedy. Izuku would not forget again. He fought. And died. And fought again. The second, third, fourth, fifth deaths came swiftly, blinded by anger, by panic, by desperation. Only when he embraced strategy, calculation, did he begin to endure. The head. The arms. Weak points. The head was weak to bullets, obviously, but not truly. It would shrug off 5 shots to the temple, the 6th seemed to break its fury for a moment and send it into panic. Almost always granting him an opportunity to plunge his cane into its temple, or jaw. Yet even with a hole in its skull and blood pooling with thick globs of brain matter, it fought on just the same. The arms were also similarly weak, but in a different vein. He could not slice them off with his whip, the bones were too thick, the beast's main arm was large and grotesque, able to withstand a beating. It was the other arm that was his target. If he wrapped the bladed whip around the wrist, elbow, or shoulder of the beast and pulled, then tendons would rip. The agony of such an attack almost always seemed to cause it to jump back, retreat and scream in agony. He learned the way the beast's muscles moved before it struck. Learned the signs of its coming rage after every exploit of its weaknesses. The vulnerable moments when it cradled its wounded smaller arm and how to make it last. On his 20th attempt, he struck with fire. A Molotov cocktail smashed into the cleric beast's face, flames engulfing it in a howling inferno. It screamed, dropping to its knees, thick claws peeled into burning, stinking flesh in an attempt to put out the flames. Izuku didn't hesitate. He drove the cane into the beast's eye socket, then slammed his foot down on the handle, forcing the weapon deeper until the eye burst and bone cracked, spraying gore down the beast's matted chest. The thing staggered backward, half-blinded. He was on it instantly, hacking at exposed arteries, slicing tendons, pulling the whip taut around its arm and sawing back to shred meat and muscle. The beast tried to grab the whip, tried to wrench it free. Izuku drew his pistol and unloaded every round he had into its ruined face. It staggered back, body swaying as it roared up into the sky in agony. A sharp pull and the whip was free from the bloody limb, shearing through muscle. Izuku seized the momentum. He ran at it full tilt, jumping onto the harshly bent legs of the beast and using them as a springboard to soar over its head. With an unnatural grace, Izuku twisted in the air, flicked his wrist, and the long chain of blades encircled the throat of the monster that kept killing him. Over and over again. The wet hate from before flared as he fell onto its back as the whip came taut, and pulled. The cleric beast gave one final, wet, gurgling roar as its head was sliced off its shoulders. The bridge trembled. The silence that followed was oppressive. Izuku stood amidst the wreckage, panting. The creature's remains were unrecognizable. Viscera coated the stones. Chunks of bone and muscle littered the once clean bridge. Blood, both the beast's and his own, soaked him completely, dripping from his fingertips, matting his hair to his scalp. The triumph he'd thought he would feel never came. Instead, the bloodlust drained from him like air from a punctured lung. The sight of what he had done, the smell of burned organs and torn flesh, churned his stomach violently. His hands shook uncontrollably. He had meant to kill it quickly. Mercifully. Instead, he had butchered it. Worse, as the memories of his previous deaths flooded back, dying while choking on his own blood, being eaten alive, rotting away limb by limb, the regret was drowned in raw, animal relief. He hadn't killed out of mercy. He had killed to survive. He staggered to the edge of the bridge and fell to his knees, retching bile and blood onto the stones. Tears blurred his vision. What could I have done differently? He didn't know anymore. Maybe if he had studied longer, planned better, been stronger. But the truth was simpler. In Yharnam, there was no room for mercy. You killed. Or you were killed. And deep inside, a terrible, shivering truth dug its claws into Izuku's heart. He didn't want to die anymore. He would do whatever it took to live. No matter what it made him. No matter how many tears he would shed to do it. Once Izuku found the energy to stand, he began searching the beast for anything left from its days as a cleric of the healing church. While the search in total was futile, he did find one thing on its still lightly steaming corpse. A badge, small, worn, stained in old blood. Izuku turned it over in his hand. As he did, something strange happened. Some of the words in his notebook, the ones that had previously blurred and bled together, twisted into madness, shifted. They realigned, became legible. He realized then, the badges weren't just proof of a kill, or an award or allegiance to and from certain hunter orders. They were keys. Failsafes. Only those who earned the right to bear them could decipher the knowledge they protected. Schematics for trick weapons, forbidden rites. Secrets not meant for outsiders. Tucking the badge carefully away, he made his way to the door at the end of the bridge and tried to open it. At first he held hope as he pushed, pulled and fumbled with the solid metal knob. Izuku could feel a bitter panic building as he pounded on the door, hoping that someone would open it and allow him to progress deeper into the city, hopefully closer to those who the moon needed dead. Whoever they were. Eventually, he gave up. The door was too thick and reinforced for him to break through easily, and he had no idea what was on the other side. The situation left him with one final path. The side of the city furthest from the lamp. He would need to head down the paths he had ignored or decided to write off till after his full exploitation of the areas closest to the lamp to safety were finished. And now that all that was left was the path to Eden Chapel, it was no longer an optional place for him to head. Now Izuku would be lying if he said his natural curiosity wasn't burning to find out all he could about the city, even if it was buried under fear. So he found himself in an alleyway, hopefully heading to his destination. The alley was narrow, choked with cages. Inside each cage, dogs, if they could still be called that, snarled and snapped, mutated jaws foaming with rage. Some were too far gone to even stand, their bodies twisted and mangled. Izuku hesitated. They couldn't fight back. Not really. His whip cracked out once, twice, slicing through the cages, through flesh and bone. Each yelp tore at his heart worse than any claw ever could. He hated this. The blood high wanted to cheer. Wanted to savor the power. Izuku crushed it underfoot the best he could. Past the cages, the cries of an old woman drifted down the street. A heavy wooden door rattled as a beast, an enormous, skeletal dog, threw itself against it, scratching and barking with relentless hunger. It had already carved deep gouges into the wood, and another few minutes would have seen it inside. Izuku approached silently. With a single, precise whip crack, he severed the beast's head from its body. It collapsed without a sound. He stepped toward the door, raising a hand to knock, when a raspy voice snapped from the other side. "Oh, you're a hunter, aren't ya? If you hunters got off your arses, we wouldn't be in this mess. You're obligated to help me, you hear? So what'll it be? Are you gonna tell me if there's a safe place, or not?" Izuku froze. Safe places? His heart leapt at the idea, but no, the notebook hadn't mentioned any sanctuaries yet. Still, he couldn't just leave her hopeless. And no, ma'am. I am new to the town, but if I find a safe place, I'll tell you. I promise, he stammered, trying to sound braver than he felt. A scoff, heavy with bitterness. I should have known. You good for nothing. No respect for the elderly, that's what it is, specially you young uns. Outsiders, bah. You think we're all mad, don't ya? Well, go on, stuff it. I know all your tricks. The malice in her voice made Izuku take an involuntary step back. He swallowed the lump in his throat and hurried down the street. He would find her a safe place. He had to. Even if it was just one person tonight, he would be a hero to someone. The next path led downward, a long staircase spiraling into a warehouse. The air grew colder. The space past the stairs was massive, it sprawled downward in layers, stairs leading to ladders and an open pit to the open sewerage, walkways strung across it like spiderwebs. Something caught his eye behind a wall of stacked crates and barrels just moments before he descended into the warehouse, a broken wall, half concealed. Izuku smashed the debris aside with careful swings of his cane. Beyond, a narrow, crumbling wooden walkway looped above the warehouse's ground floor. He moved slowly across the suspended path, feeling every creak and groan of the aged boards beneath his boots. The faint smell of rot and old blood drifted up from below. Scavenging as he went, he found a few blood vials and bullets hidden in crates and splintered boxes. He stopped at the first bridge. A corpse hung upside down by its legs, swaying gently in the stale breeze. Bloodstone shards glinted from a pouch tucked into its pocket. Izuku edged closer. With careful, almost surgical movements, he hooked the body with his cane and reeled it in, snatching the stones without disturbing the precarious balance. The second corpse held a greater prize. A saw weapon, strapped across its back, heavy, rusted, but functional. He pulled it free and tied it carefully to his pack. At the far end of the walkway, a miracle, an open doorway leading out into the night again. The cold air slapped him as he stepped outside. And there, by the fence, a figure stood waiting. Tall. Shrouded in black. Feathered cloak fluttering like a living thing in the night wind. A bleached white plague doctor's mask stared down at him, empty-eyed and ancient. Izuku's heart jumped into his throat. He forced himself forward, cautious. "You hi," he squeaked. The figure turned. "Oh, well now. Aren't you a bit young to be out during a hunt?" The woman's voice was sharp but not unkind. Stern, yes, but carrying something Izuku hadn't heard in hours, concern. She eyed him, taking in the blood-stained clothes, the whip and gun at his belt. By those weapons and that outfit, a hunter, aren't ya? And an outsider, too, I wager. What a mess you've gotten caught up in and on a night like this. Izuku absent-mindedly noted she said hunter as hunter, with such conviction at that he imagined she had been doing it her whole life. She let out a heavy sigh, then beckoned him over. Here. Welcome to the hunt, little crow. She handed him 4 yellowed scraps of parchment. Bold hunter's marks. You're moon-touched, you'll know how to use M. Izuku blinked. How did you know I am moon-touched? I thought it wasn't obvious. The woman chuckled dryly. Moon-touched hunters carry a glow about them. Soft as moonlight. Those who can see it, feel it. It's not a sight most welcome in Yharnam these days. Her tone grew harder. Prepare yourself, young one. There are no humans left. Only beasts in human skin. She gave him a firm pat on the back, surprisingly warm through her thick gloves, and turned to the open night air she had been gazing into before his arrival. But Izuku lingered. He didn't want to be alone again. Even a minute longer standing next to someone alive made the cold inside him ease. She turned back, sensing his hesitation. Still lingering about? What's wrong, little crow? Afraid of a few beasts? She grabbed his shoulders, gripping tight enough that he felt it through his coat. Her masked gaze bore into him, black voids that seemed to see everything he wanted to hide. Without fear in our hearts, she said softly, we're little different from the beasts themselves. She gave him a light shove. Shake off your cape and keep huntin'. You'll stop trembling soon enough. A hunter must hunt. Her words rang in his chest like a bell. Not grandiose. Not inspiring. But real. Exactly what he needed. The last few hours had nearly broken him. He had lost his humanity, even if only for seconds. Had let hate and rage guide his hands. But the bloodlust, it was a tool. It wasn't him. If he could learn to use it without being swallowed by it, if he could hunt his way, then maybe, just maybe, he could survive this nightmare. Maybe he could still be Izuku Midoriya. He straightened his back, tightened his grip on his weapons, bowed slightly to the crow hunter, and turned toward the fog-choked streets once more. He could fight it. Claim that he could master the bloodlust, the blood high that kept his legs going and his mind sharp during the fights. But even as the thought crossed his mind, he knew better, deep down. He wouldn't be able to change this world, it would change him. But he could still lie to himself and claim he could be Izuku Midoriya by the end of it all. Not long after his encounter with the crow hunter, Izuku would find himself ankle-deep in stinking muck. In his hand he held a skull that was almost warm to the touch. The notebook called it a madman's knowledge. Somehow he had found it in the sewerage tucked behind a pack of giant, slavering rats with eyes like burning embers. His mind somersaulted with sensations as he kept moving forward, breathing heavy. Maybe he hadn't gotten as good at controlling the bloodlust as he thought. But he was getting better. Another lie. A lie he told himself as he trudged through the filth and fought through a cluster of living corpses, sagging, rotted men and women who groaned and flailed with ruined hands. Their appearance no longer shocked him as it once had. He felt the horror dull at the edges, replaced by a low, cold acceptance. He had seen things worse in movies back in his world. But the killing, every strike that severed a head, every whip that tore through belly and bone, every gurgling death rattle, it still made his stomach churn with disgust. Not just because of how it made him feel, but because of what it didn't. When the blood high was roaring in his ears, he found unending joy in the noises they made as he crushed bones underfoot. Even after his affirmations to himself to survive no matter the cost, he knew that the cost truly might be too much. Izuku returned to the dream a few times after the sewer crawl, sometimes by choice, sometimes dragged back by death thanks to one or more of the dead things faking their second death so well. He wouldn't trust a corpse again. Between each visit, he built. He tinkered. He managed to improve his pistol. An extended barrel, welded with shaky but determined hands, helped stabilize his aim. It wasn't a massive improvement, but it felt good to shape something with purpose instead of just destroying. Each time the doll helped him grow stronger, he felt it. Subtle at first. Deeper breaths. A stronger heartbeat. A resilience against the endless ache. It was as if the transfusion, the cursed blood that had twisted him into this half-thing, was finally settling into his bones, making him a part of this world more and more. Then he found the little girl. A tiny voice, quivering behind a barred window. The wood was splintered and old, the iron grate bolted hastily across it. Beyond it, he could just make out a small, trembling figure tucked away in the dark, a child, too fragile for the horrors gnawing at Yharnam's broken bones. Alone. Abandoned. Left behind while the city devoured itself. A voice, barely a whisper, floated to him. Who are you? She sounded terrified. Small. Izuku went to speak, only a small utterance exited his lips before she spoke once more. I don't know your voice, but I know that smell. Are you a hunter? Izuku pressed closer, heart pounding painfully against his ribs. He struggled to find his voice. He didn't want to frighten her. "Why yes," he said softly. "I'm a hunter." A small, shuddering breath. Then, "Please, please, will you look for my mum?" The words tumbled out of her in a frantic rush. Daddy never came back from the hunt, and she went to find him. But now she's gone too. I'm all alone. And I'm so scared. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. He knelt down by the window, trying to sound calm, strong like the heroes he had once admired. "I'll find her," he promised. I swear." There was a long silence. Then, carefully, a tiny hand reached through the bars, pressing something into his palm. It was small, delicate. A music box. Worn, but lovingly cared for. "Really? Oh. Thank you," she gasped, her voice breaking with hope. She clung to that hope like a drowning sailor to a piece of driftwood. "My mum wears a red jeweled brooch," she explained breathlessly. "It's so big and beautiful. You won't miss it." Izuku closed his fingers around the music box gently, as if it were made of glass. The little girl's voice softened, almost fond. "I mustn't forget. If you find my mom, give her this music box." A sniffle. It plays one of Daddy's favorite songs. And when Daddy forgets us, we play it for him. So he remembers. A sad little laugh, forced and fragile. "Mum's so silly. Running off without it." She repeated herself again, the way small children do when trying desperately to be heard. "Remember. My mum wears a red jeweled brooch. So big and beautiful that there is no way you could miss it. And if you find her, please give her the music box before she gets to Daddy." Izuku pressed the box against his chest for a moment, feeling the faint warmth left by her tiny hands. The weight of the promise was crushing. He looked back down the street, the smoke, the fire, the death waiting around every corner. The memory still burned. It boiled in his veins like molten iron. He had sworn to find her mother. Sworn. But even as he tucked the music box safely into his pouch, a terrible gnawing fear chewed at his heart. He was already too late. He tried to push those emotions down as he kept his feet moving through more muck and gunk that clotted the sewerage. He needed to make it to some ladder to even make his way to Eden Chapel. For some reason the path the notebook was taking him was through the stinking sludge. Into the smallest, foulest artery of the city's veins. The walls sweated with filth. The air was so thick it clung to his skin like mold. Every step sent ripples through the murky water. Somewhere ahead, something shifted. A part of him wished he had climbed the ladder at the entrance to the tunnel he found himself in. A low, wet scraping noise echoed from the inky blackness in front of Izuku, his shoulders tensed. The sewer shook as a horrible screech exploded from the darkness. Something massive, far too massive, shoved itself down the tunnel. In the brief glimpse before it struck, he saw yellowed tusks, blood-clotted bristles, a wide mouth steaming rot. A pig. A monster the size of a truck, snorting and grunting, its bloated body barreling forward. Before he could move, the pig's head slammed into him like a battering ram, hurling him into the filthy water. His body screamed in protest, but adrenaline dulled the pain. Move. Fight. Survive. A click echoed in the tunnel, the sound of his cane snapping into whip form. The blades carved a burning line across the pig's snout. The creature bellowed, a sound so deep it rattled Izuku's teeth. Its black blood gushed in ropes across the stone. The pig charged again, but here, in the wider part of the tunnel, Izuku had space. He dodged left, rolling to his feet in a splash of fetid water. The whip lashed out again and again, reducing the pig's hind legs to shredded meat. Tendons snapped. Bone gleamed through flaps of ruined flesh. The monster stumbled, squealing in rage. Izuku didn't hesitate. He snapped his cane back into its hardened form, drove it into the side of the pig's massive skull, and wrenched. There was a crack, a sick, wet finality. The beast dropped. Its carcass was bigger than any cart or carriage Izuku had ever seen. Which meant loot. He grimaced and set to work, gutting the thing. Entrails spilled out in coils of slick, foul-smelling horror, coating him from boots to shoulders. By the time he finished, he had 6 precious blood vials tucked into his pouch and smelled worse than anything he could imagine. Even the blood high couldn't numb the stench. Gritting his teeth, Izuku pressed onward. Past the pig's broken body, the sewer opened into a larger chamber. 2 corpses lay slumped in the shallow water. One carried more blood vials. The other. Izuku's heart skipped. A badge. The Saw Hunter's badge. He pocketed it carefully. The information it unlocked wasn't complete yet, but each badge peeled back another layer of mystery. Another piece of the old hunter's world was revealed. He climbed out of the sewer through a heavy door tucked near a crumbling drop, hauling himself up a rusted ladder. The stench clung to him like a second skin. At the top, more mob members. A hulking hunchback loomed near a giant mound of tinder, stacked high and ready to burn. Izuku wasted no time. One crack of the whip brought a shield-wielding man crashing down. His torch dropped and the tinder caught. The fire roared to life, bright and furious. Panicked, the hunchback shoved the flaming ball down the bridge. The rest of the mob didn't even have time to scream. The flaming mass tore through them like a meteor, scattering bodies in its wake. The hunchback was burned, staggering, half-mad with pain. Izuku ended it swiftly with a blow to the spine. The bridge was quiet again save for the crackling of embers and the stink of burnt flesh. He scavenged through the bodies, collecting bullets and vials, before spotting something unusual. An elevator. Old, wrought iron. And steel, humming faintly. Izuku hesitated. It reminded him of the ancient elevators from the black and white movies he used to watch with his mom when she still had time for nights off. When she still had time for him. Memories ached in his chest. The elevator rattled upward. Short, simple. A tight ascent. And when the doors opened his breath caught. He knew this street. Near Gilbert's window. Near safety. A shortcut. Relief poured through him, almost enough to make him cry. He grinned for the first time in what felt like hours. Hell YA. A shortcut, he whispered fiercely, his voice cracking under the pressure of it all. One small victory. Still, he pushed himself forward, heading back down the elevator and pulling out the music box as he walked down the large stone bridge, the corpses around him charred and slashed. A small music box received from a young Yarnum girl. It plays a song shared by her mother and father. Inside the lid is a small scrap of paper, perhaps an old message. Two names can be made out, however faintly, Viola and Gascoigne. If Izuku had to describe the music box, that would be it. He held it in shaking hands as it rang out its melodies softly into the night air. Izuku closed the music box with trembling fingers. His stomach roiled as he stepped through the cracked gate into the cemetery. The smell hit first thick, cloying, a brutal blend of blood and cold earth. It clung to the back of his throat, suffocating. He gagged but forced himself forward, boots crunching on loose gravel and shattered bones. Ahead, in the half-light cast by broken lanterns, stood a man. Tall, broad-shouldered, dressed in the blackened, tattered garb of a Yarnum priest. And drenched in blood. Not the old, darkened stains of beasts. Fresh, bright red, human. Bodies lay scattered around him, slumped against gravestones and crumpled in the mud. Some were little more than torn cloth and pulp, but others. Faces. Human faces. Eyes open, frozen mid-scream. Some still clutched at mortal wounds as if they had been trying to beg, or pray. Izuku staggered back a step, his heart hammering. The man's chest heaved with heavy, ragged breaths. A low mutter floated on the chill air. Beasts all over the shop. You'll be one of them, sooner or later. The voice was gravel dragged across stone, deep and hollow. The bloodlust pouring from the man was a tangible thing, thick, oppressive, so powerful it left Izuku feeling suffocated, like a rabbit staring into the maw of a wolf. The sludge villain had terrified him. The cleric beast had overwhelmed him. But this was hatred made flesh. Murder distilled into its purest form. Before Izuku could even think to react, the priest moved. Not a lurch, not a shuffle, but a hunter's dash, swift and brutal. Steel glinted. A massive axe, already slick with blood, swung in a deadly arc toward Izuku's head. Pain bloomed. White-hot, instantaneous. His left arm was gone, not severed cleanly, but shredded, the bones twisted and flesh torn as the axe glanced off and ripped away half his limb in a spray of blood. Before the scream could even escape his throat, another sound ripped through the cemetery. BLAM. The blunderbuss fired. A scatter of burning hot lead tore into his legs, shattering bone and ripping tendons. He collapsed. Hard. The gravel tore at his hand and cheeks as he hit the ground, the world spinning in a swirl of pain and horror. Blood spilled from him in torrents, soaking into the cracked, dry soil. His vision blurred. Consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. The last thing he saw was the priest towering over him, axe glinting under the grim moonlight, eyes hidden behind a bloodied scarf. A man who had once been something noble now reduced to rage. To ruin. To beast. And then darkness took him. With a gasp, Izuku shot upright in the hunter's dream. Pain lanced through his chest, arms, and legs, ghostly echoes of wounds that no longer bled. He clutched at himself instinctively, half expecting to find torn muscle, shattered bones, but his body was whole. Yet the ache remained. Phantom pain. The memory of the man's axe, the crushing weight of defeat was burned into his nerves. Whoever that man was. He was merciless. A hunter, through and through. But unlike the Crow Lady. Unlike himself. This man had lost everything to his bloodlust. Whatever humanity he once clung to had drowned under the tide of rage. And yet, who else could it have been? The little girl's father. Viola. Gascoigne. The names floated like ashes across his mind. Good hunter? The doll's voice reached him through the haze, soft and concerned. Why are you just sitting there? Is it some sort of game? Izuku blinked, dragging himself back into the now. The dream's gentle wind stirred his hair. The faint scent of old parchment and iron filled the air. No. I was thinking, he said, voice cracking slightly. I need to speak with Gehrman. Do you know where he is? The doll smiled kindly. I believe he is in the workshop at the moment. Farewell, good hunter. May you find your worth in the waking world. Thank you, doll, he mumbled, rising to his feet with a wince. The workshop was warm compared to the cool expanse of the dream, filled with the faint scent of oil and scorched metal. Lanterns flickered low, casting long, deep shadows between the bookshelves and tool racks. Gehrman was there, of course, sitting near a heavy oak table, fiddling with an ancient blunderbuss. Izuku hesitated at the door. He knew the old man didn't love being interrupted when he was reading or tinkering. Gehrman had already grumbled more than once about Izuku's endless scouring of every book and scrap of parchment in the place. It was understandable, really. But how could he stop? The dream held secrets. Even if some of it, like the battered manual titled, How to Pick Up Fair Maidens, was less than useful at the moment. Still, hidden among the nonsense, Izuku had found treasures, old hunters' notes about the weaknesses of monstrous beasts larger than mountains. Fragments of lore about chalices and the cursed depths they could unlock. Techniques and rituals from a time when the first hunters still thought the hunt a blessing rather than a curse. One art had caught Izuku's attention above all others. Quickening. Tucked between entries about blood-sheathing weapons and attuning to cosmic forces, Quickening spoke of something different. Awakening the old blood within one's veins. Shifting the body between reality and illusion. Dodging attacks by slipping through space itself. Some of the old masters could turn a step into a 20-foot flash of movement. A hunter empowered by Quickening could cut monsters down before they could even react. But every old text agreed, it required training from an experienced hunter. And a body already saturated with old blood. Izuku's hand flexed at his side. The old blood was already inside him. He just needed the knowledge. He swallowed hard, then approached. Gehrman was mid-lecture, as usual. And that, boy, is why you never, ever try to ride a dark beast. No matter how tempting it seems. Izuku blinked, thrown off. Why would you even try that? Gehrman chuckled, a low, rattling sound like distant thunder. It was my youth. When the hunts first started, we treated them more like games. Bloody foolishness, lookin' back. Izuku smiled awkwardly but quickly sobered. Gehrman, can I ask a favor? The old hunter sighed, setting down his weapon with a heavy clunk. What is it now? You've read DMN near everything in this bloody place. What more could you possibly want? Izuku hesitated, then squared his shoulders. Fear was still there. Still gnawing. But he wouldn't let it freeze him this time. I found something in one of the books. About Quickening. See, can you teach me? I know it's a lot to ask, but I really want to learn it. I think it could help me survive. His words spilled out in a rush, tangled and desperate. Gehrman went still. For a long, heavy moment, the only sound was the crackling fire in the hearth. When the old man finally spoke, his voice was low, almost reverent. Quickening. He leaned back in his chair, studying Izuku with a gaze that suddenly felt heavy, evaluative. That's not a question I've heard in a long, long time, Gehrman said, his smile sad and sharp all at once. Most hunters today ain't got the stomach for it. Nor patience. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I suppose I could teach you the basics. Give you a taste of it. But listen well, boy. He leaned forward, shadows gathering around the lines of his face. If I teach you this, you're on your own from there. No more asking for old arts. You figure out the rest yourself. You bleed for it. You fight for it. That's the way of the hunt. The seriousness in his voice made Izuku's spine stiffen. No teasing. No lightness. This was a binding. A vow. Izuku swallowed hard and bowed deeply. Thank you, Gehrman. I promise. I won't ask for another. The old hunter laughed under his breath, shaking his head. Maybe you'll survive this yet. Izuku would continue to hunt the streets of Yharnam periodically after his deal with Gehrman. Mostly to make up for the sheer quantity of blood echoes lost to the man in the cemetery. However, he also used it to get more accustomed to killing, and using his weapons in general. Most of all, it was to use up his free time. He would keep this up for days at a time, mentally logging hours and minutes as best as he could. Spending more time in the dream learning from Gehrman and tinkering than fighting. The first time Izuku actually achieved Quickening, it hurled him straight off the edge of the hunter's dream. One moment he was standing firm, feeling the strange pull of the old blood humming under his skin, and the next, reality shifted. The world bent sideways, light twisted into knives, and he plummeted into the black void beyond the cliffs. He fell for what felt like half an hour, the wind screaming past him. The fall ended with a wet, final crack as he slammed into something unseen and died. When he returned, gasping on the dewy grass under the old tree, he staggered upright and half-limped back toward the workshop. He found Gehrman inside still laughing. The old man clutched his stomach, tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. Izuku flushed crimson, somewhere between mortified and furious. At least Gehrman had a sense of humor. The doll, however, did not find it amusing. She scolded him sternly, her soft voice taking on a sharper, motherly edge that made Izuku duck his head like a guilty child. "You must exercise caution, good hunter," she chided gently, brushing blood and dream stuff from his jacket like a mother cleaning her son before guests arrived. "Recklessness will not carry you far in the waking world or in this one." It reminded him painfully of his mom, not the one from the last few years, but the one from his childhood. It made him promise, silently, to be better. The road to mastering quickening was long and brutal. By the dream's strange clock, it took 8 days. By Izuku's internal clock, it was 3 weeks. One of them had to be right, or else he was losing time more and more. Every time he returned to Yharnam, the moon hung in the exact same place, high and bloated, unblinking. The beasts returned with the same screams and the same bloodlust. The streets smelled of the same coppery rot. And yet not everything was the same. The loot they dropped varied, sometimes an abundance of bullets and blood vials, other times almost nothing. Reality was not quite fixed anymore, or perhaps there had always been some variation. When his body ached too much from quickening practice to do anything else, he wandered Yharnam. His free time, as he called it. Clearing the same streets. Fighting the same beasts. Again. And again. And again. At first it was torture. Then it became something else. Soothing, in a horrible way. The repetition dulled the panic. The kills became mechanical reflexes honed like a blade, not driven by hatred or frenzy but cold, deliberate precision. It kept his mind busy. It kept him from thinking too hard about how much time had passed in the waking world. It kept him from remembering that he had been murdered. And that he was getting better at it. At least now. Now he would be ready to fight that hunter soon. Both Gehrman and the doll noticed it after a while. The strangeness. Every time Izuku strengthened himself, every time the doll channeled blood echoes into his form, the results were unnatural. One upgrade to his was unnaturally potent in comparison to most other hunters. His reflexes sharpened faster than any they had seen. His blood, his mind, his spirit all changed with alarming speed. Yharnam was unnatural. The dream was unnatural. But this was something different. For the doll, he reminded her of Gehrman's earliest, brightest students. Hunters who had not yet broken under the weight of endless nights. Or perhaps he was something else entirely. She watched him scribbling madly at the workbench, complex blueprints for weapons, tools, upgrades sketched out in neat, obsessive strokes. 1,000 tiny improvements. 1,000 ideas sparked from blood and desperation. He built as much as he fought. Most hunters surrendered to the hunt, to the will of the moon. Izuku adapted. He used it. The moon itself seemed pleased, in its cold, unfathomable way. Even Gehrman's nightmares, once so thick they choked the air around the workshop, had lessened. And her own thoughts had grown lighter. The dream, long stagnant and sorrowful, moved again. All because of him. For Gehrman, it was like seeing echoes of the old days. When the first students came to him, hungry for knowledge. Before the despair, before the regret. He saw it in the way Izuku hung on every word, even the stupid stories. Even the failures. The boy didn't laugh at them. He learned from them. Quickening was supposed to be a one-time gift. A small piece of the old ways, nothing more. But how could he refuse when the kid's entire face lit up with excitement every time a new secret was unearthed? No hunter had ever bent the dream to their whim before. No hunter had ever stirred it awake. Still, Gehrman couldn't explain the strange trinkets that started appearing. Small, colorful figures made of dreamstuff heroes in bright spandex armor, locked in poses of defiance and hope. They hadn't been there before. They clashed horribly with the solemn gravestones and somber workshops. But somehow, they fit. Izuku Midoriya was changing the dream, how or why Gehrman could not explain. And maybe, just maybe, there was a chance of the long night ending with a celebration instead of a somber procession. Instead of him having to pick up his burial blade once more, maybe something different could happen. Fear the hunter who's lost his way. For madness claimed his mind one day. In search of blood, he drowned in flood. Of beastly rage and shadowed hood. Once priest, once man, now naught but beast. Grant him rest. Bring him peace. If Izuku's estimation was even close to correct, it had been nearly 2 months since he was dragged into this godforsaken land. 2 months since the clinic. 2 months since the screaming streets. 2 months since the blood had soaked into his very bones. That, however, was documented time. The clock in the dream ticked on and on endlessly. Izuku's internal clock was telling him 3 months, closing in on 4. Yet he had nothing to go on for what was even real. Slowly he felt himself losing track of time, and finding himself not caring. He would find a way home somehow. No matter how long it took. The time passing hadn't been without progress, however. 3 days ago, or some loose approximation of that length after endless failures, he had managed it. Quickening. Not by accident this time. Not from sheer panic. But on purpose. Once. Just once so far. A single, fleeting instant where the world bent, and he slipped between the cracks of reality itself. It had nearly broken him to reach that point. Gehrman had warned him. It's slow, boy. Painfully slow. Takes years for most to master it properly without help. Without a conduit. The old hunter's words rang clear in his mind. A conduit, something that could focus and enhance quickening, would be a miracle to find in Yharnam's ruins. Nearly impossible. But Gehrman had smiled, that rare, sly glint in his ancient eyes, and clapped him on the back. With enough blood, enough will, even miracles can be clawed out of the hunt. Izuku still wasn't impressed by his own abilities. Not yet. But the confidence Gehrman had in him had started to take root. If someone like Gehrman, one of the oldest, deadliest hunters in history, believed in him, if he thought Izuku could survive the dream, could escape it, then maybe, just maybe, Izuku could believe it too. And if even that faltered, then the doll's quiet, constant support would carry him the rest of the way. She treated him differently from the others. She didn't see a burden. She didn't see a failure. She saw him. When the blood burned wrong in his veins, when his body shook with hate and horror at the sight of the mob laughing, speaking, looking human. She was there. A soft hand on his shoulder. Kind words murmured in a voice like velvet. Maybe it was because she reminded him of something long buried. Maybe it was because they reminded him of how his parents used to be. One a confident pillar strong enough to lean on. The other a soft blanket warm, shielding him from a world that only wanted to hurt him. If only his father had seen past the surface. Past the cursed genetics that branded Izuku as useless. Maybe he wouldn't have been abandoned. Maybe he wouldn't have learned to flinch every time Bakugo's voice called out to him in the halls. Maybe he wouldn't have needed to run every day, bloody knees, broken heart, eyes always searching for an escape. Maybe he could have been happy being just Izuku. Not a hero. Not a miracle. Just a boy. But the past couldn't be changed. It was another dead thing, rotting behind him. He couldn't change where he ran. He couldn't change the hate in Bakugo's eyes. He could only choose to keep moving. The wind over Yharnam's broken rooftops carried the stench of blood and soot as Izuku tightened the strap of his belt, double-checking his bag and supplies as the wind tickled his nose. There was an old woman waiting. And a little girl, clutching hope like a fading flame. He would not fail them. Not because he wasn't afraid. Not because he wasn't broken. But because, despite everything, despite the gnawing fear clawing at his insides, he refused to stop. He stepped back into the cursed streets of Yharnam. The stones were wet with fresh blood. The air vibrated with distant screams. A hunter's path is never easy. But it was his path now. And he would walk it. The beating of Izuku's heart echoed like a war drum in his ears, a constant reminder that this wasn't just some fragile dream he could wake from. Each step up the cracked stone stairs toward the cemetery felt heavier than the last. He would be climbing these stairs hundreds of times if he failed. And he couldn't afford failure. He had read every book he could get his hands on in the workshop, A Hunter's Guide to Guns. Identify weakness. Principles of old blood manipulation. Izuku might not be human anymore, not fully, but neither was this hunter. Whoever he was more. He had scoured what little remained of the hunter registries. There weren't many left. Yharnam had devoured most records along with the people. This man could only be one of 5, Henrique, Gascoigne, Adam, Luca, Charles, the 5 hunters of Central Yharnam. And Izuku had seen 3 corpses already slumped over altars, discarded among rubble. That narrowed it down. And from the note tucked inside the music box, from the way the name Gascoigne echoed in his mind like a funeral bell, he could only hope it wasn't him. If it was, it would likely mean the little girl's mother was already among the cold, nameless corpses piling in Yharnam's gutters. The moment Izuku set foot on the cracked stones of the graveyard, the air changed. Heavy. Electric. The hunter moved instantly. No words. No warning. A black blur of rage and steel, roaring across the distance with terrifying speed. The battle began. Adrenaline flooded Izuku's veins. His blood tainted, empowered, howled with instinct. His vision tunneled, focusing only on the figure before him. The massive cleave of the axe missed him by inches, carving a gouge through the air where he had just been. Quickening. For the first time, almost flawlessly, Izuku shifted his body flickering between steps, leaving afterimages in his wake. He clicked his cane into whip mode mid-movement, lashing out. Blades kissed flesh. The hunter grunted as a deep gash opened along his side, but he didn't stagger. Didn't slow. Instead, he crashed forward, bulldozing through Izuku's defenses and slamming him into a gravestone hard enough to shake the earth. Pain burst across Izuku's back. Before he could move, he felt the brutal weight of the axe bite deep into his chest. The world spun. The blood in his veins ignited. The blood high roared to life, flooding his nerves with burning strength. Izuku grabbed the hunter by the scarf at his neck, yanking him forward and jammed the cane into his chest cavity with all the strength he had. Blood sprayed. Hot, metallic, bathing his hands, his face. Izuku staggered back, wounds beginning to knit closed from the cursed blood's effect. The hunter ripped the axe free with a wet, tearing sound. They circled each other. Izuku didn't give the man a second to strike, as soon as the older hunter moved. A quick shot rang out. Izuku's bullet slammed into the hunter's shoulder, staggering him for half a heartbeat. Enough. Izuku lunged, bloodlust screaming in his ears. His hand moved without conscious thought, changed, twisting into something bestial. Clawed. And with savage force, he moved it into the hunter's chest. Everything froze. The graveyard. The night air. The dream beyond. He saw his own hand, no longer his, buried deep in another man's body. For one moment, he wasn't Izuku Midoriya. He was something else. Something hungry. Something monstrous. The hunter's eyes widened. And the axe came down. Splitting pain, bones shattering on impact. Darkness. When Izuku woke up again, he wasn't standing. He was crumpled at the base of the doll's legs, his face buried in the hem of her dress. Sobbing. The thought of turning into a beast slammed hard back into the child. Child? He was still a few months from turning 15. And here he was with more blood on his hands than lives saved. All before turning 15. Good hunter. Are you hurt? Shall I fetch Gehrman? Her voice was soft, warmer than anything he had ever deserved. Izuku shook, racked by emotion too big for his body to hold. The doll, receiving no answer, bent down and wrapped her arms around him. Most hunters recoiled from touch, even from her. But not this boy. She remembered the old fathers who had wandered through the dream, muttering wisdom lost to blood and time. Sometimes, a child just needs a hug. She held him tighter. And for once, Izuku let himself collapse into it. The sound of sobbing carried through the dream. It roused Gehrman from his restless doze in the workshop. He had heard the boy cry before, small, broken things after battles and failures. But this was different. Uncontrollable. He had seen it happen. The way the boy's body had shifted when he ripped chunks of flesh from Gascoigne. The visceral attack, a right every hunter knew. Innately, a gift from the blood in their veins, controlled ever so delicately, and in most cases, just barely by the hunter's instincts. Some hunters shrugged it off. Some went mad. But none in many, many years had broken down like this. Perhaps because most hunters had already been broken before they took their first step into the hunt. Izuku was still whole. Still painfully, tragically human. The wheelchair creaked softly as Gehrman approached. The doll lifted her head slightly, her eyes meeting his across the small courtyard. He said nothing. Just set a small cup, steam curling from it, and a battered old book down beside her and the sobbing boy. Then, without a word, he wheeled himself back into the shadows. Later, she would wonder where the drink had come from. And why the book smelled faintly of salt and rain. But for now, she stayed where she was. Holding a boy who had not yet learned how to let the dream take everything from him. Izuku felt horrible. He was supposed to kill the beasts. It was a hunter's job to kill beasts. His job. Not become one. The weight of the visceral attack lingered in his body like a sickness, like rot blooming under his skin. He could still feel the claw that had replaced his hand, the way it had torn through Gascoigne without thought, without mercy. It hadn't been a technique. It hadn't been a skill. It had been instinct. And the worst part? It had felt good. He turned the battered pages of the dream's old texts with shaking fingers. The visceral art. The simplest technique, they said. The easiest for a hunter to learn. The first step for any who hoped to survive the hunt. It spoke of how killing intent and bloodlust could form a pseudo-claw over the hunter's hand. A weapon born of blood and will alone. But the claw wasn't just a tool. It was a sign. A mark of the corruption lurking in every hunter's veins. A sign of the beast hidden in the blood. Hunters of the dream could tease out the strength of beasthood. Some had even pushed it further, pseudo-transforming into monstrous, half-beast forms to cut down their enemies. He remembered the name scribbled in the margins of the texts, Irreverent Izzy. The mad genesis of the beast weapons. Izzy had written tomes about controlling the beasthood. About embracing it, harnessing it without surrendering to it. But the books were lost, scattered across the ruined city. Only letters and fragments remained, speaking of where some might still be hidden. If Izuku could find one of those tomes, maybe he could stop the infection in his veins. Maybe he could control it before it consumed him. Maybe there was a cure. Maybe Izzy had found it. Or maybe Izzy had just gone mad and called it wisdom. The pages blurred as Izuku stared down at them, his mind spinning with fear and desperate hope. A hand settled on his shoulder. Solid. Real. Kid, Gehrman's voice rumbled, gentle in a way Izuku wasn't used to hearing. You've been staring at that page for hours. Izuku tensed but didn't pull away. Gehrman lowered himself beside him, the old wood of his chair creaking. Hunters have a duty, he said quietly. And it's not an easy one. That's why the dream exists. He gestured vaguely around them, the workshop, the strange sky, the endless quiet. If it weren't for this place, you'd already have turned. Or worse, you'd be part of some beast by now, stitched into its hide or boiling in its blood. Gehrman gave a small, humorless chuckle. The dream gives you time, boy. Time to learn. Time to fight. Time to resist. Izuku's hands clenched the book tighter. But hunters are supposed to kill beasts, he whispered, his voice cracking. So why use their power? Gehrman's face softened not with pity, but with grim understanding. Because sometimes, boy, a blade alone isn't enough. He tapped 2 fingers against Izuku's chest, right over his heart. If you'd faced the cleric beast without the strength of the blood, you would have died. Simple. Brutal. But, he continued, his tone sharpening, as long as you are bound to the dream you are safe. The blood won't rule you. Not unless you let it. He sounded so sure. So confident. And some part of Izuku, still bruised and battered but unbroken, wanted to believe him. Gehrman leaned back with a sigh, looking toward the cold, silver sky. Either way, he muttered, you've still got a job to do. He looked back down at him, eyes hard but not unkind. You've got an old lady and a little girl waiting on you. And the only safe place left in Yharnam. He smiled grimly. Dot is past that, Hunter. Izuku swallowed hard. The little girl, clutching her music box, waiting for her mother. The old woman, sour and biting, but still human. If he gave up. If he lost himself. They would die. Alone. Forgotten. Slowly, Izuku closed the heavy book. The pages whispered shut, a soft finality in the quiet room. He stood in the old workshop, surrounded by the tools of men who had long since vanished. But he wasn't helpless. He had materials, scavenged from the blood-soaked streets of Yharnam. He had paper, and a forge. He had books with schematics and tools. He was fast. And more importantly, he was learning. Unlike the crazed hunter waiting in the graveyard, Izuku had something Gascoigne had long since abandoned. A sound mind. And unlike Gascoigne, he had a forge and prep time. Izuku rushed around the workshop for hours after Gehrman's pep talk, not entirely sure what he was making, but determined to craft some tools to at least give him the edge against the elder hunter. Izuku found himself stepping up the long, cracked flight of stairs. His fingers held a phantom ache, the muscles twitching with pain that no longer registered. He took inventory of his armaments by habit, his mind focused and sharp. The pistol and cane at his side. His hunter's attire, reinforced with thin plates of bloodstone and metal forged beneath the cloth. A belt loaded with makeshift knives, 6 in total. A handful of Molotovs strapped across his back. And tucked safely against his chest. The music box. The polished wood of the music box felt heavier than anything else he carried. The moment he crossed the threshold into the graveyard, a faint, tinny melody unfurled into the air. The music box had triggered on its own. A slow, haunting tune. Izuku saw at the instant it hit, Gascoigne froze. His massive form jerked as if struck. The axe lowered. The blunderbuss dipped. For a moment, the mad hunter hesitated. Pain rippled across his scarred features, his body trembling. It was him. Gascoigne. Izuku didn't waste the opportunity. He couldn't let the moment slip. Charging forward, he snapped his cane into whip form, the serrated blades lashing out in a flash. They tore across Gascoigne's legs, biting deep. It wouldn't be enough to win, not yet. But this was about learning. About weakening him. A throwing dagger flashed through the air, embedding itself into Gascoigne's shoulder. The hunter roared an inhuman, guttural sound and charged. Izuku barely had time to react. The axe, massive despite its speed, came down like a guillotine. He dodged sideways, the blade scraping past him, and with a quick move, jammed his cane deep into Gascoigne's side. The older hunter staggered, then retaliated immediately, smashing Izuku full force into a gravestone. Pain exploded through his chest and back. He felt the bloodstone and metal plates under his attire crack, stabbing needles of stone and fabric into his skin. Better than taking the full weight of the axe. Using the momentum of the hit, Izuku rolled backward, snapping his whip around to carve a brutal gash across Gascoigne's chest. Blood sprayed, and Izuku felt the cursed blood in his veins stir, healing his wounds in slow, burning pulses. Gascoigne didn't slow. He pressed the attack relentlessly, slash after slash, hammering at Izuku's battered form, giving him no room to breathe. Izuku barely managed to dodge as the axe transformed, growing longer, more brutal. With a savage swing, Gascoigne tripped him, sending him sprawling onto the blood-soaked ground. Before he could even get to his knees, the axe whistled down toward his head blackness. Izuku awoke gasping in the dream. Another failure. But failure was information. And information was survival. He went instantly into writing down his notes into a small personal notebook he had scavenged from Yharnam's streets. Big. Fast. Way too fast for his size. Axe swings are wide dodge, don't block. Blunderbuss fires when I try to run, slows me down, stops my rhythm. Gotta stay close or dodge sharp sideways, not straight back. Relentless. Almost no pauses. Bloodlust's eating him alive, it's like he's already half beast. It's worse up close, can feel it rolling off him. Music box work, stuns him for a second, messes with his head. Save it. Don't waste it early. Weak spots, Achilles strike low when he overreaches. Armpits vulnerable when he lifts to cleave. Whip might wrap his arm or leg, trip him. Maybe slow him down for once. Can still parry him even fast, he leaves gaps when he's too aggressive. Timing has to be perfect. Risky. Worth it. When he changes axe form, slows down. Big opening right there. That's when I hit hard. If he gives in completely full beast? Molotovs plus knives. Distance. Do not get caught close. He'll tear me apart. Rule for Gascoigne, fight smart. Fight dirty. Stay alive. With a sigh, Izuku closed the pocketbook and stood, letting his mind run wild as he made sure his bags were stocked with tools and gear, waving to the doll and Gehrman as he went. His ability to cheat death was slowly beginning to worry him. If he returned home someday? And lost this strange immortality? One mistake would kill him for real. No second chances. No dream to catch him. He pushed the thought aside. First he had to survive tonight. First he had to beat Gascoigne. He would worry about how his dependence on this immortality would affect him later. Back at the blood-encrusted tomb, Izuku checked his armor and refilled his throwing knives. The repairs were crude, but the bloodstone plates would hold a few more hits. He adjusted the new daggers at his belt, short, jagged, imperfect but good enough to draw blood. He had time. He would make it work. Gascoigne charged the moment Izuku set foot onto the tomb grounds. A blur of motion. But Izuku was ready. As the axe swung for his skull, he fired point blank. The bullet struck true, sizzling into Gascoigne's flesh. The older hunter staggered, dropping to one knee. Izuku moved fast, slicing into the vulnerable gap beneath the arm. The cane's blade bit deep. And in a single smooth motion, he snapped the weapon into whip form, the blades tearing across Gascoigne's ribs as he yanked back. Blood sprayed in heavy arcs. Gascoigne roared and lurched to his feet. For daggers flashed through the air, embedding themselves deep into his chest. The older hunter stumbled but kept coming, relentless. The blood high surged in Izuku's veins, whispering to him to rush in to tear and rip and kill. It gnawed at his mind, tugging him toward madness. But Izuku clenched his jaw and held back. No frenzy. No surrender. Planning. Precision. Control. A heavy click drew his attention. The axe had transformed again, longer, heavier. The blunderbuss would be slower to draw now. More openings. Gascoigne's voice rasped through the blood-soaked air. What's that smell? The sweet blood, oh, it sings to me. He shuddered, almost drunkenly. It's enough to make a man sick. And then he was charging again. The axe dragged a deep furrow in the earth behind him, faster than anything that size should have been. Izuku barely dove aside in time. The blade slammed into a gravestone, sending shards of stone flying. Rolling to his feet, Izuku snapped a shot off. The bullet caught Gascoigne high in the chest, staggering him again. A quick flick of the cane tore open the man's stomach, a gush of blood coating Izuku's front, and a second swing shattered his kneecap with a sickening crack. The air shifted. Sweet, cloying, wrong. The stench of beasthood saturated the graveyard. Gascoigne's body convulsed. Bone snapped. Skin split. Izuku ran, bolting up the cracked stairs as the last echoes of humanity were ripped from Gascoigne's body. A scream, half human, half beast, rattled the night. He reached the top of the stairs just in time to see the monster lunge forward. Tattered robes clung to a frame too big, too misshapen. Claws, fangs, howling rage. Gascoigne, no, the thing Gascoigne had become charged. In a panic, Izuku jammed the music box open. The haunting melody spilled into the air once more. The beast froze. For a heartbeat, it froze. Izuku didn't let the moment slip. Molotovs flashed from his belt, hurling through the air. The first hit squarely fire blossoming across the beast's fur, igniting flesh and tattered cloth. The stench of burning blood and cooked meat filled the air. Izuku dropped to his knees, retching violently. The horror, the smell, the sight, it was too much. But he forced himself up. Forced himself to raise his weapon again. Because this was Yharnam. And a hunter had no time for mercy. Even when the prey was once a father, a husband, now burning and flailing mindlessly in the night. Soon, the endless roaring and screaming fell silent, and all that echoed through the graveyard was soft breathing. The breathing of just one person. The brooch glinted in the pale light as Izuku turned it over in his blood-stained hands. The ruby at its center was cracked, stained dark. Still beautiful. Still unmistakable. The mother was dead. There was no question now. She must have been running staggering around the graveyard, desperate to get through to her mad husband. Desperate to stay alive and bring her love back to his senses. She died running as her own husband succumbed to the beasthood clawing at his mind. She had failed to save him and died in the process. Leaving her child alone in this hellish world. Izuku clutched the brooch tighter, feeling the metal bite into his palm. He hadn't been fast enough. Hadn't been strong enough. Hadn't been enough. Not for her. Not for the little girl still waiting behind the boarded window, clutching her music box with trembling hands. Guilt coiled in his gut, hot and sickly. But he forced himself forward. There was no changing what had happened. Only honoring the promises he had left. A part of him knew even if he had been faster, she would have been dead. But that logical part of his mind spoke on deaf ears as emotion drowned out reason. He moved through the gate Gascoigne's key had unlocked, his steps slow, heavy. Beyond the gate, a ladder stretched upward, vanishing into darkness. Izuku climbed. Each pull of his arms dragged the guilt tighter around his ribs. At the top, he found himself in a small, forgotten chamber. The air was thick with dust, the walls lined with sagging bookshelves and battered knickknacks. 1,000 forgotten lives crammed into the dark. Izuku moved slowly, reverently, brushing dust from spines, peering into drawers. Somewhere in the mess, something called to him. With a burst of soft, almost desperate joy, he found it, the blood gem workshop tool. He cradled it in his hands like a relic. A key to greater strength, to better weapons, to survival. A sudden tug at his pants leg startled him. Izuku looked down. A messenger. No many messengers. They swarmed the floor around him, tiny, pallid forms reaching out with grasping hands. Each one clutched a book, a tool, a scrap of parchment. They were gathering. Saving. One of them reached for the blood gem tool. Izuku knelt and handed it over without hesitation. The little creature gave a chirruping sound of approval and sank into the floor tool, and all vanishing into the dream. The others followed. Slipping into the cracks and shadows, carrying away the remnants of forgotten knowledge. Izuku watched them go, a strange sadness tugging at his heart. He climbed the final set of stairs, boots echoing against cold stone. At the top, the cathedral opened before him. Massive. Silent. Drenched in the heavy scent of incense thick enough to sting the back of his throat. The odor of burning herbs clung to every stone and pillar, a desperate defense against the beasts clawing at the city's edges. A voice broke the quiet, thin and wavering. "Ah, a hunter, are ya?" Izuku flinched, turning toward the sound. A figure emerged from the shadows, swaddled in dirty red cloth, frail and sickly. Their skin was gray, eyes clouded and blind. Their limbs were long and bony, trembling with every small movement. The sight of them twisted something deep in Izuku's gut. "Good, good," the figure wheezed, a broken smile crossing their lips. "I've been waitin' for one of your ilk. These hunts have everyone all locked up inside. Waitin' for it to end. Always does, you know. Since forever." They chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "But it won't end nicely, not this time. Even folks hidin' are goin' bad now. The screams. The blood. The beasts. It's all the same now." They leaned forward, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "If you find anyone with their wits about tell about this here Eden Chapel. It's safe. The incense wards off." Another wheezing laugh. "Spread the word. He. Izuku swallowed hard, heart pounding against his ribs. This person? Creature? Whatever they were, they seemed sincere. Their voice shook with the same fear he had felt since the night began. Hey. He stammered. What? What are you?" The figure tilted their head, blind eyes seeming almost amused. "Oh, been a while since someone asked that." They laughed again, softer, sadder. "People call me the chapel dweller. That's good enough. Ain't much else left of me to call by name." They paused, then tilted their head again, sniffing the air. "And from the sound of your voice, you're pretty young fair a hunter." Izuku shifted awkwardly, still wary but unable to deny the desperate humanity clinging to the figure's words. I'll tell people, he promised. And there's already 2 I need to send here. A sickly grin broke across the dweller's face, so wide it was almost grotesque. Oh, really? Oh, truly, Farah Yuna Hunta, you're sure a kind soul. I do hope they get here safe. Their voice trailed off, thick with genuine worry. Izuku looked around the cathedral's crumbling pews, the thick incense smoke curling in the air. This would have to be their sanctuary. It wasn't much. But it was something. He stepped forward and lit the nearby lantern, the pale flame catching easily. The light flickered against the cathedral walls, casting long shadows. He would need to walk them here himself, the old woman and the little girl. The streets weren't safe. Not yet. He would clear the way. For them. He couldn't fail again. He refused. Izuku cut a direct path from the tomb to the little girl's window. Every crow. Every half-turned townsfolk. Even the massive pig lurking in the sewers. Dead. Nothing would stand between the girl and safety. Not while he still breathed. But when he reached the familiar, battered window, he found someone he hadn't expected waiting for him. An older girl stood there, maybe 15 or 16, older than Izuku, with the same wide green eyes as the little girl but dulled, weary beyond her years. Mud and blood stained the hem of her dress. Her hands trembled slightly as she leaned against the windowsill, face pale under the bruising night sky. When her gaze fell to the object cradled carefully in Izuku's hand, the shattered brooch, something in her seemed to break in her eyes, just for a moment. A sharp intake of breath. A flicker of pain too raw to hide. But she straightened almost immediately, jaw setting in grim determination. The conversation between them was short half-whispers, half-promises exchanged over broken stone. Izuku explained about the Eden Chapel, about the incense, the safety, the strange but seemingly kind dweller. The older sister agreed immediately. They would go to the chapel. They would be safe. They would weather the night's endless tide of horror in what Izuku hoped was a fully safe space. In return for escorting the 2 girls, the eldest insisted, not asked, insisted that Izuku take the blood gem hidden inside the brooch. It was Mum's, she said quietly, her voice steady despite the wet gleam in her eyes. But you need it more now. Her hands pushed it toward him firmly. Keep yourself safe. So you can keep her safe. Keep us all safe. Izuku wanted to argue. Wanted to say it wasn't right. But he saw the way she tightened her jaw, the way her hands shook even as she forced them still. She needed him to accept it. Needed to believe this wasn't all for nothing. He bowed his head and took the gem, tucking it carefully away. The walk to the chapel was long. Slow. Heavy. Izuku carried the little sister in his arms, shielding her face from the horror that stained the streets she had once called home. The older sister walked beside him, silent and stiff, keeping pace with grim focus. The little girl, for her part, was a bright spot in the darkness. She talked animatedly about the strange shapes she saw in the clouds above the rooftops. About the colors she imagined Yarna might have had when it wasn't drowning in blood. About how she wanted to be a hunter too someday, but a good one, she promised, giggling into Izuku's jacket. She asked him endless questions about what it was like to fight beasts. About how fast he could swing his whip. About if his hat could fly off when he ran really fast. Izuku answered every one, a soft smile curling at the edges of his lips. He knew it wasn't a believable one, but the small girl seemed to not notice. His chest ached with guilt as he looked down at the small girl. The brooch's weight in his pocket felt like a brand. By the time they reached the cathedral steps, the girl had fallen asleep against his shoulder. Still smiling. Even after so much. Inside the incense-heavy walls of Eden Chapel, Izuku set her gently down on a small ledge in an alcove. The distinct lack of seating was worrisome, but Izuku imagined he could find a few chairs and bring them for the girls, maybe a few blankets. The older sister hovered close, hands twitching protectively. Izuku rummaged in his bag and pulled out a pistol, one he had bought from the messengers, near identical to his own. It was weaker but functional. He pressed it into the sister's hands. She blinked up at him, confused. If the chapel dweller tries anything, Izuku said quietly, meeting her eyes, use it. Her fingers curled around the pistol's grip with surprising certainty. She nodded once. Before he left, Izuku turned to the little messengers skittering at his feet. Soft chirps, hopeful eyes. He crouched down and whispered instructions, find storybooks. Enough for a few nights. Things for her to read. The messengers chirped again and vanished into the ground, off to complete their task. Izuku lingered for a moment longer, watching the sisters. The older one wrapping a thin blanket gifted by the dweller around the younger. The younger one snuggled into her sister's side with a soft, contented sigh. Safe. At least for tonight. With a final breath, Izuku turned away. There was still work to do. The old woman was still waiting. But first he needed to return to the dream. New books to read. New tools to use. New strength to seize. Armor to repair. And guilt to bury, if he could. The new books had taken over half the workshop's free space. Stacks of cracked leather tomes, torn journals, and stitched notes were piled high along the tables and floor, swallowing the place whole in a tide of parchment and dust. Gehrman was visibly displeased. Still, his scowl lightened just a little when Izuku handed him a hefty stack of salvaged smut novels. Izuku hadn't even realized what they were at first, blushing furiously when he had first begun reading through them. Gehrman barked a wheezing laugh loud enough to rattle the rafters as Izuku pushed them into his arms. Surprisingly, or maybe not, considering Yarnum, many of the books were genuinely helpful. Books on sewing, teaching stitches stronger than sinew. Smithing manuals, from basic repairs to forging weapons that could kill beasts larger than houses. Tomes on philosophy and geography, odd choices for hunters, but perhaps useful for surviving long treks or understanding ancient structures. Even a few books on mathematics, though Izuku suspected half of them were mad scribblings from choir scholars trying to measure the stars. But most precious were the hunter books. Detailed anatomical studies of beasts' weak points, blood flow, the way flesh twisted when the curse took hold. Records of lost arts rituals the choir had learned by scraping at the frayed edges of the cosmos. Guides on how to improve blood vials, refining them to heal faster, more efficiently. And, most importantly, a thick, battered manual of hunter tool modifications. It was that last one that immediately stole Izuku's focus. He spent hours, days, maybe poring over the entries. Attachments for weapons he hadn't even seen yet. Upgrades for tools lost to time. Schematics of hunters' wildest dreams and nightmares. One upgrade in particular caught his eye, the Dark Beast Battery. An add-on for the threaded cane. When transformed into whip form, it would channel passive electricity through the serrated blades, turning every strike into a crackling storm of agony. It was ambitious. Dangerous. Most of it was speculation, and Izuku was sure it held little understanding of electrical current. However, it was exactly the kind of weapon a hunter needed to survive against monsters that shouldn't even exist. Izuku closed the book carefully, setting it aside. He reached next for the smithing tomes, all 12 of them. A forge wasn't just a place to repair old weapons. It was where survival was shaped. Where a man could build the tools to fight back against the impossible. Izuku had always thought blacksmiths were a little like wizards. Ordinary men, cloaked in soot and fire, forging blades that let others kill monsters. It was something his father used to say, half joke, half bedtime story. Blacksmiths give mortals a dragon's fang, son. It's how the small stand against the giant. That voice had been quiet in his head for a long time now. Too long. The memory hit harder than expected. It wasn't just the story. It was the silence that followed. The years without his dad. The way those stories stopped. The way no one had filled the silence that came after. It hurt. Worse than he wanted to admit. With a sharp slap to his cheeks, just enough to sting, Izuku forced the tears back. Not here. Not now. He cracked open the first book, the pages stiff with age, and began to read. Time bled like an open wound in the dream. There were no days. No nights. Only the slow churn of pages. The hiss of metal. The ringing of a hammer. And Izuku learning, one breath at a time. He practiced every technique he could learn from the battered old manuals. His first results since Gascoigne were rough, to say the least. Better than his earlier attempts to forge unsupervised. The original armor plates he had made before were lumpy, uncomfortable, and weighed more than it should. The daggers were crooked, the blades dull in spots. But they worked. They held together, mostly. And that was what mattered. His preparations for Gascoigne were melted back down into raw materials. The new armor too was melted down. No notable progress between the two variations. He needed progress. At first, Gehrman was baffled by the effort. To Gehrman, hunters fought by speed. Armor only slowed you down and death was faster than metal was protective. But after watching Izuku work, watching the boy hammer and curse until his arms trembled, the old man understood. Izuku wasn't building armor because he was reckless. He was building it because he had short legs. Because his body wouldn't let him escape every blow. Because he needed to survive differently. Gehrman surprised him one evening by sliding a new hammer onto the anvil with a heavy clunk. "You're hittin' like a scholar, boy," he grumbled. "Here. Something with weight behind it." Izuku had blinked at him, then smiled, wide and genuine. And Gehrman had pretended not to notice the doll smiling too. Another week passed. Another week of bruised hands, burned fingers, and slowly growing mastery. When Izuku finally felt ready, he left the dream again, heading back into Yarnum's bleeding streets. This time, his task was the old woman. Leading her to safety was, mercifully, easier than guiding the two sisters. Fewer ladders. Similar amount of beasts. The path too was almost the same length in total. It also helped that Izuku had grown faster, stronger, more confident in how he moved between the cracks of a dying city. The old woman, however, she was unbearable. Xenophobic to a degree. Izuku hadn't even thought possible snarling, snapping, insulting anyone and everything that crossed her path. By the time they reached Eden Chapel, Izuku was half convinced she'd bite the chapel dweller before nightfall. But still, she was safe. That was what mattered. Izuku stayed long enough to make sure she didn't immediately try to murder her new neighbors, then quietly slipped away. Back to the dream. Back to the endless books stacked like fragile towers. Back to the soft, steady presence of the doll, and the creaking laughter of Gehrman. He still had so much to learn. So many pages to turn. But for tonight, 2 sisters. 1 old woman. 3 more lives safe behind thick incense and ancient stone. It was a small victory. A flicker of hope in the endless dark. But for Izuku Midoriya for now it was enough. The art of quickening was, by far, one of the most useful hunter arts Izuku had encountered and one of the most punishing to master. No other ability came close in terms of the sheer versatility it offered in battle, and no other skill had exacted such a horrific toll during his learning. The deaths he suffered while training it weren't just painful. They were humiliating. Harrowing. One time, his arm phased a split second too late and fused into a wall, bone and nerve screaming as if the stone itself chewed him in half. Another time, he tried to phase through a beast strike and misjudged the timing. His ribs warped into the ground like melted wax before the world blinked out. It reminded him of a quirk. Mirio Togata's, to be exact. He had admired the student ever since he caught one of his sports festival replays. His quirk, permeation, was one of the flashier ones, slipping through attacks, terrain, even entire buildings. But what made it remarkable was the control Mirio had. Total blackout, no sight, no sound, no breath. All he had was instinct. Timing. Faith in his training. For a high school hero course student, he was impressive. Izuku couldn't wait to see how far he would go once he got proper training in the college courses. Izuku didn't have the kind of DSPLN Mirio had. He wished he did. Quickening wasn't identical to permeation, but the comparison made sense. Where quirks were mutations of biology, hunter arts were mutations of the self. Quickening felt like reaching into a thread of time just ahead of the one he was in, like slipping behind a curtain that was always just a little too heavy to hold open. But there was a catch. Permeation had safeguards. Quickening didn't. If Izuku phased wrong, he wouldn't bounce back. He died. Yet there were advantages. While he couldn't breathe while quickened, he could see, though just barely, as if peering through gauze soaked in blood and starlight. And that, oddly, gave him clarity. Where quirks were permanent traits shaped by fate or bloodlines, the hunter arts felt like things you earned. As if the world itself bent to recognize your struggle. Some of the abilities Izuku was slowly unlocking reminded him of quirks he'd spent hours cataloging back home: enhanced reflexes, elemental force, regeneration, even precognitive flares. But they were so much more raw. So much more earned. And with time? He could master them all. Time. That was the part that scared him. He didn't age here. That much was clear. He could train for years and walk back into his world unchanged. But what if time wasn't equal? What if he stepped out and found that only hours had passed in his world? What if he stepped out and found a tombstone? What if he never saw his mother again? A part of him knew she would move on after his disappearance. He could feel a knot in his gut at the thought that she could easily just start again, create a new family long after society had forgotten about him. He shook his head. An attempt to push the thoughts away. He ignored the emotions building in his gut, pushed them down and stepped into Yharnam once more. He had to keep moving or he would crack under the pressure of his own thoughts. Gehrman had saved him from going mad in Cathedral Ward. That strange, mind and half-mocking wisdom gave Izuku direction when the streets offered only death. The doll, too, her kindness the soft echo of a lullaby long since faded. But it was Gehrman who handed him maps, diagrams, and most importantly, clarity. He'd sharpened the edge of his cane and calibrated his firearm. Upgraded parts and layered his attire with bloodstone plating. All of it meant to prepare him for what was ahead. None of it helped. The Cathedral Ward was chaos incarnate. Porcelain-faced wretches twitched in alleyways, their movements jerky and off-tempo, as though their muscles had forgotten how to sync. Giant hulks with weapons that could crush buildings lumbered through the streets. And crows, why were the crows always so large? Skittered across the ground like flailing sacks of feathers and bones. And then there was that guy. The largest of the cathedral giants. A lunatic chained to a ball of iron the size of a wagon, like he was trying out for Yharnam's worst parade float. Somehow that monster of a creature could use it like a weapon. Swinging it and cracking, smashing stone with every movement. Izuku wasn't ready to push up into the depths of Cathedral Ward. So Gehrman, always practical, steered him toward a better option, Old Yarnum. As Izuku descended toward Old Yarnum from Eden Chapel, the stairs led him to a small mob that he dispatched quickly. The path continued into a small chapel, one he picked clean of anything interesting. His eyes peered into every nook and cranny to spot anything to assist him in his travels through the sprawling city. Izuku pulled a lever and watched a sarcophagus pull back to expose a staircase leading into endless darkness. The path Gehrman told him of. He would head down the moment he finished looting the final section of the chapel, a smaller section of the building that held an altar. He quickly spotted a figure kneeling near the altar. The faint echoes of dripping water and distant howls reverberated off the cold, chiseled walls. His boots pressed against loose stones, each step muffled by the thick silence around him. He didn't know whether the figure was a beast or man, friend or foe, but after everything he'd seen in Yarnum, it didn't matter. Caution was survival. The man heard Izuku's footsteps the moment he crossed the threshold. With practiced ease, he rose to his feet and turned in one fluid motion, robe swaying slightly with the movement. His gaze immediately dropped to Izuku's weapon and armor. There was no fear in his eyes, just recognition. "You're a hunter, aren't you?" the man asked. His voice was smooth and composed, almost too calm for a place like this. It carried a familiar warmth, a tone reminiscent of pro-heroes Izuku had admired in another life. It startled him for a moment, and dragged his thoughts briefly back to Mizurufu. Oh. Yes, I am a hunter," Izuku stammered, offering a hesitant nod. "I knew it. That's precisely how I started out," the man said with an almost nostalgic smile. "Oh, beg pardon, you may call me Alfred. Protégé of Master Logarius, hunter of Vilebloods." He placed a hand over his chest and gave a small, respectful bow. "What say you? Our prey may differ, but we are hunters, both of us. Why not cooperate and exchange the knowledge we've gathered?" I don't see why not. I am still new to Yarnum. Any information would help," Izuku said, his voice soft, but sincere. Alfred's face lit up with delight, as if he hadn't spoken to another living soul in weeks. "Oh ho! Very good indeed. Here, take this, to commemorate our encounter." From a small satchel at his waist, Alfred produced a thick, coarse strip of paper, charred at the edges. He handed it to Izuku, who hesitated before gently taking it. The texture was oddly familiar. It reminded him of the sandpaper his father had kept in the old desk where he worked, back when the house still felt like a home. He remembered the unfinished toy car, the smell of cedar, the way his father used to mutter while he worked. This paper smelled different, though burnt copper and dried blood, laced with a sulfuric heat. Izuku blinked. Fire paper. He'd read about it in one of the hunter texts. A rare and powerful tool. When applied, it would temporarily wreathe a weapon in flame especially effective against beasts. Alfred clapped his hands once. "There must be oodles for us to share, my young friend. Since you're new to Yarnum, allow me to offer what little knowledge I possess. The Healing Church, Byrgenwerth, and of course, the Vilebloods." Izuku nodded. What do you know about the Healing Church?" "As you know or perhaps don't, the Healing Church is the fountainhead of blood healing," Alfred said, folding his arms behind his back and beginning to pace slowly. "They claim to channel the divine through blood, healing the sick and wounded. Their influence reaches far, from the Grand Cathedral to the furthest corners of Yarnum. But," he paused, tilting his head slightly, "I must confess I am but a simple hunter. I know only the surface of their workings." He glanced up toward the looming shadow of the Cathedral Ward. "Still, I've heard whispers that their counselors dwell in the highest strata of the cathedral. They oversee the rituals, guard the sacred blood, and administer to those deemed worthy. If you seek to learn more, perhaps you should start there." Izuku took in every word, his mind cataloging and connecting information instinctively. The Healing Church held far more power than he expected. They weren't just a medical authority, they were the high priests of a blood-soaked religion. Thank you," he murmured. "And Byrgenwerth? I think I've read the name before. Is that how you say it?" Alfred's smile faded into something more solemn. "Indeed. Byrgenwerth. The cradle of insight. The birthplace of blood healing." He looked out at the sky as if searching for something unseen. Once, a group of brilliant minds gathered there. Scholars who peered deep into the old tombs beneath Yarnum. And what they found, well, it changed everything. A holy medium. A revelation. That discovery birthed the Healing Church. Everything sacred in the city, all of it stems from Byrgenwerth. Izuku leaned in slightly. "But what happened to it?" "Ah, that's the tragedy." Alfred's eyes darkened. "Today, the college lies in ruin. Lost in a forest thick with madness and secrets. The Healing Church forbids passage. They fear what lies within. Only those with the password may enter, and that knowledge is scarce." The weight in Alfred's voice was undeniable. Whatever Byrgenwerth had found, it hadn't just been sacred. It had been dangerous. You also mentioned? Vilebloods? Izuku asked, though part of him already feared the answer. Indeed, Alfred said, his tone tightening. Allow me to pass down a bit of wisdom from Master Logarius. He stepped closer, voice lowering. Once, a scholar betrayed his kin at Byrgenwerth. He brought forbidden blood, impure blood back with him to Canehurst Castle. There, it corrupted everything. The first of the Vilebloods rose from that tainted chalice. Abominations. Their presence threatens the purity of all blood healing. Twisted, inhuman. Beyond salvation. Izuku's stomach twisted. Their queen still lives, Alfred continued, voice trembling with conviction. Sealed away in that frozen crypt. And so I search for a path to Canehurst. To finish what my master began. To free him, and ensure the Vilebloods are cleansed from this world. There was a stillness after he spoke. The silence of a man who had said these words many times before. And yet, still believed every syllable. Izuku didn't know what to say. But something told him this would not be the last time he heard the name Canehurst. Or the Vilebloods. Or Byrgenwerth. He left Alfred quickly, heading down the endless stairs, running past a lycanthrope that couldn't fit through the door that led further down. Deeper and deeper he headed, grabbing anything useful in the descending stairways, and as soon as he found the lantern raised by the messengers as they applauded his progress with soft gurgles and chirps, he headed back to the dream. Information gathering had always been one of Izuku's greatest strengths. Back in his old life, he'd filled notebook after notebook with pages of quirk analysis, 17 in total, though more than a few had been lost or destroyed along the way. It didn't matter. The habit was burned into his bones. Whether it was school essays or speculative theories about pro-heroes' abilities, he'd always had a knack for taking fragments of data and weaving them into understanding. Here in Yharnam, surrounded by death, madness, and secrets written in blood, that skill became a lifeline. Finding the components to craft fire paper was easier than expected. After all, he had access to the dream, an unlimited if cryptic archive of lost knowledge. And more importantly, he had time. Infinite, looping time. The first time he tested fire paper, it felt like watching magic become real. Flame burst across his weapon like a living thing. Liking across the steel in vibrant orange arcs. But the strength of that flame varied wildly between samples. Most fire paper left behind by fallen hunters was brittle and hastily made, barely able to sear flesh before sputtering out. Not good enough. After cross-referencing the hunter's notebook with a series of older texts in the workshop, Izuku began compiling his own notes on fire paper composition. The basics were deceptively simple: a coarse sheet of paper, something like parchment or layered cloth, with the ability to absorb blood, then chemically altered through heat, arcane exposure, and flame. Thankfully, the messengers had brought him an abundant supply of raw materials. Piles of old parchment and broken tomes, scraps of monster hide stretched thin, ash-washed cloth remnants scavenged from the dead. All of it could serve as base material. Step 1 was blood infusion. Each sheet had to be soaked in his own blood and boiled to evaporate excess moisture. The process stank. The coppery tang of blood, the bubbling stink of burning iron and flesh, turned the air acrid. But once the boiling finished, the paper shimmered faintly. Arcane residue, fused with his own essence, danced in fractal patterns across its surface. Step 2 required immense heat. Izuku cranked the workshop's forge to temperatures just below the point of combustion, nearly 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, using bellows and coal fed by messengers. He placed the blood-hardened sheets into a heavy steel container, where the intense heat would begin altering their molecular structure. During this phase, he peppered the surface with bloodied gunpowder and crushed coal, binding the volatile material to the fiber with faint murmurs from an old hunter prayer he found etched in the margins of one book. Step 3 was the most dangerous. The final alchemical soak. Once the paper cooled slightly, it had to be submerged in an open container of flammable fluid. Luckily, the broken lanterns left behind by the townsfolk provided an abundance of kerosene. Dipping the paper into that volatile mixture infused it with a final kick, embedding the fire-dealing properties deep within its fibers. The result was something entirely new. A sturdier, more resilient fire paper. The arcane resonance in his blood seemed to give it unusual longevity. Where other hunter samples flickered and faded, his burned with bright, wild intensity. Twice the heat. Twice the duration. He tested it on a corpse. The moment his blade ignited and bit into the hardened hide, the flesh seared open like paper. The wound cauterized instantly, sending thick smoke into the air as the stench of cooked sinew made him GG. But it worked. In Yharnam, a moment's advantage was worth everything. And fire, Izuku had decided, might just be one of his sharpest weapons yet. With a grin he packed a few slips of the fire paper into his bag, giving each of the messengers soft pats on the head. He headed back to Yharnam. He felt a surge of both excitement and apprehension at the idea of exploring Old Yharnam. Old Yharnam stank. It was Izuku's first observation as soon as he pushed the large door open. It reeked of charred earth, scorched hair, and the greasy, acrid smoke of burnt flesh. The air clung to Izuku's skin like a film, thick and heavy, coating his tongue with the taste of ash. The streets were lined with burning corpses, some twitching as if they had only just died, others long reduced to husks of carbon and bone. The sight made his stomach churn, bile creeping up his throat. He had to turn his head away, focusing on the heat radiating from the walls instead of the horror all around him. Every step he took through the scorched ruins of Old Yharnam echoed off broken stone and bone-littered cobblestones. Fires flickered from collapsed arches, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts across the walls. The silhouettes of beasts writhed just beyond the edge of his lantern light, snarling in the darkness, waiting for him to let down his guard. Then, a voice rang out across the city. Distant, distorted, amplified by some device or sorcery and laced with fury. "You there, hunter. Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once." Izuku froze. His eyes darted across the ruined rooftops and ledges, searching for the speaker. He had seen the sign. A tattered board with hasty scrawling, planted at the edge of the district. But beasts were beasts. He had already resigned to hating himself. Even after all this was over, he knew he would be unable to forgive himself for all the death inflicted. So he ignored the plea on the paper. Old Yharnam, burned and abandoned by men, is now home only to beasts. They are of no harm to those above. Turn back. There was a pause, heavy and foreboding, like a blade about to fall. Or the hunter will face the hunt. Izuku exhaled slowly. Sweat traced a cold line down his spine beneath his coat. Was this hunter delusional? Did he really believe the beasts could be left alone? Could he not see what they had done? They slaughtered the innocent. They fed on corpses. He'd seen families butchered, people turned inside out by claws and teeth. And someone wanted to protect them? No. He couldn't allow that. The beasts came quickly, drawn by his scent, his footsteps, the crackle of blood still drying on his coat. They were more frenzied here, crazed, hunched things that ran on wobbly legs, their limbs too long, eyes glowing faintly in the dark. One lunged from behind a pillar of smoke. Izuku's whip coiled in a blur of steel and fire, cutting it mid-air. Blood splattered the walls. "You are a skilled hunter," the voice growled again. "Adept, merciless, half-cut with blood. As the best hunters are, which is why I must stop you." Then came the roar of gunfire. Deafening, heavy-caliber rounds exploded against the stone around him. Shards of rock and debris flew in every direction. The sniper's perch was somewhere high above, across the rooftops, impossible to see clearly through the haze of smoke and fire. Izuku sprinted for cover, diving behind a ruined statue. The fusillade tore through the air, cracking against stone, shaking the very ground beneath his boots. He could feel the percussion in his teeth. He didn't dare peek his head out. The statue above him disintegrated, shattered by a blast. He crawled low, slipping between cover as he edged forward, eyes darting for a way through. The gunfire relented just long enough. He dashed into the open, zigzagging, ducking under a collapsed beam. The moment he emerged, a beast twice his height came barreling down at him from around a corner. Its maw was filled with jagged fangs, its fur matted with tar and blood and stuck to the cloth draped over its form. He didn't hesitate. Fire paper in hand, he struck the paper against his weapon, igniting the edges of his whip. The weapon roared with violent screaming flame. The creature leapt. Izuku rolled under it, came up, and lashed out in a wide arc. The whip sliced through its belly, igniting its entrails. It landed, howled in agony, then collapsed as fire consumed it. Breathing hard, Izuku pressed on, navigating a maze of crumbling buildings. One was filled with volatile powder kegs. He edged around them carefully, mindful of every spark. Beyond that, a dozen more beasts, clawing through ash and soot. He dispatched them, one by one, dancing through their strikes with increasing precision. Eventually, he reached an open plateau of cracked stone and smoldering ruin. Fires burned low along the path. A moment of peace. Then movement. A figure. Another hunter. But something was wrong. This one was untouched by the beasts. They snarled at him, but they didn't attack. They passed him by. Izuku's blood chilled. This wasn't a man. It wasn't a beast. It was something between. They clashed. Izuku fought savagely, but the other hunter was strong, skilled, experienced. He carried a saw weapon, striking fast, his pistol always ready. Izuku took a bullet to the shoulder, a slash to the thigh. Then more beasts began circling them both. The sniper's fire hadn't ceased. Gunfire cracked again, ricocheting too close. Beasts shrieked in the distance. Massive crows went for his legs, their bloated bodies keeping them from flight like all the rest. Izuku was bleeding, broken, back pressed to the edge of a cliff. The fall between buildings would have been deterred by the fence, the now broken fence. He turned. And jumped. The fall only took seconds. Then everything went black. Pain. Izuku woke up in agony. He wasn't back in the dream. He was still in Old Yarnum. The pit was narrow and black, the stone slick with mold and rot. His legs wouldn't move. He felt the cold numbness of shock creeping up his spine. A blood vial. His trembling hand jammed it into his thigh. The liquid surged through him like fire, and with it came pain, so much pain. He screamed as his spine twisted and snapped back into alignment, as torn nerves flared back to life. He breathed. Shuddering. But he was alive. He hauled himself upright, limping along the curved wall of the pit until he found a rusted door. He pushed it open. The stench hit him like a hammer. Death. Rot. Beasts. He lit a match. His lantern flared to life, golden light casting shadows across a vast subterranean hall. Movement. Beasts. They emerged from the dark, 10, maybe more. He couldn't tell. They rushed him all at once, snarling. He raised his cane and met them with fire. The first lost its head. The second had its arm ripped off. Izuku moved like a ghost, pain forgotten in the haze of bloodlust. Every swing of his blade was desperation, every breath another second earned. His vision blurred with sweat and smoke. A rib snapped. A claw tore through his coat. Another vial. More blood. More fire. His boots slipped on viscera. The room echoed with growls and screams. He stabbed and swung and twisted until nothing moved. Only the dripping of blood from the ceiling remained. By the time he staggered through the final corridor, every inch of him ached. His coat was torn. His gloves hung in tatters. He found a weapon on a corpse, long, barbed, like a spear designed to impale gods. He strapped it to his back and stumbled through a window cracked wide open. And there he was. Back on the plateau. Where the fire still burned. Where corpses still smoldered. The blood had stitched his flesh. But nerves? Nerves didn't heal so easily. Some pain lingered. Some wounds didn't fade. And Izuku was okay with that. Because it was something normal in this hell. He would push on and the pain would linger, just like it always had. Like it always did. Pain was his constant companion, even in his old life. As the hunter, the crows, the beasts charged at Izuku. He let his mind wander as his body went on autopilot. He didn't need his mind to distract him, not while the most it would do was make him retch and cry for his actions. He remembered a day long past, and let the memories subsume his mind like oil. The daylight burned into his retinas as he stared at the slowly darkening sky. The warmth of the afternoon sun contrasted cruelly with the icy silence inside him. The light didn't register. Not really. It was like it passed through him, indifferent to the pain rotting beneath the surface. He lay on his back in the damp grass, his school uniform soaked through from the morning rain. The dirt beneath him was cold. But that wasn't why he was shivering. Kachin had been especially vicious that day. The insults weren't new. They never were. But today they felt like knives, sharp and aimed to kill. Words like bullets that lodged deep in his ribs, cracking something he didn't even know could break anymore. And when the words ended, the fists began. The heat of explosions close, too close, left ringing in his ears and bruises across his arms. And no one said anything. No teachers stepped in. No classmates cried foul. The silence was worse than the blows. It meant this was normal. It meant this was okay. He had tried everything to make it stop. He stopped writing in his notebooks, hoping that would be enough to satisfy Kachin's hatred. He silenced his muttering, bit his tongue so hard it bled just to stop the stream of thoughts that made him a target. He sat quietly, took every punch and shove and cruel word, hoping they'd run out of steam. Or maybe they'd finally finish what they started and put him out of his misery. He didn't cry anymore. He couldn't. He just lay there, watching clouds drift across the sky like they belonged to another world. He used to dream about being a hero. Now he dreamed about disappearing. And in that moment, long before the blood and beasts, he had felt the same hollow cold that now gnawed at his ribs in Yarnum. It had already become familiar. It wasn't pain anymore. It was just numbness and emptiness so profound that even fear and grief couldn't find room. That moment beneath the clouds, staring at the uncaring blue, he remembered the silence more than the violence. That quiet begged a question louder than Kachin ever could: why are you still here? And Izuku still didn't know the answer. As memories faded, blood, sticky and hot, slicked the rungs of the ladder he was climbing. Vaguely he recalled choking the hunter of their life, fingers digging into skin and muscle. That didn't matter now. He was currently some odd 70 feet in the air if he could guess. Hanging onto a ladder on the side of the massive clock tower in the center of Old Yarnum. The height of the clock tower wasn't what unnerved him. It was the presence atop it, a man, a hunter, who had clearly lost all traces of sanity. Not in the frothing mouth, rabid beast way. No. This one had a purpose. A goal. A hatred as cold and precise as a rifle scope. Izuku had tried to speak to him at first. It's why he still hung to the ladder instead of climbing the final stretch. Just once. Just to try. But this man had greeted his words with ridicule. Spat venom disguised as wit. His eyes, when Izuku caught sight of them, were hollow. Not mad with rage but with resolve. And so began the now countless deaths. A part of him was glad that he had easily lost himself in memory, even if just for a moment. Because while Izuku was no stranger to dying anymore. This was different. He had been shot off the ladder more times than he could count. Cut down. Blasted apart. Crushed by his own momentum from a bad dodge roll. Even once, impaled on the sharp roof of one of the surrounding buildings. It was exhausting. But he learned. Even while his mind was far away in memory. Every death, every failure, taught him something. The angle of the gun. The rhythm of the shots. The pauses between reloads. The blind spots. There was a method to the madness, and Izuku was done playing fair. He started modifying his approach, building momentum with quickening at just the right moment. He baited the hunter into wasting ammunition, listening for the distinctive click of the man running out of bullets. It became a chess game played with blood and velocity, each attempt carving away at the hunter's advantage. The man had said nothing else. Just kept firing. Kept fighting as he ran out of bullets, throwing Molotovs and using the odd weapon to stab and launch Izuku off the roof. He didn't even hate the man anymore. He pitied him. When he climbed the ladder one final time, each rung vibrating with the tension coiled in his spine, he was ready. His heart was steady, his grip firm. He reached the top, back flat to the wall, gun already drawn. The moment his eyes caught movement, he fired. Once. Twice. 3 times. The hunter didn't even scream. He simply fell. There was a long pause, the wind catching in the eaves of the tower as if holding its breath. Then a distant, bone-jarring crack echoed from far below, the unmistakable sound of a body breaking on the bridge. Izuku holstered his weapon. No cheers. No smiles. He simply stared into the distance for a long time. He wondered who the man had been before the madness. Who he had tried to protect. What the dream had cost him. Only silence answered. The heavy stench of blood hung like a wet fog over central Yharnam's cemetery. It clung to the air with the thickness of oil and the sting of rust, each breath Izuku took grinding like sandpaper through his throat. The scent didn't just linger, it saturated everything, soaked into the fabric of the gravestones, and pressed against his skin like the humidity of a summer storm. The residents, before they'd all gone mad or dead, had once spoken of the Tomb of Eden with quiet reverence. It was one of the few places in central Yharnam where the earth remained untouched, soft, malleable, and yielding beneath one's feet. When the hunts had first begun, most of the city had been paved over with stone and brick, a grim practicality meant to simplify the post-hunt cleanup. Blood was easier to rinse off cobblestone than sponge out of soil. But the cemetery? The cemetery had been left alone. It had been sacred, once. Now it was just convenient. Izuku wasn't entirely sure when the idea had taken root. Maybe it was sometime between the endless circuits through central Yharnam and the mounting frustration of not finding enough bloodstones. He had read somewhere in the tattered notes scattered across the dream and Yharnam that bloodstones formed from a coagulated element within beast blood, a component that, under pressure and time, crystallized. So, a thought crept into the back of his head like a whisper carried on the dream's wind: what if more blood meant more stones? He decided to test the theory. It took nearly 2 hours of digging to form a pit wide and deep enough to contain what he needed. The soft earth offered no resistance, but that only made it more unnerving. The way the shovel sliced through the dirt was too clean, too easy, like the ground wanted to be torn open. Once the pit was ready, the slaughter began. He moved like a shadow with weight, gliding through the fog-choked streets of central Yharnam. The beasts were everywhere, still, and they came to him with fangs bared and claws raised. Izuku's newest weapon, the Quirkamer, was less a weapon and more an extension of a butcher's will. A slab of unforgiving stone sheathed around a sword, its design favored blunt trauma over finesse. And it was perfect. It didn't just kill. It destroyed. Skulls were reduced to paste. Limbs shattered. Ribs cracked like dry wood. He didn't bother being clean about it anymore. He wasn't the boy who hesitated at the sound of screaming voices. He wasn't trying to be a hero. He was a collector of corpses. Everybody was dragged back to the pit. Some he carried. Others he hauled by the ankle, letting them thud and smear trails of blood behind him. It was methodical. Surgical. Ritualistic. 5 hours passed in a haze of red. When the pit was full, bloated with ruined flesh, broken bones, and thick pools of blood, Izuku climbed down with a rake in hand. He stirred the mixture like a gardener tending mulch. He pressed, twisted, shoveled, and mixed. The rake was a salvaged tool, pulled from one of the mob's makeshift barricades, its wooden handle sticky with old blood. But it did the job. He stood at the edge when he was done, staring into the stew of red and black. The steam curled around his face. The grave markers watched silently. He laughed. It began as a dry chuckle, one born more from disbelief than amusement. But it quickly escalated. The chuckle twisted into a bubbling giggle, manic and sharp, until it became a crescendo of laughter so wild it barely sounded human. Then came the sobbing. His whole body shook with it, trembling like a boy drowning under waves. But the tears that fell weren't mournful. They were confused. And the worst part was the truth. He didn't feel remorse. Not for the defiled graves. Not for turning sacred ground into a charnel pit. Not even for the hunt itself. In that moment, what he felt was nothing. He would sit by the pit for hours or days, he wasn't sure, watching as the blood cooled. When it had congealed into a thick, dark paste. The surface shimmering faintly under the moonlight, and nestled within the coagulated soup were the bloodstones. They glimmered like broken stars. Some were small, barely the size of his fingernail. Others were larger, clustered together like hardened tumors. He knelt at the edge, rake in hand, and began to sift through the pool. He was careful. Gentle. Like an archaeologist brushing away dust from fragile bones. The haul was decent. Better than he'd hoped. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. And he knew with a bone-deep certainty that he would do it again. That he had to do it again. Because this wasn't just about bloodstones anymore. It wasn't just about upgrading weapons or crafting better armor. It was about control. It was about proving that he was the one deciding how far he would go. And next time, he wouldn't laugh. Next time, he wouldn't break. Even when he returned to the dream, surrounded by warm winds and the serene faces of Gehrman and the doll, it followed him. That itch. That invisible grime that clung to his hands like dried gore. His fingers twitched. His palms burned. He scratched and scratched until he drew blood, but even that wasn't enough. He could still feel it under his skin. And he knew, deep down, the only thing that would ease it was more hunting. Later he would find himself on top of the clock tower in Old Yarnum, staring at the Gatling gun? It wasn't quite advanced enough to be called a minigun, not like the ones from Earth with rotating barrels and feed systems. But it was still far more refined than anything he expected from this decaying world. Somehow, it was both archaic and sophisticated, like someone had reverse-engineered a weapon centuries ahead of its time using only fire, powder, and brute force. Too large to wield. Too heavy to move. But it was a marvel. Which made it perfect for Izuku's next project. He couldn't use it, but he could study it. With a jar of paint, a set of worn tools, and the help of some very enthusiastic messengers, Izuku began the process of deconstructing the weapon. He catalogued each part meticulously, numbering every bolt, every gear, every etched plate of steel. He made sketches, diagrams, breakdowns of its internal workings and external housing. He noted the feed mechanism that chambered round after round. It took hours. Maybe longer. The stilled world distorted time too much for him to be sure anymore. But eventually, the 1,000-part machine was reduced to an organized chaos of labeled pieces, each one passed off to the messengers to store safely within the dream. When he finally stood up from the disassembled heap, his head was pounding. The unnecessary design redundancies alone were enough to give him a migraine. Whoever built the DMN thing had never heard of simplicity. But despite the headache, he felt proud. Izuku had always been a meticulous learner. Every test, every hero fact, every notebook he'd filled had been born from that obsession to understand. Even when his teachers had dismissed him, even when Bakugo had mocked him, Izuku kept studying. So when it came to learning weaponsmithing and gunsmithing, he dove in with everything he had. Gehrman helped with the forge, lending cryptic advice between sips of tea and muttered stories of ancient hunts. The doll, ever gentle, aided him in tailoring his new armored garb. Between them, Izuku forged himself into something new. Something that looked nothing like the boy who'd first arrived in this world. His new hunter's garb wasn't the plain, worn black that most generic hunters favored. No, his was a rich, deep brown leather trimmed with faded green accents, the colors inspired by the forests back home. It felt like armor and a reminder of who he used to be. Beneath it, chainmail forged from blood-tempered steel and bloodstone wrapped around him like a second skin. It was heavier than what he was used to, but it didn't slow him down. His strength had long since caught up. In his right hand, he carried his new sidearm, an oddly shaped hybrid of the original pistol, the Gatling gun's internals, and a repeater's fast-loading cylinder. It was jagged and boxy, but it fired faster, harder. It felt like progress. In his left hand, the threaded cane, his most trusted weapon, reborn. The was longer now, reinforced with bands of bloodstone and tempered steel. In whip form, its blades glinted like serrated rubies, refined and sharpened beyond their original design. He had soaked the entire length in his own blood during its forging, a ritual he didn't fully understand, but one that had worked. The moment he pulled the warm steel from its basin, it had glowed a faint red, thrumming with something deeper than magic. He hadn't just made better gear. He had made his. And now, with the tools he'd forged and the strength he'd earned, he felt ready. There was a beast that still roamed the depths of Old Yarnum, a terror that reeked of rot and madness. And Izuku was going to bring it down. As Izuku left for Old Yarnum, the doll wandered over to a grave and sat on her knees before it. Like she had done hundreds, thousands of times over. Multiple times per hunter, multiple times per hunt. O Flora, of the moon, of the dream. O little ones, O fleeting will of the ancients. Let the hunter be safe, let him find comfort. And let this dream, his captor, foretell a pleasant awakening. Be, one day, a fond, distant memory. It was a quiet prayer, spoken in hushed tones by her porcelain lips. The doll had lost count of how many times repeated these words. Her soft voice whispers against the silence of the dream. Yet, they were not truly hers. The words belonged to another. Said in begging to another. The one who watched. The one who had ascended. The patron of the hunters of old gods. Flora, the moon presence. She had heard the prayer endlessly. Each echo of it stirred some echo of herself, some fragment of the being she once was. Of all the rituals and mantras carried out within her ethereal domain, this simple, comforting benediction was the one that anchored her. It reminded her she existed. That she remembered. That she had not yet drifted entirely beyond thought. Long ago, before the weave of the world had tangled itself around her limbs. And thought's Flora had made a promise. A vow whispered beneath a sky of stars not unlike those painted over the hunter's dream. She had sworn to protect the little ones. The small mortals who crawled the lands like insects, who stumbled into realms not meant for them. She had seen what the others, the great ones, had planned. Their blind curiosity. Their hunger for vessels. For children. So she intervened. She shielded them. She disrupted her kin's designs, whispered into dreams, planted confusion and doubt. But even gods cannot stay awake forever. In time, exhaustion claimed her, and she descended into a slumber deeper than stone. Her soul nestled in the lowest catacombs of the world. Her body, too alien and immense to be comprehended, was buried in the Thumerian depths, entombed in layers of reality and memory. She might not have need of it anymore, but it was still a part of her. Like her sister of oath. She watched as the mortals evolved. As they learned to HRNSS the ichor of her fallen kin. As they drained the dead for power, drank divine blood with no understanding of its cost. Her fury was vast at first. The desecration enraged her. But it passed. Rage turned to curiosity. Then to fascination. And then to pity. They were clever. Desperate. Fragile. She watched them falter under the weight of their discoveries. Saw how their bodies twisted. How their minds unraveled. And yet they fought. Over and over again, they fought. She extended her hand, metaphorically and literally. A moonlight blade here. A hint of wisdom there. Subtle gifts. Echoes of her favor. But none of it was enough. The beasts were too many. The plague too deep. Her little ones were dying, again and again. She had begged the Formless One to relinquish the curses that bind them. To spare the mortals of their curiosity. The Formless One only chuckled and mocked her. She saw how it drank from each dead body, each corrupted soul. Each pitiable mortal to feed itself. It made her sick. Such a bloated nebulous being had continued its greed millions of years after its ascent. After it had helped all the great ones ascended after it. So when the first hunter called out, not just with voice, not just with soul, but a shard of her own dead child, she answered. She built the dream. It was a mercy. A sanctuary. A cage. It was all these things. And in it, she placed the doll. Around the doll she weaved a fragment of herself into the very soil of the dream. Then came Gehrman. Her first true hunter. Her own personal host of the dream. And then, in time, she selected more. Jacob. Samuel. Jura. Eileen. Names scattered across memory like beads on a broken necklace. Some pure. Others tainted. All seeking purpose. All seeking blood. So many hunters had come and gone that she stopped putting their names on the gravestones she formed to mark each hunt. Each stone was proof her plan was working. Each stone was to mark the death of one of her vile kin. So many hunters, and so many forgotten. But then came him. The little green. A boy burdened by failure. Drenched in shame. Cast aside by his own world, broken before his life had even begun. She took him before the death of his brain. Not out of mercy but out of resonance. He was raw. Unshaped. A storm of longing and fury and heartbreak. She plucked him from the brink and placed him where he might become more. Where he might heal. She left him with one of her oldest servants, a gentle soul with a craftsman's hands and a scholar's patience. And through Blood Minister Henry, through her own blood, she reshaped the little green. It hurt. It always did. They fought the change. Even he did. But he adapted. He endured. And then. He grew. Unlike the others, he did not merely inhabit the dream. He changed it. It bent to his will in small, almost imperceptible ways. The garden bloomed more often. The moonlight felt warmer. The silence became companionship. He soothed the doll's loneliness. He silenced Gehrman's nightmares. And for the first time, she felt something stir in the stillness of her long slumber. Every hunter had to be let go. It was the rule. She watched them all fade, one by one. Some fell. Some turned on her, as they must. But if she had to fall, let it be to him. Let it be to the boy who had begun to find peace in a garden made of forgotten dreams. She would keep her eyes open. Just a little longer. Just to see what kind of hunter the little green might become. To see if he would be the one to come for her life. She chuckled, vibrating the fabric of the dream with a steady rhythm. Or perhaps, she could use such a promising hunter, and still yet live. Izuku's boots sank into blood-soaked earth with each step. The sickly sweet stench burned itself into his skull as he approached the towering, time-worn cathedral looming before him. The air was heavy, clogged with dust, dried blood, and the scent of something foul and long dead. His stomach turned with each breath, but the bloodlust, it could not even be called a blood high, overrode the nausea, thumping behind his eyes like war drums. It was as if every footfall echoed with his heartbeat, reverberating across the cracked stone tiles, beneath the ribs of arching beams like the vertebrae of some ancient colossus. The bloodlust was stronger here. Every part of the cathedral seemed steeped in violence. Cracks in the stained glass windows bled faint light from the flames that still burned across the pillars in slashes of red and gold, like the sun itself had wept for what had happened here. The floor bore thick crusts of dried blood, caked on over years, maybe decades. Smears of something darker led between the pew's drag marks, claw marks. Rows of blackened pillars rose high into the cathedral's throat, casting long, gnarled shadows that twisted with each flicker of his lantern. At the far end, between two towering statues of half-melted saints, something stirred. It wasn't the slow, deliberate motion of something alive. No, it was twitchy. Erratic. Bones scraping against stone. It shifted like a puppet half-woken from a nightmare. It stood slouched, barely human in shape. A beast, or what remained of one. Bone jutted through its leathery flesh, which hung from its limbs in tattered strips. Shreds of sinew wriggled with every movement, as if unsure whether to hold the creature together or let it fall apart. The dried blood around it cracked and flaked as it shifted. Dust motes hung heavy in the air like the breath of a tomb. Izuku stepped forward, the red glow of his whip lighting the gloom like a serpent's tongue dipped in fire. When he'd soaked the blades in his blood, something had changed. The bloodstone-infused steel had drunk deeply. Now, blood didn't just spill, it resonated. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat. With every swing, the whip left behind a crescent arc of radiant red, a glowing arc of malice. Not just a weapon now. An extension of his intent. The beast's eyes clouded, soupy things fixed on him. It shrieked. The scream cracked through the cathedral like lightning splitting a tree. The stone trembled with the force of it, and Izuku moved. The beast leapt. Its claws came down in a blur, but Izuku was faster. Quickening carried him through the strike, his body slipping just beneath the razor-tipped bone. He slid to one knee, spun, and lashed the whip across its flank. Flesh parted like wet paper. The scream turned into a screeching howl, and the beast recoiled, thrashing in fury. It clawed and gnashed at the air, but Izuku was already circling. A gunshot rang out, hammering into its leg. The beast staggered. Izuku dashed in, whip already retracted and snapping again around its forearm. The blade sank in. One twist, one pull, and the arm tore free in a shower of sinew and rot. It should have fallen. Instead, it surged. The one-armed beast barreled into Izuku, slashing wildly. Its claws tore through the cloth of his coat and bit deep into his chainmail. Sparks burst across his chest, the impact enough to knock the wind out of him. He slammed backward into a cracked column, wheezing. But he didn't falter. Pain wasn't new. He gritted his teeth and jammed his cane into the beast's head. A metallic click. The weapon transformed in a blink, its bladed edge locking into place like a bear trap. He twisted hard, and the steel bloomed inside the beast's mouth. A wet crack echoed through the hall. The beast's head split open, tongue lolling out in a curtain of blood. Its body spasmed once, twice, and dropped. Silence returned to the cathedral like a suffocating blanket. The echo of battle retreated into the eaves. The heavy stench of the beast's death layered over the existing rot until it was almost overwhelming. Izuku coughed and stumbled away, reaching into his pouch with shaking hands. An antidote. He set the powdery pellet on his tongue and felt it dissolve into his saliva. Relief burned through his nerves, dulling the worst of the poison, but the bloodlust. The bloodlust remained. His grip trembled around the whip's handle, fingers twitching for another target. The taste of victory was acid in his throat. It hadn't helped. It hadn't worked. His heart was still pounding. His vision blurred at the edges. His mind buzzed with the aftershocks of fury and frustration. Because it had died too fast. All his preparation, all his suffering and pain and crafting and planning, and it ended in seconds. There had been no final roar, no last stand, no desperate struggle for survival. Just a body. Just silence. He stood motionless, staring at the mutilated corpse of the beast he'd just slain. Its flesh still steamed in the cathedral's damp air. His own bloodied hands flexed at his sides, the whip dripping crimson and bone. The monster's death had left him empty, not triumphant. He was still burning inside, angry, bitter, unsatisfied. He realized it wasn't enough. That thought haunted him more than anything else. He exhaled slowly and closed his eyes. He needed to calm down. For a moment, he let the world fade from around him. And in its place, an old memory came. The ripping of an envelope filled the quiet apartment. The apartment that always felt too cold, too still. Izuku sat hunched at the kitchen table, his hands trembling as he pulled apart the stiff paper with meticulous care. His breath caught in his throat as he unfolded the letter, eyes scanning the words with desperate hope. It was from one of the high schools he'd applied to. Early, way too early, a full year ahead of schedule, actually. But Izuku had taken the initiative, pushed himself beyond his grade level, studied for months on end, just to get the hell out of Aldera Junior High. Just to breathe. Just to run from the nightmare. But the hope in his chest cracked, split, and splintered as his eyes took in the first of many betrayals. We are sorry to inform you, Mr. Midoriya, but our distinguished school does not accept people who are not up to our standards. While you did apply early and with impressive grades, we do not accept the quirkless. As an institution, we reserve the right to turn away anyone we please. Once again, Mr. Midoriya, we apologize, but you cannot attend our school. He didn't scream. Instead, his fingers crushed the letter with shaking frustration. He ripped it apart in silence, his heart a dull throb in his chest. The sting of tears pooled behind his eyes, but he wiped them away with the back of his hand, swallowing the lump in his throat. Then he moved on to the next. We regret to inform you. While your academic credentials are excellent, we cannot accept a quirkless. Denied. We are unable to admit students who lack potential for long-term employment in hero-based sectors. We reached out to your father, and he agreed. Paper after paper, letter after letter. 41 schools. 41 rejections. 10 of them were hero schools that hadn't even bothered to read his application. 20 of them claimed they were prestigious institutions and refused to tarnish their reputation with someone like him. 11 were desperate last-chance schools, places with bad reputations or low funding, and even they didn't want him. Izuku had never felt so small. So expendable. So worthless. He sat there for hours, surrounded by torn envelopes and cold silence. Even his mother's glances from across the room as she ate her dinner couldn't reach him, her eyes full of knowing that this would happen burned his heart. There was no comfort in her silence, as usual. No warmth or love as she walked past him, that same look she always gave him when he failed. Her eyes said everything. Fear. Pity. Hate. But there was one last letter. One final envelope sealed with a symbol in red wax, the emblem of UA High. His fingers trembled as he broke the seal. He unfolded the letter slowly, as if any sudden movement might shatter the fragile hope still hiding in his chest. His final hope. He remembered the words she said when she handed him the out-of-placement test papers. Just do your best, kiddo, I'll get these delivered as soon as I can. He didn't believe her then. He hoped she hadn't given up on him, and betrayed him. Dear Izuku Midoriya, we at UA are proud to be an inclusive institution. While we cannot enroll you this year due to standard age restrictions, we want to extend a formal pre-acceptance to our general education course for the next academic year. Your application, especially your exceptional results on our out-of-level placement test, has drawn the attention of our faculty. We are aware you've applied to 41 other schools. We've also been made aware of the unjust treatment you've faced. Know this, UA will hold a chair open for you, Mr. Midoriya. If, after your arrival, you wish to apply for the business, support, or heroics programs, we welcome you to take the necessary entrance tests at your convenience. Sincerely, Principal Nedzu, UA High School. Izuku didn't cry. But something knotted in his chest. Just a little. The world outside the apartment was still cruel, still loud. But that night, as he sat under the dim light of the living room lamp, the cold of the Midoriya household felt just a little bit warmer. He kept that letter. Pressed it flat. Sealed it in a plastic folder. Filed it between the pages of his oldest Quirk notebook like a secret message from a future that might still come true. Not a promise. Not quite. But a hope. And for Izuku Midoriya, that was everything. Even when All Might had broken his hope, nearly a full year later, he knew he wouldn't take the jump. He knew he would push past it, eventually. He had plans for later the next day, the same day But he had someone to finally show the letter to. He knew she would be ecstatic, then spot the date on the letter and yell at him for not showing her sooner. He had a promise to keep to the heroine who gave him the out-of-placement test, a promise to give the Gen Ed course a shot. He had 3 years of high school to prepare. Not to mention college, the UA university courses were what really mattered in hero work anyway. The echoes of that letter, the memories, the single shred of hope from UA, things he had forgotten, still rang in Izuku's heart as he sat against the cold stone wall of the cathedral. That tiny ember, a memory from another world, helped push back the numbness that came with the blood. With a breath, he pushed the image of the letter, of Principal Nedzu's words, out of his mind. This wasn't the time for sentiment. This was Yharnam. And Yharnam didn't care. But it had once, in a different life. That quiet warmth from another world faded from Izuku's mind as he blinked himself back to reality. The cathedral loomed before him, quiet as a corpse. The memory of wax seals and kind words was crushed beneath the weight of steel, blood, and stone. He left and returned to Eden Chapel, stronger, more prepared for cathedral ward than ever before. He had been very confused when upon his arrival, the door that had been locked in the chapel mysteriously opened while he was gone, not that he was complaining. Even with the dream at his back, even with all the old tomes and guides, the path forward had been maddeningly obscure. So when the locked passage shifted without warning, it felt less like a blessing and more like the dream itself nudging him along. Still, he didn't hesitate to ascend the elevator it concealed, clinging to a faint hope that maybe, just maybe, this time he was heading the right way. That hope lasted all of 3 seconds, right until his chest was abruptly torn open by a volley of quicksilver bullets. Seriously, who the hell thought to mount Gatling guns on wheelchairs? Gritting his teeth and riding the elevator up again, Izuku prepared himself for retaliation. The moment the elevator stopped, he darted around the corner like a shadow on fire, zeroing in on the wheelchair-bound gentleman who had unleashed hell upon him. The old man, despite his grotesque weaponry, could not turn fast enough to stop the razor edge of Izuku's cane. A swift slash, and the menace was silenced. Beyond the now-deceased gunman lay a large iron-banded chest. Inside, Izuku discovered an odd stone slab etched with cryptic symbols that glowed faintly in the lantern light. It pulsed with some quiet energy, the kind of thing that might be important later. Deciding not to question its purpose just yet, he handed the slab to one of the nearby messengers, who accepted it with a cheerful chirp before vanishing into the floor. Pushing on, he found himself standing at the threshold of a windswept bridge that arched out toward a towering spire. The bridge's cracked railings barely clung to the edges, and the streets far below were shrouded in shadow and ash. As he stepped forward, the quiet exploded into chaos. Bullets screamed past his head, and he barely dove back in time to avoid becoming a smear across the stone. He took a moment to focus, breathing deep and drawing upon his training. Quickening surged through his veins like cold lightning, and with a single burst of motion, Izuku launched across the bridge. The bullets phased harmlessly through him, and in the blink of an eye, he had dispatched the lone defender at the opposite side. But there was no time to breathe. Stepping cautiously into the first floor of the tower, he was immediately met with a vicious cry and the stabbing pain of a scimitar being driven into his left shoulder. The assailant's shriek alerted a swarm of others, 2 wielding butcher knives, 2 with axes and torches, 1 with a musket, and another clutching a laughably useless wooden shield. And then there was the scimitar wielder, still embedded in Izuku's flesh. Reacting on instinct, Izuku spun, his cane elongating with a metallic click into its whip form. He cleaved through the charging axeman and butcher in one sweeping arc, while a shot from his pistol exploded the rifleman's skull. The scimitar in his shoulder was yanked free, the white-hot pain causing his muscles to lock up for a second before he dove to the right, barely avoiding another strike. A second shot from his pistol eliminated the swordsman. An axeman lunged with a burning torch, but Izuku's whip coiled around his midsection, slicing him apart before he could land a blow. The shield-bearer barreled into him with surprising speed, knocking the breath from his lungs just as Izuku fired a final shot into the last butcher. Reeling, he transformed his weapon once more and drove the hardened cane into the shield man's head with a meaty thud. Breathing heavily, blood dripping from his shoulder, Izuku jammed a blood vial into his thigh. Warmth and energy flooded through his limbs, dulling the pain and mending torn muscles. With the room finally quiet, he began picking through the carnage. A chest tucked into a shadowed alcove yielded a rare bloodstone, and scattered across the floor were bullets, blood vials, and half-functional weapons. All of it went to the messengers, who materialized with eager chirps and dragged the loot away into whatever pocket dimension they came from. Izuku offered a tired nod in thanks. The ascent continued. He crept up the stone stairwell, his body taut with caution. At the next landing, he spotted another wheelchair-bound gunner and a scimitar-wielding mobster crouched beside him. Lowering himself into a crouch, Izuku ghosted along the railing. With one clean motion, he transformed his cane and swung, the whip singing through the air as it took both their lives in a crimson blur. Blood coiled into the weapon like it was hungry. Just as he finished the kill, a guttural grunt echoed behind him. He turned just in time to see a massive hunchback swinging a cinder block like a club. It connected with a sickening crash, hurling Izuku across the room. His chainmail screamed in protest, metal cracking, shards biting deep into his ribs. He rolled as he landed, wheezing as he forced another vial into his thigh. The quick relief from the burning pain nearly robbed Izuku of his chance. As the enormous hunchback thundered forward in a brutal charge, Izuku's instincts took over. A single gunshot rang out, his bullet slamming into the giant's shoulder with enough force to send the man stumbling sideways into a stone wall. The crack of impact echoed across the chamber. Wasting no time, Izuku darted behind the hulking figure, his breath ragged, and launched himself into the air. With both hands gripping the handle of his weapon, he brought it down hard into the exposed muscle of the hunchback's back. A metallic click echoed sharply. With a practiced pull, his cane transformed mid-strike into a bladed whip, the jagged edge tearing through sinew and bone like wet parchment. Most of the man's shoulder came away with the weapon as blood splattered against the crumbling stone walls. Izuku barely allowed himself a heartbeat of rest before continuing. The doorway ahead led to a narrow walkway with no guardrails, offering a sheer drop to the fog-choked streets below. Ahead of him stood the two gunners who had nearly ended him earlier. With a focused surge, Izuku activated quickening, the sensation like his entire body shuddered between planes of reality. He dashed forward, faster than their eyes could track. The first fell without a sound, his throat neatly opened by a swipe of Izuku's cane. The second managed to pull the trigger. The gun roared. A white-hot pain exploded in Izuku's chest, but he didn't stop. With a pained grunt, he struck twice more, putting the other down. Staggering to the wall, Izuku collapsed against the rough stone. He could feel the bullet inside him, a burning weight nested in his lung. There was no exit wound. Each breath came with more difficulty, and a coppery taste filled his mouth as blood began trickling down his throat. He slid to the cold floor, hands trembling. If he used a blood vial now, it would heal the tissue around the bullet, possibly sealing it inside. He needed to get it out first. A familiar scratching sound signaled the arrival of the messengers. One of them, a tiny creature with large eye sockets, presented a small medical kit, chirping softly. Izuku's blood-slick fingers fumbled inside and retrieved the longest pair of tweezers he could find. He gritted his teeth and shoved the metal into the wound. Pain flared like wildfire as muscle spasmed around the intrusion. His vision blurred. Then there. Metal on metal. He brushed the edge of the bullet. With a ragged yell, Izuku pulled. The projectile came free, wet and glinting red-black. One of the messengers immediately handed him a blood vial, and he jabbed it into his leg. Warmth spread through him, unnatural and tinged with the arcane. Bones cracked back into place, muscle knitted together, and the hole in his lung began to seal. His ribs popped audibly as they reformed. But the process was exhausting. He collapsed again, spasming as he coughed up blood and fragments of dead tissue. The messengers gathered around him, watching silently. Some brought him tablets of minerals to aid healing. Others returned with hunks of dried meat, strips of fat, and even a half-loaf of bread wrapped in paper. They worked around him like caretakers, efficient, wordless, and watchful. He remained there for what felt like nearly an hour, allowing his battered body time to recover. The nourishment helped. His strength returned in slow, stuttering waves. When he could finally stand, he did so with the help of the messengers, one of whom clung stubbornly to the hem of his coat. With his chest still sore but manageable, he began his ascent up the next ladder in the tower. Each rung sent tremors of fatigue through him, but he kept going. He had come too far to falter now. At the top, the chamber was cast in dim torchlight. Shadows pooled between the pillars of stone and wood. Ahead stood another figure in a wheelchair, but this one wore a bird-like plague doctor's mask and gripped a flame sprayer. To Izuku's left, partially obscured by the gloom, he caught the glint of steel scimitar. Another mob member, hiding. And down the corridor, just beyond the gloom, another flame wielder sat waiting. Izuku didn't hesitate. With a snap, his whip came alive, blood still clinging to its barbed edges. It flared in the darkness like a crimson banner. He spun, carving a brutal arc across the room. The scimitar wielder was cut clean in half, the first fire user's head tumbled to the floor in a spray of sparks and gore. Before the second could react, Izuku closed the distance, his boots scraping on old stone. At halfway, he whipped his weapon downward with all the force he could muster. The blades buried themselves in the man's mask and skull. The fire wielder's body jerked once, then slumped in his seat. Breathing hard, Izuku stood amidst the carnage, blood dripping from his whip and coat. He turned to examine the room. A chest sat quietly near one wall, and within it lay an ornately engraved sword crest, polished and gleaming despite the dust that coated everything else. Nearby, he collected one of the flame sprayers. He paused, letting himself exhale. One more room cleared, one more step forward in a nightmare with no end in sight. He gave the flame sprayer and sword crest to the waiting messengers, their tiny hands eager as they disappeared with their new treasures. He worked his way backwards through the tower from there. He found more books, dozens of them. The walls of the dusty upper floor were lined with old hunter weapons, rusted tools, and worn relics of battles long past. Alongside them, small piles of books rested in chaotic clusters, their pages yellowed and covers brittle. Some detailed the crafting of weapons or the careful use of bloodstones in combat, while others told the stories of hunters who had come before him, their victories and failures inked in careful script. And, as he discovered with some embarrassment, there were even a few naughtier books that Izuku quietly set aside, likely intended for Gehrman's private collection. Undeterred, the young hunter returned to the dream and sprawled across the floor of the ever-expanding workshop. The once modest building had grown again, as if in response to the knowledge brought into it. Tables had multiplied, creating workbenches for fletching, smithing, tailoring, and dozens of tools too specific to name. The walls pushed outward into the void, allowing room for even more bookshelves, storage cabinets, and equipment racks. The once dismal and narrow structure now felt like a bustling haven of knowledge and progress. Beyond the workshop, the dream itself reflected Izuku's presence. The desolate nothingness surrounding the floating island seemed to recede slightly, replaced with wisps of glowing mist and faint traces of land that hadn't been there before. The small patches of silver lilies and moonblooms looked fuller, healthier, meticulously tended by the doll and Gehrman, who now had access to gardening tools Izuku had crafted for them. The doll spent her quiet moments kneeling in the flower beds, humming softly while pruning with a pair of curved shears engraved with the hunter's rune. The graves that bordered the dream's edge markers for hunters long gone had changed as well. Where once they were nameless and crumbling, they now bore new inscriptions, 2 names, one normal, one always funky on the tongue etched carefully into re-chiseled stone. Izuku had taken the time to restore them, finding a strange peace in honoring those who had fought before him. Even the sky of the dream seemed transformed. The once dim and listless moon that hung perpetually above now gleamed with a cold, silver brilliance. Its light poured more warmly into the dream, casting softer shadows and reflecting faintly off the petals of the flowers and the polished stones of the workshop floor. The dream was more alive than ever. Izuku's efforts to learn had grounded him. Whether it was metallurgy, tailoring, chemistry, or engineering, each discipline became an anchor for his thoughts. On days where the bloodlust threatened to consume him, or the memories of pain and loneliness resurfaced, he focused on the act of creating. It was something human. Something his enemies, twisted as they were, had lost. The once tiny, hidden bedroom at the rear of the workshop, originally barely large enough for a bed and shelf, had expanded into a warm, well-lit room. Izuku had helped Gehrman arrange bookshelves, hang tattered maps of the old hunts, and even organize a few of the smut books, which the old hunter was quick to hide whenever the doll entered. The ledge where the doll liked to sit had also changed. Once rough and jagged, Izuku had spent hours sanding it down, despite the doll gently explaining that her body didn't feel discomfort the way humans did. Still, he had insisted. "You deserve to be comfortable too," he had said with a sheepish smile. Oddly, new items began appearing in the dream. Sometimes Izuku would wake from a nap to find things he didn't remember retrieving, a half-finished essay on Hero Society, scorched pages from his old Quirk notebooks, the ones Katsuki and his former classmates had destroyed. Once, he had even found a small photo, curled at the corners, showing the Midoriya family when he was just a toddler, smiling up from a blanket in his mother's arms. The presence of these items unnerved both Gehrman and the doll. They had lived in the dream for decades, perhaps centuries, and had never seen such a phenomenon. The changes weren't limited to artifacts. The hunter's rune on Izuku's forearm, once simple and sharp, had become more complex. Layered beneath the base symbol were threads of moon runes, old glyphs tied to protection, guidance, and insight. They shimmered faintly in the dream's silver light, shifting slightly when he slept. They didn't know if the changes were the work of Izuku himself, the manifestation of his desperate will, or the moon. The thought that the Great One watching from above had taken a liking to the boy was a comfort. The thought that it might be something else entirely was not. As Izuku continued his experiments, attempts to refine Molotovs, create bolt paper and other tools, Gehrman gardened and tended to the fields of flowers the best he could from his chair. Gehrman had always liked gardening. There was a calmness to it, a rhythm that soothed his old bones and his ever-restless mind. Ever since Izuku came to the dream, the place had shifted. Subtly at first, then more noticeably. It was as if the dream itself wanted to comfort them, like it was slowly being rewritten by the small green-haired hunter's presence. Small items from Izuku's past had begun to appear here and their fragments of memory, little gifts of comfort, and now, it seemed, even Gehrman's own past had begun to take root. A new patch of soil had bloomed into existence just beyond the workshop, freshly tilled, already sprinkled with fertilizer and laid with neat rows of seeds. So he took advantage of it. It reminded him of home. Of a different kind of life, one long buried beneath blood, steel, and ash. It wasn't much. The garden plot was no more than a few yards across, but it was enough to spark something in him. A memory. A longing. The quiet ritual of digging, planting, watering. It was like farming on a smaller scale. And Gehrman, for all his decades away from that life, had once been a farm boy. As a child, he had hated his father's old rickety shack, which sat on the edge of sprawling wheat fields, constantly dwarfed by the slow-growing stone towers of Yharnam on the horizon. The city had fascinated him, filled with dreams of adventure, invention, and romance. He often wondered what kinds of lives people led there. What kinds of women lived in the city's upper districts. What kinds of jobs existed beyond the scythe and the plow. But those dreams were just that, dreams. The teasing drawl of his brother reached young Gehrman's ears as he stood staring out at the distant city, the late afternoon sun setting the wheat fields ablaze with gold. "You will never get strong carry in those baby bundles, Germ. The swingin' of a scythe and the cuttin' of grain, now that's what makes a man. These scrawny arms'll never win you a girl at this rate." Gehrman flushed, his cheeks burning hotter than the noonday sun as he nearly dropped the awkward stack of itchy wheat in his arms. "Peeta, stop teasin' your brother. We need this field cleared for the moon rises. And, Gehrman, quit daydreamin' and move your feet." "Okay, Pop," Gehrman called back, already quickening his pace, but his eyes lingered for a moment longer on the towers in the distance. They teased him often about his height, his thin frame, his tendency to get lost in thought, but Gehrman learned early that being small had its advantages. Against beasts, agility often mattered more than brute strength. By the time he had reached his upper teens, life on the farm had changed. Their father had grown ill. The kind of sick where even the best of Yharnam's medicine couldn't offer much hope. So Gehrman stayed. He worked the fields, just like his brothers. He even learned how to modify their old farming scythes, sharpening their edges and reinforcing the handles for better leverage. Those tools were their livelihood and their pride. Then, one day, the healing church came. A group of men in robes, promising salvation in a vial. They offered an experimental treatment for his father, and with few options left, the family accepted. The very next day, their father was up at dawn, cutting wheat like he had never been sick at all. He laughed. He hummed. He even let his boys sleep in. They thought it a miracle. The church returned with more offers, medicine in exchange for a small slice of their land. Just a little. What harm could it do? They agreed. Of course they did. At first, the blood was only used in emergencies. Gehrman's eldest brother shattered his arm in 3 places when a wagon collapsed on him. The blood healed it overnight. But soon, the threshold for what warranted a vial shrank. Broken bones became sprains. Sprains became fevers. Minor cuts. Bruises. Headaches. And before long, all of Gehrman's brothers had used the church's blood. All of them except him. The harvests had been bountiful the year the beasthood first showed its teeth. Golden wheat swayed high under the sun, and the Midwood farm was thriving more than it had in decades. Gehrman, only in his early 20s, felt pride with every bushel hauled and every scythe swung. Their sweat paid for new tools, fresh seed, and a flickering hope that maybe, just maybe, their family would claw itself into prosperity. But prosperity curdled quickly. It started small, almost laughably so, an odd patch of coarse black hair sprouting on the crown of their father's once proud bald head. The man had always joked about his lack of hair, so when it began to return, they assumed it was a blessing, a second youth, a kindness from the blood. But the gift was rotten. His cough worsened. His eyes grew sunken and red. On more than one occasion, Gehrman would wake in the dead of night to find his father standing motionless in the wheat fields, his face bathed in moonlight and expression hollow. Sometimes, when he spoke, he didn't remember their names. And then the blood moon came. That night had begun in joy. Gehrman and his brothers were celebrating their largest harvest in years, the barn filled to bursting, the grain stacked in neat, proud piles. Laughter carried through the fields. Wine was passed around. But beneath that sky, dyed red and wrong, something snapped. Gehrman saw it happen, the flicker in his father's eyes, the animal lurch forward, and the scream that tore through his younger brother's throat before it was ripped out entirely. Panic was a foreign thing in Gehrman's chest, but that night it made itself known. They pleaded. Oh, how they pleaded. That wasn't a beast, it was their father. Their pa, who'd stayed when Ma had fled, who'd toiled through the winters to keep their bellies full, who taught them about city merchants and wheat prices and the dignity of rural life. They begged him to stop, but the thing that wore his face only howled in return. His eldest brother leapt to intervene, to restrain, to reason. But the strength of a beast is a thing not understood until it is felt. He was torn apart before their eyes, a flash of red and the sound of rending meat. Gehrman didn't even register his own scream. He ran. His last two brothers, still shouting behind him, fell further and further away as Gehrman bolted to the toolshed. The old wood door slammed behind him, and his hands found the first weapon he had ever used, a scythe, thick and sharp, tempered for wheat but baptized that night in blood. The rest of that night? Hazy. Broken. He remembered the heat of something heavy crashing into him. The burn of claws across his arms. The sticky, cloying smell of gore clogging his nose. At some point, he must have struck his father, his true father, or what remained. Whether he fell, or the beast did, he couldn't say. But when he next opened his eyes, the sky was pale and gray, and the fields were quiet. Men from the healing church stood around him. One handed him a paper. A contract. The first hunter's oath. He didn't know why he signed it. Maybe he thought the church could stop this from happening to anyone else. Maybe he thought it would give his family's deaths meaning. Maybe he was just numb. That parchment sealed his fate. Killing became his profession. His days were spent slaughtering what he once wept over. He made allies, some even friends. Taught others what he had learned. Watched them grow into legends and die as monsters. He learned the true cost of blood. He remembered Sigmund daring him to ride a dark beast once, as if laughing could banish the nightmares. He remembered the madness in their laughter, the way none of them slept soundly. And in time, he met the moon. Not in prayer, but in person. He struck a deal that day, a desperate, fumbling agreement born from sorrow and exhaustion. A pact that promised a dream, and hunters eternal. And now, centuries later, as the dream shifted under the feet of a boy who bore the weight of two worlds, Gehrman found himself in the garden once again, his old hands in new soil, hoping, foolishly, that something good could still grow from it. An eerie creak cut through the heavy stillness as Izuku stepped onto the brittle wooden plank, its warped groan echoing into the dark, cavernous void beneath. The platform trembled under his weight, sending a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the damp air. Below him, only an abyss, endless, hungry shadows. His heart pounded in his chest like a war drum, each beat a sharp reminder that one misstep could mean oblivion. Moments like this made him question, not for the first time, why Yharnam was so utterly broken. The architecture was madness, twisting towers, impossible stairwells, and corridors that led nowhere but deeper into death. What kind of city used rotted wood for critical support structures in a land teeming with beasts and blood-drunken killers? Were they mad, negligent, or simply suicidal? It had all started with a fall, of course it had. He'd taken a side path around the base of the tower, only to drop nearly 10 feet onto a jagged stone boulder. The impact shattered 3 ribs, cracked several more, and knocked the breath from his lungs. A blood vial and a stale ration had been enough to get him hobbling again, but Yharnam was relentless. The next bridge had looked stable, thick planks, reinforced supports. He hadn't even made it halfway before it collapsed beneath him. He landed on another scaffold, half broken and dangling, breaking his leg and bruising his hip so badly he could barely crawl. Then that wood gave out. He tumbled again, helpless, until finally landing with a sickening thud on what passed as a sturdier platform. He groaned, his face pressed to the cool, dust-covered wood. He'd landed just outside a thick, iron-bound door with no apparent path to it other than the freefall he'd just endured. His leg throbbed, bones misaligned, tendons strained, nerves ablaze. A vial fixed it well enough being a term he was quickly becoming too familiar with. When his bones finally knit together and he could stand again, he opened the door. And froze. Beyond lay the hunter's dream, but not the one he knew. The flower fields that once shimmered under moonlight now drooped, gray and wilted. The gentle lull of wind that used to play across the graveyard was gone, replaced by a suffocating, unmoving silence. Each step he took across the cracked cobblestones caused dust to rise like ash from a grave. The tombstones once lovingly cared for by the doll were smudged with grime and time. The merchant's bird bath, usually abuzz with chirping messengers offering wares, was silent. Only a single chest remained. Inside, he found a full set of the doll's clothes, neatly folded, like someone had carefully prepared them for a journey she would never take. The tombstone the doll had once guarded now bore only a single bone laid reverently atop it, untouched by dust, as though someone still visited it in mourning. He gave both to the messengers when they appeared, their tiny forms emerging from the cracks in the stone with subdued chirps, hesitant and sorrowful. The workshop's interior shattered him in ways no beast ever had. Books he had read cover to cover lay strewn across the room, spines split and pages moldy with damp. Tables lay overturned, scrolls shredded or chewed. The smell of mildew and ink, once comforting in the dream, was here acrid and stale. In the corner, in a spot she had never sat, was the doll. Except she didn't move. She was flawless, pristine even. Her porcelain skin unblemished, her posture identical. But her eyes were lifeless glass. Her fingers frozen. Her mouth a mere etching. He called to her. Shook her gently. Nothing. It was like looking at a corpse sculpted to remember the living. The difference was nauseating. His doll, his companion, smiled, spoke, breathed. This mannequin only imitated the shape of her. No soul, no warmth. Just empty silence. This wasn't the dream. It couldn't be. It was something older. Something abandoned. The true hunter's workshop. The first hunter's workshop. This must have been where Gehrman trained his first hunters, where the pact with the moon presence began. Where the hunt officially started. Somehow, it had become buried under the layers of Yharnam, layered over with stone and time. Izuku had fallen through more than just a building, he had fallen through history. He had dropped nearly 60 feet. Without his quick healing, the descent would have killed him outright. That reality weighed heavily on him. On a cabinet shelf, he found an ornate, dusty hair clip. Delicate and time-worn, it had once been painted, though the name written on it had faded into smudged traces of ink. Was it the doll's true name? Or the name of the woman she was modeled after? He pocketed it. The doll was always brushing her hair back, maybe this would help. Then he found it. An ornamental silver bowl sat on one of the battered workshop tables. Within, a piece of black, glistening meat pulsed faintly, thick and rubbery. As he leaned closer, the folds shifted and revealed eyes. Dozens of malformed, semi-formed eyes stared up at him from beneath the fatty tissue. They didn't blink. They didn't move. But they saw. It radiated a presence. Like it was watching him while he watched it. A chill scraped down his spine. The eyes were too knowing. Too aware. He could feel something. Ancient. Brushing against the edges of his consciousness. Everything in him screamed to destroy it. To toss it back into the abyss it came from. But something deeper, the part of him that had come to trust the whispers in his blood, told him it mattered. That it would be needed. That it was a key, not a curse. So, grimacing, he scooped it up and handed it to the messengers. They accepted it without hesitation, their hands trembling slightly as they vanished with it into the cracks. Not one chirped. Not one met his gaze. This place was wrong. This place was ancient. And Izuku had the unshakable feeling that this place had never stopped watching him. He had questions. And only Gehrman could provide the answers. He would ask them later, when he could word them in a way not problematic. So he died and returned to the top of the pit of rotting wood and treacherous falls. He proceeded to painstakingly try to find a safe route down the vertical filled with shattered flooring and precarious wooden beams, and Izuku finally reached the bottom. Not, of course, without dying several times along the way. Each fall through the darkness had been a jolt to his nerves and a crack to his pride, but in Yharnam, death meant knowledge. Death meant progress. As terrifying as the plummet through shadow was, Izuku had come to accept it as just another step on the ladder to survival. Falling, breaking, and bleeding was just another method of learning. However, calling the bottom safe would have been a laughable lie. There was a goddamn fire beast. It towered like a demon, easily twice the height of an average man, its form wreathed in flames and muscle, radiating unbearable heat and hate in equal measure. Fire spewed from its mouth and claws in wild, erratic gouts, scorching the stone floor, the surrounding walls, and nearly Izuku's eyebrows. The thing roared loud enough to shake the foundations of the crumbling pit, and worse, it was guarding the only visible exit. The battle was pure chaos. Izuku narrowly avoided a fiery swipe that would have cooked him alive, his coat catching singe marks as he ducked under a cascade of flame. He rolled, dodged, struck, and bled. A couple second-degree burns blossomed across his arms and neck before he finally managed to wear the beast down. He used every tactic in his arsenal: fire, paper, quickening, parries, and well-placed shots. It collapsed with a thunderous thud that cracked the floor beneath it, leaving behind a blackened smear and, thankfully, another stone rune. With the creature slain, Izuku limped through the exit and found himself standing on the edge of something strange, a small, isolated village nestled in the base of the tower he had just climbed down. It was eerily quiet, the structures old but not entirely ruined. Perhaps this had once been a residence for those who worked in the hunter's workshop? Or maybe it served a darker, forgotten purpose. Either way, he didn't like the silence. There was a weight to the air, like even the buildings were waiting for something to go wrong. Wandering through the tight, crooked alleys, Izuku encountered more familiar foes. A couple members of the hunter's mob roamed the streets, along with a few more infected dogs that had long since ceased being unsettling and now were just an annoyance. The carrion crows still gave him the creeps, though. Their twitchy movements and gurgling screeches always sent a shiver down his spine. Then came the new threats. One of them was something else. A lanky monster, nearly 8 feet tall, dragging a giant sack over its shoulder like some grotesque parody of Santa Claus. Izuku spotted it before it saw him and decided to strike first. His whip lashed out, carving into its limbs, but to his surprise, the creature didn't fall. It entered a berserker frenzy, swinging its massive sack like a wrecking ball. The air howled with each strike, and Izuku barely dodged the fatal arcs. One hit, he was sure, would have turned his ribs to powder. When it finally fell, the sack-toting horror dropped something precious, a fused bloodstone 2 crystals grown together in the rarest of formations. One of only a few he'd found in all his time here. Further down one of the narrow, winding paths, he encountered something even stranger. Hunched over a corpse beside a dilapidated well, a pale figure twitched and muttered to itself. Its skin was a sickly, frostbitten blue, almost luminous, and its ragged robes hung like shredded parchment from its gaunt frame. Izuku didn't wait to find out what it could do. He lunged, driving his cane like a spear, slamming the creature against the stone wall. It flailed, screeching in a pitch that almost burst his eardrums, until a well-placed knife ended its spasms. Examining the body made Izuku regret looking closer. Where its face should have been was a nest of pale, twitching tentacles. Instead of suction cups, barbed spikes lined the limbs. The top of its skull was soft and pulsing. Peeling it back revealed a hidden appendage, a long, thin tendril tipped with a spiral of teeth perfect for burrowing into a skull. It was a creature built to feed on brains. He staggered away from it, bile in his throat. After clearing the last of the twisted houses and double-checking for supplies, Izuku finally found the only way forward, an elevator. A stupidly fast elevator. As he boarded it, he sighed deeply. How the hell do they keep building these things? The lift shot upward like a rocket, and Izuku had to brace himself to avoid face-planting against the ceiling. It ascended at a speed that absolutely defied physics, and it wasn't the first time he had to ask himself what kind of eldritch contractor had designed this city. Seriously, stone towers, wooden stairs, and FING bullet trains for elevators? He mentally added it to his ever-growing list of questions for the sadistic architects of Yharnam. Right under, why are all your bridges death traps, and who thought placing flamethrowers in wheelchairs was a good idea? When the platform finally slowed and stopped, Izuku stumbled out, bracing himself against the gate. Then his breath caught. He knew this place. He was standing on the other side of one of the large gates in the cathedral ward. The one he'd stared at from the opposite side for hours, trying to figure out how to get around it. It had been locked from the inside, an impassable barrier. And now? Apparently, all he had needed to do was fall through floors of ancient, rotten wood, fight a goddamn flame demon, survive a town of brain-sking horrors, and ride a high-speed elevator that would give most people whiplash. His eye twitched. What the hell is Yharnam's layout? His scream echoed through the empty streets. And not a single architect answered. Resentful to the silence that answered, he continued through Cathedral Ward. And it turns out, opening all 3 gates in the Cathedral Ward? A cakewalk. Convincing a terrified woman of the night to seek safety at Eden Chapel? Surprisingly easy. But trying to persuade some smug, insufferable jackass who seemed to think Izuku was lying about everything? That was like trying to teach calculus to a brick wall with trust issues. The man had all the charm of a paranoid street preacher and none of the charisma. It felt like trying to reason with an alternate universe version of Katsuki, abrasive, loud, and utterly convinced that Izuku was full of shit. No matter how many times he insisted, the chapel is safe, the man just scoffed and muttered about outsiders, conspiracies, and whatever else made Izuku want to scream into the void. So, in a moment of petty spite and honestly, a need to just move on, Izuku told the guy to go to the same clinic he had woken up in. If the guy got himself killed, well, it would sit on Izuku's conscience, sure. But not nearly as much as the emotional trauma of enduring that entire conversation in the first place. Why was everyone in Yharnam so god-mad? Xenophobic? The list of people who had been even remotely decent to him could still fit on 2 hands: the disfigured chapel dweller, Eileen, Alfred, Gilbert, the doll, Gehrman, and now the were Ariana, if he remembered right. She had been surprisingly kind, and so overwhelmingly flirtatious that Izuku had nearly short-circuited on the spot. She dropped more innuendos in a single conversation than most romance manga managed in a full volume. Her sultry voice, the playful tilt of her head, the way she winked at him, how was he supposed to handle that? It was just like talking to Midnight, if Midnight had been stuck in a blood-plagued Victorian hellscape. His face had turned so red it practically glowed in the dark. He was going to die. Not from beasts or corruption or eldritch nightmares but from embarrassment. Izuku Midoriya, hunter, scholar, survivor of horror, slain by flirting. Honestly, if he ever got home, he could probably claim it as a quirk. Something like overheated emotion core. The moment something remotely romantic or suggestive happened, he became a walking space heater. UA would probably classify it as emitter type and shove him into the hero course out of pity. Yes, he did sit in a dirty alleyway for almost an hour afterward, face buried in his hands, willing himself to calm down. Eventually, though, he got back to work. He still had a job to do. Izuku had cleared through most of the cathedral ward. He'd fought another one of those brain-skiing, pale freaks with their twitchy limbs and leech-like mouths. He'd stumbled into a massive graveyard filled with cathedral giants, the kind that stood nearly 2 stories tall, armed with axes bigger than he was. Sure, there were only 3 of them, but when all 3 chased him through a field of broken tombstones, it felt like being hunted by a trio of sentient wrecking ball. He had stood at the bottom of the immense staircase that led to the great cathedral at the top, staring up at its ominous silhouette against the sky. Every instinct in him screamed, "Don't go in there." So he listened. Yharnam had taught him many lessons, and one of the most important was this: never ignore the screaming in your gut. Instead, he limped his way back to Eden Chapel. His legs throbbed with pain, the dull ache of overuse and minor injury. One of the giants had caught him with a wild backhand, sending him tumbling across the cobblestones. His ribs ached, but not enough to warrant wasting a blood vial. He could walk. That was good enough. As he passed through the chapel's side courtyard, a flash of black feathers caught his eye. Eileen. Standing near the side exit, cloaked in her usual garb and framed by the pale light from the moon, was one of the only people in this nightmare who had treated him with something resembling kindness. His aching legs forgot their protest. He moved faster. Eileen. Hi, how have you been? She turned toward him, and though her beaked mask hid her face, he could sense a smile in her voice. Oh. Didn't think I'd see you again so soon, young hunter. Her tone was warm, but weary. He noticed it immediately, how her shoulders slumped just slightly, how her movements lacked their usual grace. She was tired. Really tired. I've been all right, she continued, but there was a heaviness in her words. But I must warn you, not far from here, below the chapel, lies an old friend. Henrik. He's gone mad. And he's my mark. Izuku's brows furrowed. Are you sure? If he's lost it, wouldn't you need help? You sound exhausted. Why, you should really get some rest. Take a nap or? I can handle it if. Eileen let out a dry chuckle, waving him off with a half-hearted gesture. Oh hush, you. I may be tired, but he's not as bad as you think. Henrik's even older than me. The man could barely swing a blade properly when I first met him. She sounded confident. But Izuku wasn't convinced. Her body told a different story. The way she leaned subtly to one side, how her arms didn't quite hang with strength anymore, how every movement looked like it took just a bit more effort than it should. She was running on fumes. Izuku clenched his fists. Eileen had been one of the few lights in the darkness of Yharnam. She was fierce, capable, and kind, one of the only people who hadn't tried to use him, kill him, or abandon him. If he could spare her this one fight, just one, then maybe she could finally rest. And deep down, he knew. She would have done the same for him. So he made his decision. He'd find Henrik first. And if the old hunter had truly gone mad? Then Izuku would be the one to put him to rest. Oh. Okay, I guess I'll talk to you in a while? I need to do some hunting things. With an awkward half-wave and a nervous hop from foot to foot, Izuku quickly turned and dashed into the darkened entrance of Eden Chapel. His boots echoed against the stone as he took the path back to central Yharnam, descended the narrow, shadowed staircase that led to the graveyard. The descent was eerily quiet. Only the sound of his own footfalls and the distant rattle of some wind-touched chain filled the silence. When he emerged into the upper area of the graveyard, the view was bleak. Jagged tombstones jutted from the earth at odd angles, weathered by time and stained with the scent of blood. Cracked cobblestones littered the uneven ground, as if the graveyard itself had suffered beneath the weight of centuries of hunters and beasts. From his vantage point on a high stone walkway, Izuku spotted the target Eileen had warned him about. A lone figure in dingy yellow hunter's garb stood still among the graves, a hunched form that exuded weariness and danger in equal measure. Henrik. In his left hand was an old pistol, battered but well maintained. In his right, he clutched a saw cleaver with a familiarity that made Izuku's stomach twist. Breathing through his nerves, Izuku took aim with his own pistol. It was heavier than he liked, but his recent modifications made it punch harder. He lined up the shot and pulled the trigger. The report cracked through the air, followed by a grunt of pain from below. Henrik twisted sharply, raising his own firearm with a snarl, but another shot struck his side before he could retaliate. Still, the old hunter was not to be underestimated. With a sharp bark of defiance, he returned fire. The bullet found Izuku's thigh, and he cried out in pain as his leg buckled. Gritting his teeth, he jammed a vial into his leg and injected the burning fluid. His flesh surged as the blood worked to close the wound, but there was no time to rest. Just as Henrik began to charge up the stairs, a blur of motion intercepted him. Eileen, cloaked in her crowfeather mantle, appeared from the shadows. Her twin daggers slashed into Henrik's side, carving out streaks of blood before he could even turn to face her. Henrik roared and twisted, using his full strength to throw her off balance. He pivoted his cleaver and struck, landing a heavy blow that made Eileen stagger. Blood splattered the tombstones. She fumbled for a vial, hands shaking, but Henrik was already moving to deliver another strike. Izuku fired. The shot hit Henrik's arm and jolted the cleaver off course. It buried itself in the stone wall with a ringing crunch. Without hesitation, Izuku fired again. And again. Henrik reeled back, his injured arm twitching from the impacts. Anger surged in Izuku's veins, a flood of rage and desperation that drowned out his fear. He charged, cane drawn. The weapon shimmered with a crimson sheen, its blades hungering for flesh. Henrik yanked his cleaver from the wall just in time to block the first strike, but Izuku was faster. He ducked under the swing and drove his cane into Henrik's ribs. Sparks and blood flew as the metal clashed with bone. Henrik grunted, trying to turn, but Eileen was behind him again. Her twin daggers sliced deep into the muscles of his back, severing tendons and punching through layers of hardened flesh. Izuku didn't stop. Every blow he landed came with the weight of fury and purpose. For Eileen. For the pain. For the endless hunt. Henrik stumbled, his body failing him. And then, in a blur of feathers and silver steel, Eileen delivered the final blow. Her blades pierced through Henrik's chest, erupting from the front in a crimson blossom of blood. He gasped, once. Then collapsed, dead. Izuku stood still, panting, soaked in blood that was not his own. He looked at Eileen, who sheathed her weapons with a quiet sigh. He was a good hunter once, she said softly. But even the best fall, eventually. The two of them stood in silence, surrounded by graves and ghosts, as the blood slowly seeped into the earth beneath their feet. The still air held the weight of everything left unsaid, of pain, of failure, of the quiet dignity that comes after violence. Without a word, Eileen stepped forward, her boots crunching softly against old gravel and dirt, and grabbed a nearby shovel. It was a dingy, rust-flecked thing, worn from years of disuse but still capable of doing what it needed to. Without needing to be asked, Izuku followed suit, spotting another shovel half-buried near a leaning tombstone. Together, they began to dig. Each movement was mechanical, almost ritualistic. They worked through the tension, through the ache in their joints and the wear in their bones, until the grave was deep enough. Then, they moved the old hunter, the man who had once been fierce, proud, and terrifying, into the grave. His body settled with a dull thud, an anticlimactic end to a man who had once roared like a storm. Dust and blood mixed with the soil as they filled the hole. The silence stretched, but it was no longer empty, it was sacred. Henrik was Gascoigne's best friend, Eileen said suddenly, her voice low, her tone wistful. Her beaked mask turned toward Izuku for just a moment, her shadowed eyes staring into him. And his father-in-law. Izuku's breath caught. He stared down at the newly packed mound of earth, now settled beside two unmarked graves. The implication hit hard, a realization settling like ice in his stomach. Those little girls you saved, Eileen continued softly, barely audible over the rustling wind. They were his granddaughters, Little Crow. The words shattered what little composure Izuku had left. His knees buckled slightly, and his cane scraped softly against stone as he leaned on it for balance. He looked down at the burial site, feeling like the blood in his veins had turned to lead. Eileen didn't say anything more. She simply turned, her feathered mantle catching the breeze and fluttering behind her like a raven disappearing into twilight. Without looking back, she disappeared into the shadows of the cemetery, leaving Izuku alone. He stood there, frozen, the weight of it all finally sinking into his bones. Then, with slow, aching movements, he knelt beside the graves. The adrenaline, the rage, the bloodlust, none of it helped him now. It couldn't protect him from the pain. He sat down fully, tucking his knees against his chest, and closed his eyes. Just for a moment. Just for a breath. He needed to escape even for a minute into his own mind. Because reality had grown too heavy. The world he was trapped in demanded too much. It was all too difficult to bear, too overwhelming to navigate. And right now, all he could do was sit beside the dead and try not to drown. Izuku's day had been hell. Maybe he said something in his mumbling. Maybe it was just the mumbling itself. With Kaken, it was always hard to tell. Izuku had been up late the night before, curled beneath his thin blanket, headphones tucked in his ears as he listened to old, pre-Quirk music he'd found buried in the back of an online archive. A genre called soul, he thought. Gentle, hopeful, aching. He didn't understand how people could make music like that and mean it. It helped him learn English. It helped him sleep. Or at least, it usually did. That morning, whatever had been said or unsaid lit a fuse in Kaken. The result had been the usual explosion of fists, slurs, and fire. Now Izuku was limping down a cracked alley, the sun hidden behind gray clouds and his back burning with the ache of a fresh second-degree burn. A small trail of blood slipped past the waistband of his pants and stained the hem of his shirt, clinging to the fabric like guilt. His arms were trembling from the adrenaline crash, and every breath rattled inside his ribs. A song hummed in the back of his mind, warm and gentle like a memory that wasn't his. I see the crystal raindrops fall, and the beauty of it all. He had found the song while browsing. Just the Two of Us, by a man named Bill Withers. The words meant something, though he wasn't quite sure what. They painted a picture in his head of things that might never be real: sunlight through a rain-covered window, quiet mornings with someone who smiled when they saw you, building something together. Trust. Love. It was a fantasy, sure, but it was better than reality. It was better than remembering how he'd spent the first half of lunch shoved into a locker, listening to the taunts through thin metal slats. Better than remembering the way his teacher had handed back his test and looked at him like it didn't matter how high the grade was, he was still quirkless. Still useless. He pressed forward, one hand dragging along the brick wall as support. The alley smelled like oil and old rain, and every step made his legs shudder with weakness. His stomach ached from hunger, and he hadn't had a full meal since 3 days ago. The vending machine at the station had eaten his last yen. He passed a cracked window that reflected his image. A 12-year-old boy. Green hair matted with blood, one shoe half untied, face blotched and bruised, but humming. Always humming. His lips moved to lyrics, barely audible, the words cracked and whisper-soft. Just the two of us. Music helped. Not in the way food did. Not like a hero's rescue. But it helped make the silence in his head a little less crushing. He remembered once, years ago, when Kaken had said they'd be heroes together. When they used to play with sticks and pretend they had sidekicks. When Izuku had fallen and skinned his knee, Kaken yelled for his mom. When Aunt Mitsuki had still smiled at him. Before his quirk didn't come. Before his dad left. Before his mother started looking through him instead of at him. Before hope became a liability. When his knees finally gave out, he fell to the alley floor with a thud, landing on his side. The burn seared anew at the impact, and tears he hadn't realized were building finally broke free. They slid down his cheeks silently. There wasn't anyone to hear them anyway. When he made it home, covered in caked dirt and half-dried blood, the apartment was dim. His mom was there, in the kitchen. He knew because he smelled instant noodles and cabbage. But she didn't come to the door. She didn't call out. Didn't ask what happened. He thought, briefly, of a memory. A younger him, no more than 5 or 6, crying with a skinned knee and a sob in his throat. Kaken beside him, for once looking worried. Inko had scooped him up, kissed his forehead, and told him everything would be okay. Even through the look in her eyes that showed fear, distrust, hate. That felt like a lifetime ago. Now, she just glanced at him when he passed, then went back to the stove. He washed up in silence. The bathroom light flickered as he peeled off his shirt and stepped into the narrow shower stall. Blood and grime swirled down the drain in slow spirals. He could still hear the music in the back of his head, echoing off cracked tiles. When he finished, he poured antiseptic over the burn. His vision spotted at the edges, and he bit down on a washcloth to keep from screaming. His throat still tightened. His eyes still watered. She probably heard it. But she didn't come. He bandaged it himself. Sloppily. Too loose in some places, too tight in others. He wrapped it the way a child does, hurried, trembling, desperate to just feel whole again. And he went to school the next day. He always did. Nedzu owned both UA High School and its associated college. As principal, he held full executive control over all operations. Technically, a school board existed beneath him, but in truth, it served mostly to handle the mundane drudgery of logistical oversight, filing paperwork, processing grant applications, smoothing public relations, and organizing school events. When it came to actual decisions, Nedzu did what he wanted. That said, he wasn't foolish. He knew the value of appearances, of playing the long game. Even if he could override the board whenever he wished, he understood that power used without discretion invited chaos or worse, scrutiny. He couldn't do anything he wanted. Not without consequences. But then again, Nezu had never claimed to be above consequences. Just prepared for them. At his core, Nezu was a creature of pettiness and precision-crafted vengeance. His smile was warm, his tone always polite. But behind every tilt of the head and sip of tea was the mind of a tactician, a genius with a flair for theatrics and a memory like a trap. When the board denied his request for additional funding to double the school's defensive perimeter, Nezu didn't raise his voice. He didn't argue. Instead, he arranged for a full-scale security test. Without alerting the board, he authorized every member of UA's staff who were heroes, including the more dramatic ones like Midnight and Present Mike, to breach the school during class hours. The exercise, filmed by an invited media crew, showed teachers infiltrating the campus, bypassing all electronic locks, and simulating hostage scenarios in classrooms with ease. The result? The media erupted in outrage. Parents panicked. Hero agencies questioned the board's judgment. The following week, Nezu received triple the amount of funding he had originally asked for. He hadn't needed the board's approval. The money technically belonged to him already, under discretionary clauses. But the demonstration had made a point and secured even more resources for his staff. When the board insisted all might be made the lead instructor of the Heroics Combat Readiness Department of his university the next school year again, without consulting him, Nezu smiled and agreed. Then, with impeccable timing, he negotiated raises for every teacher on staff, citing the increased expectations and projected enrollment surge. Midnight and Mike celebrated. Aizawa remained neutral but accepted the upgrade to his capture scarf tech. It wasn't that Nezu hated the board. He simply saw them for what they were, pawns that sometimes forgot they weren't the king. But when they refused to admit young Midoriya a year early, that was unforgivable. Most students who applied for early admission barely met the minimum. They often floundered under pressure and were quietly demoted within the semester. But Midoriya? The boy had outscored some of their third-year general studies students. His intelligence was surgical. His analysis of quirk utility read like professional reports. And more than that, he was driven, hungry, sharp, and quirkless. Nezu had spent over a decade fighting tooth and claw to ensure that quirkless children could apply to UA's programs. He had been mocked, stalled, and politically cornered at every step. The Hero Commission had only relented after years of attrition. For a board member to deny Midoriya now not because he was unqualified, but because he was too early was the most cowardly of excuses. Especially when those same board members had approved far less promising candidates in the past. So Nezu smiled and began to plan. He already had bugs and trackers in place, their homes, their vehicles, their workstations. Even their favorite lunch spots. Not out of paranoia, no, Nezu considered it insurance. What if someone said something quirkless behind closed doors? What if a single offhand remark could reveal corruption, bias, or incompetence? Information was ammunition, and blackmail was a scalpel in his capable paws. And when he discovered through hacked security cameras and archived message threads that Midoriya's junior high school had knowingly ignored years of documented abuse, that teachers had falsified records, downplayed incidents, and silenced complaints, well, he filed lawsuits. Several of them. Civil, educational, and personal. He attached digital evidence, testimony from anonymous teachers, and entire weeks of video footage showing young Midoriya being attacked without intervention. And if he used his influence to ensure the media caught wind of the lawsuits? If headlines began to question Japan's treatment of quirkless students? That wasn't his fault. It wasn't like Inko Midoriya had the resources to fight for her son. Someone had to do it. And Nezu was very good at being that someone. So, he let the board think they had won. Let them pat themselves on the back for enforcing their reasonable decision. He could wait. After all, he had waited years to ensure UA became what it was. Waiting one more to teach a child who could reshape the world? That was easy. Nezu waited. But he never forgot. And when the time came, the board would remember why they should never have crossed him. Izuku's mind churned like a storm-tossed sea, wave after wave of tangled questions battering the shores of his thoughts. Ever since he was dragged into the blood-drenched nightmare that was Yarnum, the questions had only grown louder. How had he ended up here? Why hadn't he died by the hands of the slime villain, torn apart by beasts, carved down by hunters, or lost to the countless deaths he'd endured again and again? And strangest of all, why did he still miss his mother? He shouldn't. Not after everything. She wasn't outright violent, not in the way movies depicted bad parents. No fists. No screaming. Just something more insidious. More precise. Her cruelty came in glances like daggers, in the subtle way she turned her back when he cried, or how her eyes seemed to glaze over whenever he entered the room. It was the cold dismissal, the muttered insults she thought he couldn't hear, the way she laughed on the phone about how he was just the government write-off, and how he only looks like his DMN father. Yet still, his heart ached for her like a limb that had never healed right. The doll made that ache worse in some ways. Her soft-spoken kindness, her nurturing presence, the unconditional gentleness in the way she addressed him, it was everything he'd dreamed of. Everything he had once imagined his mother could be, should have been. Maybe, if time passed differently between worlds, she might have changed by the time he returned. Maybe she would see him again and see something more than a burden. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe she'd slam the door. Maybe she'd look at him like she always had, with tired contempt, and walk away. And if that was the case, well, he'd survived Yarnum. He could survive a park bench in Muzurifu. These thoughts festered in his mind for hours after he had given the doll the hair ornament. Her gratitude had been soft and luminous, but beneath the smile, he'd seen it the glimmer of something she wouldn't voice. A sadness she kept hidden even from him. When she wept an actual tear, her first he'd panicked, desperate to comfort her. But she'd waved it off, saying she was just happy. That she appreciated his gift. That it was enough. But it wasn't. Not really. That she wouldn't confide in him, that stung deeper than any cut. She gave him a tear. A single, porcelain drop of warmth that never cooled. It radiated against his skin even now, tucked into his pocket like a secret promise. So, he threw himself into the only task that gave his hands something to do, building another set of chainmail. The workshop echoed with the soft clinks of metal on metal. Repetition numbed the ache. He tried to be objective, clinical. He broke it down in his head. Why did he miss her? There were reasons, small as they were. He missed the way she held him when he scraped his knees as a toddler. Her sleepy praise when he showed her drawings. Her katsudon he could never quite get the seasoning right when he tried to make it himself. He missed the dream of her, the illusion of who she was before everything started to fall apart. Before the silence. Before the hate. And why did he hate her? That list was easier. The glares when he limped home bruised and bleeding from school. The scoffs and cold shoulder when he asked for help. The way she'd mock him behind his back, talking on the phone to coworkers, he's dead weight, but at least he keeps the house clean, and the monthly check is nice. She didn't need to hit him, her methods were cleaner. More deliberate. When he needed bandages, the cabinet would be empty. Painkillers never refilled. Meals skipped. Once, for an entire month, she vanished off to America with Aunt Mitsuki, leaving him in a freezing apartment with no food, no water, no lights. He should hate her more. But love had always been his flaw. He still cared about Bakugo, despite the abuse. About the classmates who abandoned him. About the deadbeat father who never came back. He loved like a wound that never closed. And somehow, even knowing what she'd done, he still longed for her approval. For a version of her that maybe only ever existed in his mind. Aunt Mitsuki had been the only one to treat him like a person. She showed up once a year, and for those few days, his mother would soften. Smile. Pretend. Maybe Katsuki missed that version of his mom too. Maybe that was the source of his rage, the void they both felt. Maybe when he returned, he could visit the Bakugas. Mitsuki and Masaru would keep Katsuki in line. In front of them, he wouldn't dare act out. That thought clung to him. A dream of safety. All he had to do was survive a little longer in Yarnum. And Izuku Midoriya was getting very good at surviving. Or at least that's what he thought, because the riflemen hiding between trees could just go and shoot themselves. When Izuku entered the narrow, jagged cave tucked beside the looming Grand Cathedral, he did not expect to be shot at by what felt like a dozen snipers lying in wait. Or the dogs, covered in knives? Were those blades glued onto their spines? That was some grotesque ingenuity, but holy hell, was it annoying. How they weren't slowed down by the sheer bulk of sharpened metal strapped to them was a mystery. Some cruel magic of Yarnum, no doubt. Still reeling from the ambush, Izuku had stepped out of the relatively short cave into a forest bathed in moonlight. The trees rose tall, brittle, and bare, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky like the hands of the dead. Wind rustled through them, giving voice to the forest's unease. Tombstones peppered the uneven terrain, sprouting from the earth like weeds. Because, of course, it was a graveyard. Yarnum couldn't go 10 feet without throwing another graveyard at him. Then came the pain. A searing bolt tore through his left shoulder, spinning him off balance as he dove behind a moss-covered rock. He clutched the wound, wincing, only to realize the cover he'd chosen had been compromised. 3 more riflemen had a clear line of sight, and the moment he heard the telltale snarl, he knew a blade-covered dog was leaping for his throat. And just like that, it was over. His jugular shredded, his vision dimmed. Death in Yharnam was never permanent, but it always hurt like hell. Pain was no less real just because it could be undone. When Izuku returned to the world of the living, the cold tug of the dream still clung to his soul like a damp sheet. That persistent numbness had started to settle deeper lately, like frostbite on his thoughts. He shook it off, mouth tight, and retraced his path, his boots crunching over the same bloodied soil. The moment he stepped foot into the forest again, his boot cracked a loose branch. The knife dog barreled toward him immediately, frothing and shrieking. Izuku didn't flinch. A quicksilver bullet buried itself in the beast's skull before it could close the gap. The gunshot echoed. So did another, this one aimed at him. He felt the blood in his veins chill. He activated quickening. Reality blurred as his body phased into a misty blur. The bullet passed through, a cold phantom brushing against his shoulder as time seemed to stretch. Then, back in the physical world, Izuku dropped from the ethereal state mid-leap, bringing his boot down with brutal force on a lunging beast. Its skull cracked under the impact, and he vaulted off the corpse, hurling himself over a crumbled tombstone. A rifleman stood wide-eyed on the other side. Too slow. With a hiss of steel, Izuku's cane transformed mid-swing, the segmented blades unfurling into a cruel, bladed whip. It slashed through the man's skull in a wet spray, bone and brain matter splattering the nearby tombstone. The forest erupted in gunfire. Izuku felt it again. That tug. That ache at the back of his mind. He fed it his focus and let the quickening take hold once more. Mist swallowed him as bullets phased harmlessly through, the sound of gunshots muffled by the state of near-nothingness. In an instant, he blinked back into the world inside a small alcove surrounded by 4 riflemen. A click. A breath. He spun, whip trailing a brilliant red arc behind him. The blades screamed as they carved flesh and shattered ribs, slicing into the gunmen before they could even turn. Screams died in wet gurgles. Blood soaked the stone floor as their bodies collapsed in twisted heaps. Izuku exhaled, body trembling with the aftershock. But he didn't stop moving. Another shot rang out deeper in the forest, and he ducked low, rolling behind a broken tree stump. The pain in his shoulder flared from the first shot, but he grit his teeth and injected a blood vial, feeling the searing heat of recovery burn through his muscles. Bones snapped back into place with nauseating crunches, and the bleeding slowed. He moved with the silent precision of a predator, weaving between the tombstones like smoke. Another hunter would have called him reckless, but Izuku knew better. He wasn't reckless. He was desperate. And desperation had a rhythm all its own. The remaining riflemen had taken higher ground. Izuku's eyes narrowed, marking their positions with rapid precision. A glint of metal in the tree line, one on the ridge. A movement to the right, another behind the crypt. And more dogs, DMN at all. He waited for the wind to shift, for the moonlight to dim just slightly. Then he moved. A leap. A shot. A dodge. The crack of bone. The wet scream of meat being torn apart. Quickening bled into instinct, and instinct bled into fury. When the last rifleman fell, his weapon clattering to the mossy stone, Izuku stood panting, shoulders rising and falling in ragged bursts. Blood dripped from his whip. Smoke coiled off his gun barrel. The forest around was silent, save for the creaking branches and the slow, sticky heartbeat in his ears. He didn't smile. He didn't sigh in relief. He just needed to keep moving. He let out a deep breath, the ache pulling at him like the bloodlust he constantly fought against, only deeper, more primal. It pressed into the folds of his mind, probing at the corners of his sanity. It wasn't rage or desperation. It was a gnawing hunger for something more, something nameless and consuming. The sensation felt older than he was, older than this world, as though something had planted itself inside him and waited patiently to be acknowledged. The soft, rapid pounding of paws, not 4, but 8, broke through his moment of stillness. The sound twisted his instincts like a trigger. Izuku spun, gun raised. A shot rang out, striking the first of the beasts. His whip unfurled with a hiss, lashing out and wrapping around the second creature's neck with brutal precision. The blades bit deep. With a yank, the beast collapsed in a twisted heap, its claws scraping helplessly against the gravel. His feet hit the path like pistons, pumping him forward into a final charge. The last gunman stood between him and fleeting safety. 2 shots cracked the night, his and the enemy's, nearly synchronous. Then something in Izuku's vision shifted. His body lurched, pain exploding across his side. The dark sky shimmered, red and vibrant like a canvas smeared in blood. His knees gave out as blackness swallowed him whole. There was nothing. No sounds. No sensations. No breath or heartbeat. Only the weightless press of darkness. Izuku floated there, or perhaps sat. It was hard to say. The space was absent of meaning, yet he could see himself, not reflected, but present. It wasn't sleep. He was aware, lucid even, like when staring at the ceiling of his room in the dead of night, wishing for the pain to stop. Then a voice broke the silence. Soft. Kind. But layered with an ancient strength that reverberated through the space like the gentle hum of a mountain waiting to fall. "It's time we spoke, little green hunter." The words came from nowhere and everywhere at once. "I will not give you false hope," the voice continued, "but I won't let you fall into the blood frenzy you nearly succumbed to. That said, your body while you are here acts on its own. I have no hand in it." Izuku swallowed dryly, unable to speak, even if he wanted to. "I am Flora," the voice declared. "You know me as your patron. The Great One of the Moon." The gears of Izuku's mind froze. This was the being that brought him here? Not some ancient, roaring god or nightmare beast, but a voice in the void? "When I brought you here, and the blood minister filled you with my kin's blood, I expected little. But then I saw the congestion in your genetic code. Quirkless, you called it? I call it potential." There was a shimmer of amusement now, a note of joy that sent chills down his spine. "You would not be considered quirkless anymore. Not with what I've given you. My personally crafted code fills that empty space now." Izuku finally managed to whisper, his voice shaking. "Why? Why me?" "Because you were interesting," Flora answered simply. "Because you were desperate. And because you had the heart to endure what others of your kind world could not." Her voice turned solemn. "There are many ways our connection as of now could continue, small hunter. You could leave after killing the mark I've assigned to you. The wet nurse of that horrid child Eden fathered, in turn killing the abomination that it protects. Perhaps you could take Gehrman's place and teach future hunters, but that would involve killing the old fool. Perhaps, you might even try to kill me for bringing you to this world. That would be humorous." Izuku flinched. "So, I give you an ultimatum. A quirk of your own, for when you return. Already a good deal for you, yes? I know how much you enjoy the presence of the old fool Gehrman and the doll. Oh, how sweet she is. So I also offer a permanent tie to the dream, a way to and fro. In exchange for such a deal, child, you must grant me 4 things, the head of the orphan of Kos, the head of the Thumerian queen, the crown of illusion, and your word. You will never raise your hand to me." It didn't feel like an ultimatum. It felt like a deal, wrapped in a favor, dressed in a prophecy. A quirk. A connection to this world. Companionship. The doll. Gehrman. A power of his own. All for the heads of monsters and a promise. Izuku didn't ask more questions. Maybe he should have. Maybe there were more strings. Maybe there was something behind Flora's voice that whispered of manipulation. But in that stillness, in the pull of her words and the clarity of her offer, he made a choice. He gave his word. And when he awoke, heart pounding and blood dry in his mouth, the pact was sealed. He was no longer just a boy from Muzurifu. He was now a pawn of a god with targets to kill. The vision faded. Izuku's eyes fluttered open with a dull sting, and he was suddenly aware of the weight in his arms, the slick, cold handle of a weapon far heavier than what he was used to. His hands were soaked in thick, clinging blood, still warm enough to steam faintly in the chill air. The scent was thick, coppery, and overwhelming. He blinked rapidly, trying to ground himself, but the world tilted like a broken gyroscope. Where was he? How long had it been since he'd spoken to Flora since the pact? His breathing was ragged, shallow, every breath scraping his lungs as his heart thundered in his chest, its rhythm frantic and out of tune. The massive room around him swam in and out of focus. Stone walls, faint lantern light, and a heavy silence that pressed into his skin like cold water. His whip, his familiar, comforting whip, was gone, replaced instead by the Kirkamer, its massive stone head stained red and flecked with bits of viscera. But he didn't remember drawing it. He didn't remember anything. His gaze dropped. A body, no, a corpse lay twisted at his feet. Once human, maybe. Once alive. Now just a broken collection of flesh and bone. A hag, perhaps. Her limbs were curled in on themselves, mutilated beyond recognition, soaked through in blood and mashed tissue. Her jaw hung slack, tongue bitten off, face half caved in. Her cloudy eyes stared up at him with nothing left in them. Did she scream? Did she beg? Izuku staggered back, stumbling as the hammer clunked from his grasp and struck the stone with a low, echoing thud. A shiver tore through him, not from fear, but from confusion. Had he done this? Had his body moved while his mind had been suspended in that dark void of Flora's presence? Had he been nothing more than a puppet, dancing to a thread tied to a god? He could still hear her voice. "I will not give you false hope." It echoed endlessly in his mind, whispering in the back, "But I won't let you fall into the blood frenzy you nearly succumbed to. That said, your body while you are here acts on its own. I have no hand in it." His legs threatened to buckle. He looked at his blood-soaked hands. How many times has this happened without him realizing it? Had he killed before without knowing? Had he been so close to falling into the blood frenzy that Flora spoke of? And what if next time he didn't come back? A lantern stood nearby, its dull blue flame flickering lazily. As if it had always been there. as if it had watched. Mechanically, he reached forward and lit it. The ritual soothed his hands, steadied the tremor in his fingers. He exhaled through clenched teeth and noticed a stairwell leading into darkness beyond the body. Down the stairs he went. Each step echoed like a scream in the silence. The air grew thicker with rot. Chains creaked in the distance. The reek of sweat and blood filled the narrow hall as it opened into what could only be described as a torture room. A shrine to agony. Hooks, racks, flensing tools, and blood-stained chains hung like decorations. In the center sat a slumped corpse, another hunter. Older than him, heavier, the body long decayed. A stillness hung around the corpse, one of finality. Whoever this person had been, they had died alone. Their face had rotted into a hollow skull, eyes long devoured by crows or time. A strange, twisted tool was half hidden beneath their coat, clutched tightly in skeletal fingers. Izuku hesitated only briefly before gently prying it loose. "Sorry," he murmured. "You don't need it anymore." He gathered the other tools that hung from the walls. There were dozens. Implements he'd seen drawings of in his hunter's notebook, old schematics with names half erased. A few he didn't even recognize. But he took them all. He climbed the stairs slowly, more aware now of the weight dragging at his body, not just the tools, not just the hammer, but the weight of what he had become. Retracing his steps through Hemwick Charnel Lane, the slaughter was impossible to ignore. He had done this. Witches flattened into puddles beneath his hammer. Others shredded with whip lashes, their limbs bent at impossible angles. Bullet-riddled corpses slumped over rocks, eyes still wide with fear or rage. It was clinical. Too clinical. His strikes had been methodical, even in madness. His footprints were etched into the dust and dirt of the cobblestone. His whip had scarred stone and splintered wood. He had been here. He had conquered here. And yet something still felt wrong. A nausea curled in his gut. Not fear. Not disgust. A void. Like something inside had shifted, warped, or maybe even cracked. His soul felt hollow, not from what he'd done but from what he'd nearly become. Was he done here? The thought echoed like a whisper. Maybe. But the hum in his blood still itched. There was something inside him now, some echo of Flora's power pulling at his veins like puppet strings. Something eager. Hungry. Patient. He clenched his teeth, slammed a palm to his face, and forced himself to breathe. It was not the first time he'd been close to slipping, but this felt closer. More personal. More dangerous. A low whistle left his lips. The messengers answered, skittering into view with cheerful chirps and outstretched hands. He gave them the tools, the fragments, and whatever else he had picked up in the torture chamber. Let them carry it back to the dream. Let them clean it. Study it. File it away. He had other work to do. And maybe, if he could keep moving forward, he wouldn't lose the pieces of himself he still had left. Gehrman sat heavily in his wheelchair, joints creaking louder than the old wood beneath him. He had lost track of Izuku for nearly 4 hours now. Too long. The boy should have finished clearing out Hemwick Charnel Lane in under an hour, even if he stopped to pick every corpse clean. The place was a backwater, barely more than a cluster of cracked stones, twisted trees, and shrieking hags. With Izuku's current skill set, Gehrman expected a swift and brutal sweep. Instead, he sat in the quiet hum of the hunter's dream, gripping the armrests of his chair just a little too tightly. Ever since the break in the moment Izuku pierced through to something deeper in the dream, his connection to this place had changed. Strengthened. Evolved. What used to be a faint pull, a thread Gehrman could follow like the scent of blood, had doubled, maybe tripled. The energy that had once been just a whisper now roared through the dream like a second heartbeat. It was stronger than any hunter's connection before, all except his own, of course. And that worried him. He had wanted to give the boy an out. A clean escape. A dreamless rest. Something better than what he himself had been offered. But if Izuku had made a deal, and he could only assume he had, knowing Flora and her uncanny interest in lost things, then Gehrman's hands were tied. The boy had likely accepted terms written solely by the Moon Presence herself, and those contracts were deeper than blood, older than memory. Gehrman understood the cost. He'd made his own deal, after all. It was a high price, but one he'd paid without hesitation. In exchange, he got to help the future of the hunt. A perfect workshop, unrotted and blooming with silver flowers. Enough tools and knowledge to shape new hunters for 1,000 nights. And the cost? Everything. His life. His future. His soul. All for the dream of ending the hunt once and for all. The dream had twisted since then, stretched thinner and thinner as fewer people remained to fight, fewer still to live. Yharnam was dying. And in that slow death, Flora's second plan had taken root. Plucking souls from other worlds, other realms, dragging them into this place of beasts and blood. Enticing them with deals of return, of power, of healing. They came desperate. They left changed. Now his latest apprentice, a boy far too young for this nightmare, had struck a deal with the moon presence. Gehrman could feel it in the air. The very dream sweetened at the edges, a decadent aroma rising like a blessing. That sweet smell had never happened before. Not for him. Not for any hunter. Not for any deal. And that scared him more than he would admit. There was an old theory whispered among the healing church: the great ones are not malevolent. They do not hate. They do not rage. But they are greedy. They want. Especially children. The plague was their solution. Their womb. Their test. It wasn't born from anger at mankind's desecration of their dead, nor vengeance for the stolen blood. No, it was simply a means to an end, a vessel for creation. Some, like Eden, sought a child with an unrelenting hunger, to keep their half-dead BSTRD's heart beating, a drive that would restart the cycle over and over until success. Others, like Ebrietas, bore no hatred, only a desire to be understood. But none were alike. They were as varied as men. Gehrman had once asked the moon presence what was true, what their intent really was. The answer he received was a riddle wrapped in flesh. They did not lie. But they did not tell the truth either. Echoes of wanting to protect mortals, intermingled with the hate for their own species' greed. A lust to grow stronger. Like all things. And now, Izuku was tangled in their web. More than tangled. He was part of it. Gehrman looked out over the dream, the silver grass waving in an unfelt breeze, the doll tending to the flowers with care born from endless patience. A storm was coming. He could feel it in the marrow of his bones. He could only hope the boy, his apprentice in a way, would endure what came next. Wished the child luck, as luck might be the child's only saving grace now. Ever since the communion with the moon with Flora, Izuku had felt different. It wasn't just a change in his body or the unnatural stillness in his blood. It was in his thoughts, the strange clarity that came with a haze. Like someone had taken a rusted chain wrapped around his mind and shattered it into pieces. The chain that once bound him to his failures, to his quirkless past, to his mother's cold eyes and the burned dreams of heroism, was gone. The weight that once dragged him back into the pit of his childhood had lifted, and in its place was something alien and liberating. A pull. A calling. The dying ember of heroism he once clutched like a lifeline was now a roaring flame. It wasn't hope anymore. It was a promise. A fact. He was going to be a hero. Maybe not the kind who stood before cameras, smiling for the press. But a hero nonetheless, forged in steel, stitched in blood, and tempered by eldritch will. As he ascended the massive staircase toward the towering chapel of the healing church, the air grew thin with tension. Every step echoed, not just through the cathedral ward, but through his mind, as if the marble beneath him was etching his passage into the world. His body thrummed with purpose and unease. Something had changed in his equilibrium. Like the dream and the waking world were bleeding together at the seams. And then came the voice. Beyond the doors to the chapel of the healing church is a woman who is nearing her transformation into a prominent beast, Flora said, soft as moonlight and just as cold. You are prepared, little green, but do not let your confidence sour into arrogance. Consider this counsel a gift, a boon to sweeten our bond. Ask, and I shall answer. But only in ways that preserve your fragile sanity. Her words buzzed at the edge of his skull like whispered lightning. They shook something loose, sending a tremor of uncertainty through his chest. The whip at his side felt heavier. The blood inside him ran colder. I was wondering, he murmured as he stepped over a fallen cathedral giant, its skull a shattered crater from the hammer he didn't remember swinging, since you brought me here from another dimension. Are you the strongest great one? There was a beat of silence. And then her reply curved around him like gravity. No. Strength, in our existence, is fluid. Like tides. Like wind. It flows to those most aligned with purpose and power. I am unique in my role. The only moon great one. My domain is vast, time, tides, blood, flow. But I am not supreme. She continued, the rhythm of her voice like poetry fed through a chorus of stars. Above all sits Eden. Not a being. Not a form. But a presence. A breath between silences. A will that cannot be seen or touched unless forced to be solid. He is the throne and the game board. The whisper that causes kings to kneel. Beneath him sit my sisters and I. The celestial triad. I am the moon, governing movement and memory. Gaia is the earth, vast and silent, cradling birth and decay in equal hand. And Kos, my sister of the sea, commands the mind, the deep magic, the truths that lie behind the eyes. We oathed sisterhood millennia ago, upon our rebirths. Izuku stumbled slightly on the last step. He caught himself, heart thundering. Then, wait. You want me to kill your sister's child? The orphan? How can you ask that? Is Kos dead? Flora's answer rolled like the tide. Death is mortal. Temporary. Kos was struck down. Her semi-physical form pierced while her offspring were still forming. She cannot rise again until her burden, that cursed, mewling abomination, is undone. If she were truly gone, little green, your cane would not pulse with her memory. The quickening you wield would collapse. The veil you traverse would close. Her pain anchors her still. There was silence, long and cold as marble. And then the doors loomed. They towered over Izuku like judgment itself. Old, cracked stone, smeared with age and ichor. He braced his hands against the wood and pushed. A breath later, and the weight gave way. Darkness greeted him, and he took a trembling step inside. A flickering brazier gave the only light. The air tasted of rust and incense. So great ones cannot die. His voice was soft, barely audible. We can, but only to another great one, or a creature blessed and patronied by one. For instance, if I were to kill Kos, which my oath of sisterhood prevents, then I would gain her domains. Izuku nodded, knowing she could see him. Only one question remained, clawing at his throat. What kind of quirk are you going to give me? It had haunted him since her promise. Even now, at the threshold of a battle, blood drying on his gloves, it burned through the static in his mind. The air inside his skull went still. The whisper paused. Then, you shall inherit what you embody, little green. You bled, survived, endured. You will burn, heal, shift. A body sculpted by pain, forged in sacrifice. Your blood will answer when others cry out. Your form will bend with the arcane, with the moon. You will walk between what is real and what dreams dare not reach. Her voice coiled around his ribs like a second spine. Your quirk will be called God's blood, and you will forevermore call it such. Izuku closed his eyes, letting the words anchor into his marrow. God's blood. Not a title. Not a flowery descriptor. A fact. Izuku stood still, frozen before the massive cathedral's vast hall. The voice of Flora, the moon herself, still reverberated through the corridors of his mind. It had not just been a conversation, it was a communion. A revelation. A redefinition of what he was and what he would become. The memory of her words carved deep into the marrow of his bones. In time, the quirk will strengthen you. To a point, you would be bound to the dream in an innumerably more free connection than Gehrman, but I will need to replace most of your genetics. Quirkless is less a lack of the ability to hold a quirk and more of a wrong mutation of sorts, or perhaps a lack of the correct mutation. Your genetics are a mess. The process of cleansing your genetics had started when you were given blood by the minister, but the rest will have to be done by a more careful hand. In a way, I will remake you into my own, a child given new form by me, over time, slowly. You will be my second child in a sense, and you will be perfect. And those beings that call themselves human, they will regret throwing you away. Those final words lingered like frostbite, painful and clinging. He would be reborn by her will, not with the clumsy promise of a quirk or the shallow hopes of becoming something in a society that had abandoned him. No, this was something more, something forged by divinity and suffering. The dream, for better or worse, was a part of him now. Izuku's thoughts blurred, a cloud of half-formed questions spinning in a loop. Could Flora truly reshape what he was? Would he even be the same person after it? What would happen to the version of him that had once cried into a pillow while his mother ignored his pain, or to the boy who stared longingly at UA through bruises and with tears in his eyes? That version felt like a ghost now, fading behind the mounting power blooming inside his bones. He took a breath, bracing himself. The weight of Flora's promise burned behind his eyes, a fusion of purpose and dread. Then, with trembling hands and blood still drying on his gloves, he pushed forward into the cathedral. The scent of incense and rot hit him first. The stillness of the chapel was palpable, each breath he took echoing faintly against the vast walls. Marble columns stretched to meet a towering ceiling, and the soft moonlight filtering through stained glass painted the floor in hues of silver and pale violet. His footfalls were uneven, clumsy. The communion had left him raw, too much of his mind still unraveling. He felt unmoored, as if a tether had snapped and left him drifting. He tripped. The clang of his body hitting the stone floor rang through the cathedral like a bell. Blood splattered against the marble, blooming beneath him like a red flower. And ahead, where a small, veiled woman had knelt in silent prayer before an altar, something changed. There was no transformation sequence. No dramatic pause. One heartbeat she knelt, the next, she erupted. Where the woman had been now stood a massive, contorted monstrosity. Its hind legs curled under its weight, its front limbs grotesquely human in their posture but tipped with claws that carved the floor. In its grasp, it clutched something, a token from a forgotten life. Its face, once hers, was lost beneath a veil of white fur and a warped semblance of a bridal veil. Her dress, still intact in parts, fluttered like a dying flame. Its roar shattered the quiet. Then Flora spoke, not in words, but in the marrow of his being. A language without sound, a feeling more than a sentence. He couldn't decipher it exactly, but in his heart, a vision took form, of him standing beneath the moon, triumphant, whole, home. The moon rune etched itself into his soul. A pulse shot through his arm. Izuku gasped as blood tore itself free from his palm, trailing upward in rivulets of red. The crimson arcs glowed in the cathedral light before firing forward, each ball of blood condensing mid-air, rotating with unnatural precision. Then, they shot forward. Call home. The spell hit like thunder, each blood bullet punching into the creature's hide, sizzling through white fur, melting flesh like acid. The monster wailed, thrashing in agony as Izuku drew his cane with a snap. By the blood moon and its power, I call its strength to be mine. By the moon give me my desire. Slay those foulest before me. He didn't know where the words came from, only that they were part of him now. Oathbound. The moon had granted him power, and it was his to wield. The cane clicked and extended, transforming into the cruel barbed whip he knew so well. It glowed faintly with the aura of blood and moonlight. Izuku charged. He met the beast mid-lunge, dodging beneath its swipe, the tail of his whip curling up and carving open its exposed ribs. A burst of red mist followed. Again and again, he struck, weaving between its snarling limbs and shrieks, cutting deep, cutting true. Each wound bled not just red but something darker, something ethereal. It tried to crush him, to drown him in its sorrow and wrath, but Izuku was faster. Stronger. Every motion was a promise to Flora, to himself. That he would never again be powerless. Never again be overlooked. Not by his mother. Not by Bakugo. Not by anyone. The final blow came as he launched off a shattered pillar, whip raised. It coiled around the beast's throat, pulled taut, and then with a roar of his own, Izuku yanked. A sickening crack. Then silence. The beast slumped, its massive form leaking an endless tide of blood and echoes. Izuku stood amid the crimson tide, chest heaving, a ribbon of blood trailing down his face. He wiped it away slowly. In that quiet moment, as the blood cooled and his heart slowed, he realized something monumental. The dream was no longer just a place. It was a part of him. But he didn't know if he would ever consider it home. The same day Izuku was attacked by the slime villain again was the day Nedzu struck. It had been 4 or 5 weeks of paperwork. To be honest, Nedzu couldn't even remember the exact number. His mind had been singularly focused, consumed with orchestrating the simultaneous deconstruction of both Izuku Midoriya and the entire Aldera school system. The amount of tea he had consumed in that time bordered on absurd. He made a mental note to replenish his stock after the meeting. Earl Grey was running dangerously low, and he needed something calming for what was bound to be an infuriating encounter. The Chimera principal approached the shabby apartment complex with precise steps, each pawfall silent despite the weight of his mission. His eyes immediately caught the inconsistencies with the building. First, it was clearly an under-the-table complex. The peeling paint, strange stains across the concrete, and broken fixtures spoke to an utter lack of oversight or legality. It was a building that existed between the cracks of society, a perfect hiding place for misery. Then came the door. The Midoriya unit stood out even more. The handle had been heavily chipped, its once elegant brass finish worn away, with patches of what looked disturbingly like dried blood embedded between metal and paint. The frame bore the stress marks of repeated violent use, cracks in the old paint, warping along the edges, splintering wood where force had bent it out of alignment. The kind of damage that accumulates when you slam a door not once or twice in frustration, but hundreds of times in fury or fear. Nedzu let out a breath and knocked. There was silence at first. Then the door creaked open, revealing a dim interior and the sole occupant. Izuku Midoriya. She looked like a ghost. Her green hair was tangled, her eyes dull and sunken with sleeplessness. Her whole posture sagged, propped up only by the door frame as though the effort of standing was too much. Her robe was loosely tied, a faded old thing that had likely not been washed in days. The apartment behind her was darker than it should have been for this hour, all curtains drawn tight and lights off. She reeked of long shifts, wine, and something beneath it like old antiseptic and mold. For just a moment, she stared at him with vacant confusion. Then, recognition hit. The weariness vanished beneath a surge of panic. Her eyes went wide. She scrambled to flip on the lights, her voice already rushing forward in a babble before the switch even clicked. Principal Nedzu. What is your reason for coming here? Has my son done anything wrong? Did you come here to reject him prematurely from your school? I promise, you could have just sent a letter. He is very understanding. And he's not here at the moment. You know teenagers, always running off to study, or something. Her voice cracked as she laughed nervously. It was brittle, artificial. Nedzu hesitated for a split moment. Did she not know Izuku had been accepted nearly a year ago? He stepped inside as she flung the door wide. Her words tumbled over themselves in waves of anxious energy. He offered no reply, only a patient smile that thinned more and more with each passing moment. Was she even aware it was still school hours? That most students were still at their desks? Or had she lost track of time entirely? She kept talking. 5 whole minutes. 5 uninterrupted minutes of half-formed excuses and rambling filler. He said nothing. Instead, he made his way to the living room couch, careful not to let his paws touch the darker splotches embedded in the faded fabric. Scrubbed blood, chemical stains, perhaps more. The whole apartment smelled faintly but unmistakably of copper. It clung to the walls, hung in the corners, and seeped into the floorboards. Nezu's nose twitched. How did she not notice? Or had she simply stopped noticing? There were several possibilities. She was desensitized to the stench after years of exposure, or she simply didn't care. Or perhaps it was only that his senses, honed beyond human, were simply better at detecting the rot. As she poured them each a cup of stale tea and sat stiffly across from him, her hands trembled faintly. She spoke too quickly, eyes darting around the room as if afraid he might notice something else. Something more. But he already had. Nezu noted every detail. The lack of recent photos. The faint but unmistakable signs of claw marks along the base of the bedroom door. The warped patch of drywall in the hallway. The empty pill bottles tucked behind a stack of unopened mail. The tension that never left her shoulders. He made a note of everything. Every smell. Every sound. Every thread unraveling in this household. Because Nezu, for all his civility and tea-drinking charm, did not forget. And he never forgave. Especially when it came to children being mistreated. After another minute or two of looking around the home from the stiff couch and listening to the babbling, neglectful woman, Nezu raised his paw to silence her. His smile curled, leaking into something more predatory, more feral, a grin sharpened by cunning and calculation. I will be frank with you, Miss Midoriya. I have come to speak about your son. The moment the word son passed his lips, Inko stiffened. She didn't seem to notice the reflex, didn't register how her hand drifted to her right leg, the same one that Nezu had already noted. She hadn't put much pressure on since he sat down. Another detail catalogued. Another piece of the puzzle. I actually came to give you some news, he continued smoothly, voice dipped in pleasant tones that didn't reach his eyes. Let's begin with the good news. Young Izuku has been accepted into our fine institution of learning and heroics UA High School under the General Studies course in the upcoming year. The woman blinked rapidly, stunned silent. Nezu, eyes glittering, went on, enjoying the moment like a connoisseur savoring a fine tea. Not only that, he's earned a full scholarship to our affiliated college division as well. He will be studying under me directly, in both high school and college, taking advanced courses beyond what most students even dream of accessing. And he held up a paw, delighted. He qualifies for several specialization branches, the Support Items Development course, and the Strategic Analysis program. He gave her time to absorb the information, watching her expression twist and ripple. Shock, disbelief, something bordering on hope, then confusion. Oh, she began, her voice cracking. Nezu didn't let her finish. Now, sadly, he said, voice light and deadly, it's time for the bad news. She blinked again, confused. I feel bad to tell you this. Well, actually, I don't feel bad at all, he said with a toothy grin. But you won't be here to witness your son's achievements. In fact, your tenure as his caregiver ends this week. The paperwork is already processed. A custody hearing has been scheduled. Your rights are being revoked based on overwhelming evidence I personally delivered to the proper authorities. She paled. And because I felt particularly generous today, I requested that you not be arrested on the spot. To give you a chance. A single opportunity to try and salvage even the smallest ounce of dignity, should you care to make things easier on your son. Her hands trembled. Nezu continued, merciless. Additionally, he said, pacing a few steps into the living room, his voice rising cheerily, your son has officially graduated from Aldera Junior High as of this morning. We've finalized it on paper. And that school system? Gone. The entire Aldera school network, its faculty, administration, and corrupt infrastructure will be dismantled by the end of the week. Replaced with a new system, new brand, new buildings, and new teachers. He grinned wide. Turns out when you uncover a full record of negligence, abuse, and institutional complicity, the Japanese government tends to listen. Nezu let out a satisfied hum, glancing over at her again. Looks like I'll be owning a junior high and a middle school now. Quite the upgrade from just a high school and university, wouldn't you say? Her voice cracked. You. He cut her off again. Your son's emancipation is already processed. Your signature isn't required, thanks to the mountain of documented abuse. But signing would be helpful to your case. It won't stop the outcome, but perhaps it will make the judge slightly less disgusted. Nezu didn't need to pretend any longer. The glee showed plainly in the curve of his lips, in the glint of satisfaction behind his gaze. The fear on Inko's face, raw, bitter, and twisting, was familiar. He'd seen it in the eyes of others like her. Cowards. Abusers. Monsters in plain clothes. That being said, Nezu added, lifting his paw and snapping his padded fingers, I'll be collecting Izuku's belongings now. I'll remain here until he returns to give him the good news. The instant the words left his lips, a coordinated fire team of heroes opened the front door, carefully, quietly. No sudden moves. The police were already closing in from the rear. The apartment, once stifling with silence, was now saturated with tension. He had the police brought in just in case she attempted anything. Inko's eyes went wide. He watched it happen, watched her expression collapse into fury and desperation. Her hand twitched. A knife shot through the air, fast and precise. But a familiar cloth intercepted it, snapping between the blade and Nezu's chest with inches to spare. Present Mike stepped forward from the shadows of the hallway, a grave look on his face. Eraserhead mere feet behind him. The moment passed. 4 more knives clattered to the floor, disarmed by a flick of Eraserhead's capture scarf. She screamed, a shrill sound of fear and fury. Within seconds, Izuku Midoriya was restrained, cuffed, and escorted from the building. Screaming turned into sobbing. Then into silence. Left behind were Nezu, Eraserhead, and Present Mike. Detective Tsukachi entered a moment later, brushing past the heroes with a nod as he began to bag evidence and take photographs. Eraserhead entered the master bedroom, his eyes scanning every hidden corner. Present Mike entered the kitchen, his voice filling the building at how little food was present, barely enough for one person. And Nezu. Nezu stood at the entrance of Izuku's room, paws folded behind his back, eyes distant. His mission was not yet over. But it had begun. Nezu entered the boy's room expecting many things. What he found, however, rattled even his well-fortified composure. The room was a study in disorder, chaos barely held at bay. Torn All Might posters peeled from the walls. Figurines, once meticulously arranged and no doubt cherished, now lay smashed across the floor like fallen idols. Books and clothes were scattered haphazardly, most torn or stained, with at least one hardcover clearly used to plug a hole punched through the plaster. It wasn't the damage alone that chilled Nezu, but what it said. Anguish had lived here. Anguish and something worse. A coppery scent hung in the air, almost sweet in its sharpness. On the walls, dark dried blood stood as testament to outbursts long past. Fist-sized holes littered the drywall, some plastered over with tape or a paper scrap, others left open like untreated wounds. In one corner, a small basket of medical bandages sat like an altar. Dried, crusted, and rust-colored, the wraps were tucked in carefully, placed with far more intent than the destroyed memorabilia nearby. The floor beneath it was stained with brown and crimson, and Nezu's trained eyes followed a smear leading to the pathetic excuse for a bed, an old, fraying mattress, perhaps toddler-sized, with no frame. It lay atop a sagging pile of blankets and springs, sunken in the center like a grave. Among the carnage, one thing stood untouched. A stack of notebooks. Pristine. Sheltered. Lined up with the precision of a scholar's collection. Nezu moved toward them slowly, his paws silent on the dusty floorboards. Each one was labeled in neat, obsessive handwriting. Quirk Analysis Volume 1. Volume 2. Volume 3, all the way through to volume. The most recent journal was the most damaged, spine bent, water warped, but its final page held something striking. An autograph. All Might's, unmistakably scrawled in blue ink. Nezu sniffed. Still fresh. The scent of ink mixed with another distant but unmistakable. Sludge. Sewer. A stench that had only stained the pages recently, already fading. And just like that, Nezu knew. All Might had been with the kid. And more importantly, so had the sludge villain. Interesting. He tapped open his encrypted phone, quickly accessing the Metropolitan Security Grid. He narrowed his search to the 1-mile radius around the sludge incident. The hours before and after the confrontation. Traffic cams, building surveillance, rooftop feeds. Fast forward. He dismissed dozens of files in minutes, skipping anything mundane. What remained were high-angle views, rooftops, fire escapes, ductwork. And then, grainy and gray, he saw it. Green hair. A boy. All Might. The footage showed All Might talking. Gesturing. Then vanishing. Leaving the boy Izuku stranded on a rooftop. Alone. Around an hour before the sludge villain attacked a blonde before escaping. Nezu's eyes narrowed. He downloaded the clip to secure storage, encrypted it twice. He'd be having a very pointed conversation with Japan's #1 hero. Not today but soon. He spent the next hour packing the remaining valuables into a reinforced briefcase, the notebooks, 2 pairs of shoes, mementos, a tattered sketchpad filled with costume ideas, a cracked phone charger, and a worn photograph of Izuku as a toddler, sandwiched between 2 smiling parents long absent. A thin manila folder stuck between a set of binders caught his attention last. It contained school reports, half-marked assignments with Izuku's clean handwriting, and printed emails, some with cruelly dismissive wording, others with red-inked threats from teachers who clearly should not be in education. Nezu's expression soured as he slipped the folder into the case. He scanned the room one last time, committing the memory to his mind. Then turned and left. Back in the hallway, the apartment hummed with quiet activity. Present Mike and Aizawa were still combing through the rest of the home. Tsukachi was in the living room, taking evidence photos, gloves stained with dust and old blood. Nezu approached the detective and spoke quietly. "Once evidence is secured, I want contractors in immediately. Buy the building. Renovate it. Every apartment. Pay whatever is required." Tsukachi nodded. Unfortunately used to doing random side jobs for the Chimera. Nezu added, "Also, prep the complex between UA High and the university. I want his new apartment ready before the boy sets foot back here. Move the belongings there. And coordinate with Midnight." He rubbed his temples and sighed. His thoughts drifted to Midnight's subtle perfume, the same one he'd smelled on Izuku's out-of-placement test that appeared on his desk a year ago. There was a story there. One he didn't know yet. He was overworked, overtired, and dangerously close to furious. But for now, there was still work to do. Though he smiled when Tsukachi passed the setup of the apartment onto Eraserhead. A small win for the detective. A thrumming headache split Izuku's brain in two, the violent clash of memories not his own and the ones he knew were his fought like caged wolves, gnashing and snapping for dominance. Each side bled into the other, painting his thoughts in a feverish, shifting haze that left him clutching his head and gasping for air. The dream's stillness did nothing to quiet the storm inside. Then it came. "Master Willem. I've come to bid you farewell." The voice cracked through the chaos like a whip, crisp and unshakably clear. It didn't belong to him. It was like a thread pulled from someone else's soul, wrapped tight around his thoughts. The vision followed next, blistering and intense, dragging him from the workshop of the dream and into a scene he had never lived. 2 figures stood in an ancient chamber, walls lined with tomes, parchment drifting in a wind that did not exist. The first voice was youthful, regal in tone, pride dripping from every carefully chosen word. The kind of confidence only born from superiority. And then the reply. A voice steeped in age and dust, one that creaked with the weight of truths too long carried. It did not waver, nor grow defensive. "Oh, I know. I know. You think now to betray me." It wasn't anger. It was inevitability. "No. But you will never listen. I tell you, I will not forget our adage." The younger voice again. Dismissive, resolute, like a page being turned. The memory refined itself, almost becoming tangible. An old man Willem, Izuku somehow knew, sitting silently in a worn chair, his withered hand twitching against the carved armrest, eyes clouded not by age, but by distant, eternal sight. He was staring into something through something. "We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood. Our eyes are yet to open." The words seemed to echo through more than just the memory. They shook something loose in Izuku's chest, like ancient bones cracking beneath weight. As the old man finished, the apprentice echoed the last phrase not in mockery, but with a haunting reverence. "Fear the old blood." Then silence. The younger man stepped through a door, vanishing as if swallowed by time itself. The old man Willem was left alone. His voice a brittle whisper as he uttered one last warning. "By the gods, fear it, Lawrence." Reality returned like a blade sliding into his ribs. Izuku gasped, the memory vanishing as violently as it had arrived, but not without leaving its mark. The words, those heavy, blood-soaked words, clung to him. He blinked, eyes adjusting to the present. He was lying in a puddle diluted blood and water, its edges still rippling. His limbs trembled with a fatigue he could not explain, not from battle, but from the sheer exertion of enduring something so wrongly real. As he pushed himself up, every joint protested, every muscle groaned in refusal. But he rose. He had to. His breath hitched, his thoughts still scattered. The blood pooled around him was drying, crackling softly as he stood. Around him, the wind rustled dead leaves and ash, whispering against the stones of the worn path he'd collapsed on. How long had he been out? Minutes? Hours? He didn't know. But what he did know, in the marrow of his bones, was that he had just seen something vital. Something from a time before the plague. Before the blood healing. Before the beasts. "Fear the old blood," he whispered, the words tasting ancient on his tongue. He took another breath, steadier this time. There was much work to be done. And now, far more questions to answer. He took another steadying breath, only then realizing just how dizzy he really was. His steps felt heavier than before as he walked a short distance away, each stride more sluggish than the last, until he finally sagged against a cold stone wall deep inside the cathedral. The shadows of the high, vaulted ceilings loomed above him as he slid down into a seated position. His breath came in shallow waves. The pain was less now, dulled into a strange hum, but his mind was spinning too fast for him to focus on anything tangible. So he closed his eyes and let the memories take over. His lungs burned. Younger, smaller, and desperate, Izuku dashed through the twisting alleyways that branched like capillaries through the city. Bakugo's voice was still ringing behind him, high-pitched and furious. The pounding footsteps of his cronies weren't far behind, laughter and shouted threats rising like a tide. For once, he hoped he might outrun them. He was wrong. One explosion. Then another. Then two more. The concussive force was disorienting. Bakugo was suddenly there, right next to him, smoke curling from his palms. Then came the tackle. Izuku's body slammed into the concrete, pain jolting through his side. Scalding hands found purchase on his skin, and the sizzle of burning flesh mingled with his choked cries. Within seconds, the rest of the pack circled him like jackals. The beating dragged on. Minutes passed, then 30 more. And when the mob finally dispersed, they left behind a bruised, burned, trembling mess of a boy, lying alone in a filthy alley, broken but not yet beaten. He crawled home. He barely remembered the walk. Just the agony in every motion. The sour metallic taste of blood. The click of traffic lights changing overhead as he hobbled through intersections. The way the world tilted sideways every time he blinked. And yet, despite it all, he kept going. The next day, despite everything, Izuku went to the event. His legs trembled with each step of the 14-mile walk from the train station, the untreated burns and cuts screaming for relief. But he wouldn't miss this not when midnight was signing at a local comic shop. His determination burned brighter than the pain. By noon, he stood in line, sandwiched between sweaty bodies under the oppressive heat. The sense of the crowd mingled with the sugary sweetness drifting from the adjacent cafe, creating a dizzying perfume that clung to him like humidity. Every breath he took made his raw throat ache. Hours passed. The line inched forward, minute by minute. And with each movement, Izuku's excitement mounted despite the soreness in his limbs. This was something for him. A break in the gray clouds. Finally, the doors opened. Cool air from the comic shop swept over him, and he almost sighed in relief. And there she was, Midnight. Towering in her infamous outfit, confident and radiant behind the signing table. His pulse spiked. His fingers clenched around the dull yellow straps of his backpack, which held his prized possessions, a few Midnight Pop figures and a carefully rolled collector's edition poster. All the money he had scavenged was in those few items. He even skipped a few more meals to make this happen. As he approached, her eyes scanned the crowd, then landed on him. They sharpened. Focused. And then, softened with mischief. "Oh ho ho! Well, look what we have here," she said, voice purring with amusement. His face flushed to his ears. "What did you bring me to sign, cutie? Let me guess. Something naughty?" "No." A tiny squeak escaped his throat as he fumbled with the zipper of his bag. Her grin turned feral, amused. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." The sharp snap of her marker's cap coming off sent him scrambling to hand over the items, nearly dropping one of the figures. His mouth worked, but his words were lost to the air. She signed each with practiced flair, occasionally casting teasing remarks that turned his face the color of her lipstick. Then came the poster. She took a bit longer with that one, flipping it over to scrawl something across the back before carefully re-rolling it. And when she handed it to him, she paused. "Here you go, sweet thing." And this, she leaned forward and pressed a kiss to the back of his hand. A perfect, vivid lipstick mark left behind as proof. Izuku's entire body locked up. His ears felt like they were on fire. She winked. Waved. And he fled, poster clutched to his chest, cheeks aflame. That evening, back in the suffocating darkness of his apartment, in the cold silence of his too-small room, he unrolled the poster and found her message on the back. "Don't let the bullies get to you. And if necessary, and only if necessary, get a weapon. Personally, I think you'd look nice with a whip. Love." He didn't sleep that night. But for the first time in a long while, it wasn't because of fear. It was the spark of something else. Hope. Embarrassment. Inspiration. It swirled in his chest like a storm of emotion, something fragile and powerful all at once. Maybe. Just maybe. He wasn't as invisible as he thought. Many hours after the dizzy spell had faded, Izuku's blood soaked into the wood he had been meticulously carving, part of an experiment to test what would happen to organic material when exposed to his increasingly corrosive, acidic blood. As the crimson liquid seeped into the carved wooden bullet, the fibers hissed and smoked, breaking down into a warped, spongy pulp. The surface blackened, cracked, and ultimately disintegrated into the small pool of blood beneath it. Another failure. There went his idea for cheap, disposable ammunition. He frowned, marking down the results in a notepad filled with scrawlings, diagrams, chemical runes, and dried bloodstains. The hunter's dream had grown into something more than just a place of rest. It had become his sanctuary, a strange cradle between realities. A balm to soothe the ache in his heart and the fire that smoldered endlessly in his mind. The quiet humming of Gehrman as he tended to his modest, blossoming garden served as a metronome for the dream's peace. Flowers bloomed where none had before, as if sensing the gentler weight Izuku carried now. The doll, graceful and kind, with her soft silken voice, had begun to check on him more often. Their conversations grew longer, deeper. She listened with an attentiveness that felt foreign to him. She spoke like a mother might, or perhaps something gentler. Something sacred. This strange, ethereal place had become a kind of home, one that no concrete apartment or childhood bedroom had ever managed to be. Here, he wasn't a burden, wasn't forgotten, wasn't cast aside. Here, he was something in the process of becoming. And in that becoming, he found purpose. Izuku's deepening study into the arcane arts had yet to yield a consistent spellbook, but progress whispered to him with each passing night. His control over his quickening state had now far exceeded even Gehrman's estimations. He could move faster than breath, vanish into mist and reappear with blade in hand before an enemy could finish a scream. And more than that, more than speed or steel, was the voice. The whispering presence of the moon flora, his patron, his guide, helped him unravel truths that bled from beyond. Runes, once enigmatic, now opened to him like blooming flowers. The rune tool had become an extension of his thoughts, a key to hidden doors. He experimented obsessively, layering glyphs atop one another, trying to force harmony from chaos. Most bore no fruit. But then, subtle change began. The Coven of the Moon rune, etched into his memory with searing agony and divine force, had begun to shift his perception of all others. The clockwise and anti-clockwise metamorphosis runes shimmered with a crimson core that pulsed faintly in sync with his heartbeat. The basic moon rune, once inert, now twisted and writhed in his thoughts, shifting, stretching, folding like a living thing. Something breathing. His arsenal had grown alongside him, most notably in his favored weapons, his whips. After 40 relentless hours at the forge, he was sure it had been that long, though he couldn't be certain Izuku had crafted his second whip. It was a true evolution of the first. Where the original had been brutal and imposing, this one was surgical. Precise. Each segment of the 8-foot weapon bore slender, scalpel-like blades serrated for maximum bloodletting. Between the interlocked metal links, he carved sockets designed for gem embedding, allowing more blood-gem integration than ever before. The entire weapon gleamed faintly in the dream's silver glow, its edge alive with arcane potential. It didn't just feel like a weapon. It felt like an extension of himself. His will, his wrath, his hope. To say Izuku was proud would be an understatement. But pride was not enough. He wasn't satisfied. Not yet. Even as the dream began to feel like a sort of home, his dream, the real one, the impossible one, still burned in his chest like a second heart. He hadn't forgotten it. He hadn't let it go. He still wanted to return. Not to the cold apartment, or the haunted stare of a broken mother. But to a world where he might make a difference. To fight. To prove that a boy with no quirk, no prospects, no hope, could be something greater. The hero he'd always wanted to be. Was within reach. And that path would be forged through darkness. Through the deep and twisted woods, where shadows slithered and poison festered. The residents of the forbidden forest, twisted, mutated, deformed by sin and sorrow, had no idea what was coming. They weren't ready for the child of moonlight. They weren't ready for the reaper of beasts. The tough grass of the forbidden forest crunched beneath Izuku's boots, brittle from the cold and the rot of tens, if not hundreds, of years. Moonlight filtered through the twisted canopy above, bathing the clearing in a cold, ethereal glow. His new whip gleamed with a cruel luster, its blood-forged edges catching the silver light like a hunter's grin. The only other illumination came from the eerie fluorescence of Izuku's eyes, twin beacons of purpose and fury. The hunting mob cowered before him, their formation a trembling mockery of resolve. They had seen him, no, they had felt him long before he entered the clearing. The scent that clung to him, a mingling of moonflower and blood bloom, carried on the wind like a whispered omen. Some among them gripped their weapons tighter. Others loosened their grips, hands slick with sweat. It was fear, and worse, it was recognition. One of them, braver or more desperate than the rest, broke ranks and lunged forward, pitchfork aimed clumsily for Izuku's chest. The hunter sidestepped with inhuman grace. A flicker of motion, a screech of severing steel, and the man was torn apart, his limbs flung across the grove like discarded ragdolls. Blood misted the air. The body hit the ground in twitching pieces, the crimson spray catching in the cold wind like drifting petals. Some of them remembered. Deep in their rotted brains, they recalled old tales whispered around dying fires. Stories of a hunter cloaked in shadow who stalked the night and left none standing. A myth. A warning. A nightmare given flesh. A story from years past, before the door to the forest had been sealed. Before the church had all but left them to succumb to their own madness and foul flesh. Step. 2 shield-bearers attempted to block his path, raising rust-bitten metal and rotting wood with trembling hands. They were eviscerated before their arms could lock into position, their blood cascading in arcs that painted the grass crimson. The light from the twin bonfires flanking the field danced behind Izuku, obscuring his face, but his silhouette composed, inevitable was all they saw. One of them tried to scream, the other didn't even get the chance. Step. The oil-bearers hesitated, flame in hand, their arms shaking from the weight of their own cowardice. They didn't even scream as the whip arced through the air, silver slicing air and bone alike. Their heads fell with dull thuds, eyes wide even in death. The flames they once carried splashed across the ground, igniting the grass in a halo of fire around Izuku's feet. Step. The axemen charged with a roar of desperation. They lasted longer. But only just. Izuku moved through them like a spirit of judgment, whip whirling, legs shifting, eyes never blinking. Each swing carved flesh, split bone, unmade men. Their roars turned to gurgling pleas, and then, only the sound of wet bodies hitting the earth remained. One fell backwards into the flames, another collapsed forward onto his own axe, and a third simply fell in silence, throat cut clean. Step. The last defenders, the fencers, veterans who still bore some vestige of technique, rushed him with synchrony and skill. It made no difference. Izuku's whip caught their blades mid-swing, twisting the scimitars in midair and sending them plunging into their own chests. One tried to parry. The other tried to run. Both failed. Their bodies fell like the rest, their blood feeding the thirsty soil. The clearing fell silent, save for the low crackle of spreading fire as it hungrily consumed the oil-slicked earth and the bodies left upon it. Ash drifted like snow, catching in the wind and settling over the crimson-splattered scene like some twisted blessing. And still, Izuku walked. He never paused to look back. Not at the smoldering carnage, not at the path of ruin he carved through beasts and men alike. What was left of the boy curled further inside himself with every step, the boy who would have mourned them burrowed deeper into his own apathy until only the hunter remained. Trusting the monster they had become to protect what little he had left of himself. With each kill, with each fallen foe, the line that separated his apathy and his heart cracked further. Breaking and giving way little by little to the horrors of the world around him. And in that ever-thickening fog, Izuku marched on toward whatever horrors came next, whip in hand, and moonlight at his back. With each step deeper into the cursed embrace of the forbidden forest, Izuku noticed it had gotten easier with time to stomach his actions. His guts no longer churned with endless bile, though a lingering nausea coiled in his core. His throat, dry and scratchy, didn't burn as it once had, and the bitter taste that always haunted the back of his tongue had dulled to a faint memory. These were small victories in a world that offered so few. His cane slid free from the ribs of a fallen mob member, viscera clinging to the blade as he ducked low beneath a wide arc of a pitchfork. In a single practiced motion, he came up, slicing across the next assailant's gut and spilling their entrails to the forest floor. The body crumpled beside its kin, and Izuku's breath came in slow, even drags. Not from exhaustion. From necessity. From habit. He barely even registered the violence anymore. A part of him hurt sure, but it had dulled into a neat, uncomfortable itch in the back of his heart. Instead, his thoughts drifted, small questions filling the gaps in his mind that battle no longer occupied. Why do the inhabitants of the forbidden forest cage their dogs? Not that he was complaining. Out of all the twisted creatures he had faced in this blood-soaked world, the dogs were by far his least favorite. They were faster than him and attacked with a frenzied unpredictability that sent even the most experienced hunter scrambling. Their fangs flashed in the dark like daggers, and their ragged breath echoed like a death rattle. But even that didn't make them invincible. A clean gunshot between the eyes usually dropped them. Still, each fight left his nerves buzzing and his muscles trembling with residual adrenaline. Something about their relentless aggression, their eagerness to chase it, reminded him too much of a past he wished he could leave behind. He crouched near the splintered remnants of their cages, his cane dripping with canine blood. The crude wood and metal structures were slick with gore, torn flesh caught in their bars. The stench was overpowering. As his eyes scanned the area, he caught sight of a narrow side path weaving through the underbrush, half concealed by twisting roots and the bones of the long dead. A promising lead, but one he'd pursue later. For now, he had a goal. He needed to reach the forest's basin. That vile, festering place where the filth of the woods gathered in a stagnant lake, the putrid heart of the forest. Byrgenworth waited there. Or at least, the ruins of what had once been Byrgenworth. Izuku didn't have much in the way of records. Byrgenworth's history was a patchwork of burned books, half-forgotten notes, and Gehrman's rare mutterings. But what he did know painted a grim picture. Byrgenworth had been the seed from which the healing church bloomed. Unlike the blood-drunken disciples that followed, the scholars of Byrgenworth sought communion with the Great Ones through insight, not transfusion. When Izuku first read that, he couldn't help but laugh short, sharp, bitter. Insight? Communion? He'd achieved both without even trying. Dragged from his own world and cast into a nightmare of beasts and madness. Flora had marked him. Claimed him. Gehrman had spoken to her, bent the knee. So what of Byrgenworth's efforts? Had they found what they were looking for, or had they drowned in the very knowledge they craved? He hoped they had succeeded. A part of him clung to the idea that someone, somewhere, had paved the way before him, had left behind a guidepost in the darkness. Maybe even an ally. As if. More likely, some cosmic husk still clung to delusions of grandeur and would hurl itself at him for daring to exist. Still, anything was better than more dogs. Somehow, without remembering how he had gotten there, Izuku found himself crouched atop a rotting rooftop, the ancient shingles creaking beneath his boots. He was panting, chest rising and falling rapidly as he wiped a smear of blood from his cheek. His legs ached. His ribs throbbed. Memory returned sharply. A moment ago, he'd barely dodged a pack of ravenous beasts. He was certain it had been at least a dozen of them. Okay. Maybe a little exaggeration. But it felt like 12. He let out a tired breath. Kraft? The low, gurgling croak cut through the silence. Izuku froze. He turned his head slowly, the hair on the back of his neck rising. At least 4 carrion crows were perched around him, twisted and malformed. Their feathers were matted, their beady black eyes gleaming with malice. Muscle twitched beneath half-rotten skin. Beaks clacked in anticipation. Sheet, he muttered. His grip tightened on the hilt of his whip, the serrated edges gleaming faintly in the moonlight. The forbidden forest was far from finished with him. Izuku returned quickly to that rooftop after waking back up at the lantern, his body soaked in more blood and oil than last time. He gave the crows a stern talking to, laced with colorful language and plenty of finger-pointing which, of course, ended in him being dive-bombed by one particularly brave crow and tumbling off the edge in a spectacular fall. Not his finest moment. They died anyway after he got his frustration out. But he didn't have time to dwell on it. Because now, he was being chased. The sack man, if it could be called that, towered behind him, said sack slung over its shoulder like some demented reaper. The way it moved, loping with eerie speed, made Izuku feel like prey. It didn't help that the creature's form gave off that perfect, grim reaper who shops at murder markets vibe. And Izuku? Well, he'd always wanted to steal a scythe and turn it into a hunter weapon. He had gotten a good stab in from behind, cane sinking into the beast's back, but the monster didn't even flinch. Instead, it turned, muscles tensing and bulging unnaturally as a faint red glow rippled over its body. Izuku didn't need a degree in arcane anatomy to guess that was bad news. Really bad news. A moment later, he was airborne. The thing moved like a shot, its weapon whatever was inside that disgusting sack slamming into Izuku and launching him through a decaying cabin wall. He groaned, already feeling the telltale signs of something wrong with his leg. Then the bag slammed down where he'd landed. He rolled just in time, hand landing on what he quickly realized was a severed lycanthrope foot. He didn't dwell on it. He sprung to his feet, unloading bullets from his offhand pistol. The creature lunged, bag swinging in brutal arcs. One shot connected, staggering the beast. Izuku took the opening, lunging forward with a snarl. His hand twisted, the feel of claws sprouting mid-swing disturbing and oddly familiar. He drove the mutated limb deep into the beast's chest. Hot, thick blood spilled over his arm as he tore through flesh, the force sending the monster flying backward. It hit the wall with a bone-snapping thud. Panting, Izuku stood amid the gore, pocketing a strange, jagged claw he found near the remains. His reflection shimmered in the blood coating his body under the moonlight. For a moment, he couldn't tell where the red ended and his skin began. He drifted. Not asleep, not quite awake. Something primal inside him basked in the euphoria, in the heat of victory and the wet sheen of blood. But when the haze faded, clarity slammed back in like a blow to the head. By the time he snapped back to awareness, he was ankle-deep in a murky, glistening lake. One sniff told him it wasn't water. The air was thick with the cloying stench of oil, tar, and something sharper alchemical accelerants. The liquid sloshed around his boots like syrup. Izuku's eyes widened. Flammable. Highly flammable. He didn't hesitate. As the wet squelch of bloated corpses stirring in the muck reached his ears, he bolted. Molotovs lit the air behind him as malformed corpses shambled forward, limbs twitching, maggots spilling from their split skin. His heart hammered in sync with his feet. The whip flicked out, its serrated blades dragging sparks and flame from the oil as he spun, crouched low. The tendrils of the whip arced outward, slicing through the encroaching corpses in one fluid sweep. He didn't stop. One of the more transformed villagers lunged at him, claws like jagged bones. Izuku slid beneath it, the quickening humming in his skull. A cannon fired. The impact missed him by inches, obliterating the monster behind him. Shrapnel cut through the air, a sliver embedding into his leg just as he rematerialized from the quickening blur. He stumbled, pain singing up his side, but jammed a blood vial into his thigh and surged forward. The cannon operator readied the next shot, its glowing eyes fixated on Izuku's charge. 15 feet. The buzz intensified. 10 feet. The cannon wick sparked, seconds from ignition. 5 feet. He leapt, his body flickering. In a burst of sickly yellow mist, Izuku vanished and reappeared directly behind the beast. His cane-turned blade cracked through skull, driving the creature's head forward just as his other hand wrenched the cannon. He turned it toward the lake. Toward the corpses still climbing free of the oil. He didn't yell a battle cry. No flourish. Just a whisper as he pulled the trigger, burn. The cannon fired. The oil caught. And the night lit up with fire and screams. The defining silence that followed was haunting. Nothing remained of the 7 or 8 houses that once lined the path Izuku had sprinted up, just rubble and ash now, scorched bones and splintered timbers buried under caved-in foundations. The corpses of beasts, mangled and steaming, lay scattered across the wreckage. Limbs jutted from collapsed door frames, viscera sloped into the mud. Even the crows had gone quiet. Izuku stood still, bloodied and winded, catching his breath amid the carnage, whip coiled and limp at his side. His breath fogged slightly in the night air, the smoke and stench from the scorched battlefield curling around his nose. It felt surreal. A battlefield not of war, but of purification. Cleansing fire and steel had won the day. Then, blimey. Don't scare me like that. On a night like this. I took you for a monster. The voice broke the silence, rough and hoarse with age, carrying a strange familiarity. Izuku's head snapped up, body tense. How? How had he ended up on a rooftop? He blinked, half in confusion. His last memory was of the cannon, the explosion, the sprint up the hill, yet here he was, now across from a man crouched beside a bleeding corpse, a broken family at his feet. The man looked straight at him. Bandages covered his eyes. Oh, thank the stars, you're fairly normal, the man continued. His smile was crooked, stretched too wide like an old scar, the corners twitching with something unspoken. His lips glistened, wet and tacky with gore, blood smeared thick along the creases of his mouth like a butcher caught mid-feast. It clung to his teeth in dried flakes and damp clots, the coppery stench rolling from him in waves. Was it you put down that awful beast? That thing had me trembling, frozen in me boots. And then you came along. Something about the way he said it. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The scent sweet and wrong. Not quite human. His stomach twisted. There was a sense to him now, an instinctual pulse through his nerves. The scent of deceit. The scent of a predator pretending to be prey. The cane in his hand twitched. Well, if you're a hunter. Then. The beggar tilted his head in mock innocence, one hand twitching toward the fresh meat beside him. The blood still dripped from the family's child, as if it hadn't even cooled. Would you know of any safe havens? Izuku moved. In a single whip crack, the illusion fell. Blood sprayed from a shallow cut across the man's chest, but no cry of pain followed. Instead, the man grinned. His skin bubbled like boiling tar, blistering and tearing as grotesque knots of muscle surged and twisted beneath. Sinew tore audibly, snapping like wet rope as his frame began to buckle and balloon. Each bone cracked not once but over and over again, fracturing and realigning with a cacophony of wet, splintering pops. The sound was like marrow being chewed by a maw far too large for nature, and with each surge of mutation, the man grew. Twice his height, then thrice, his back arching and bulging, skin splitting to accommodate the bulk. His spine jutted out in jagged peaks, ribs creaking wide as if the beast inside was clawing its way out from beneath a paper-thin shell of humanity. A guttural mmm escaped his lips, half agony, half joy, before it warped into a deafening roar that cracked the air around them. Where once knelt a man was now a grotesque abomination, towering, malformed, and grotesquely born of sinew and blood. His body had expanded far beyond its human limits, becoming a hulking mass of thick, matted fur stretched over pulsing, bulbous muscle. Patches of skin hung in shredded ribbons from his torso, and raw meat steamed beneath. His shoulders bulged obscenely, hunched forward like a beast permanently caught mid-pounce. The The sounds of his breath came in ragged, wet wheezes, like bellows through torn flesh. Veins surged beneath his flesh, black and glowing with sickly red energy, as if the lightning that coursed through them was eating him from the inside. His limbs trembled with barely contained violence. From his drooling maw, now elongated and warped into something wholly lupin, fangs the length of carving knives jutted out at odd angles. They dripped a mixture of saliva and blood, fresh, steaming, and still flecked with torn human tissue. Then the beast raised its head, and snarled. "Oh, you're a sick puppy. You drink the blood of half the town, and now this. And you talk of beasts? You hunters are the real killers." The creature lunged. Izuku threw himself sideways, claws raking the shingles behind him. Using the momentum, he twisted midair and slung his whip toward the beast's ankle only for the monster to catch it in one clawed hand. He cursed and drew his pistol, firing round after round into the beast's elbow until it spasmed. Still, it yanked. Izuku stumbled forward, dragged closer by the chain. As the beast reached out with its other hand, he forced himself into a quickening blur, reappearing behind it, arm braced. He dove into the open wound he'd carved, his clawed hand plunging through meat and sinew to grab bone. "Have you got a screw loose? Or is it your animal intuition?" The beast thrashed violently, trying to dislodge him, but Izuku clung tight. His claws dug deeper. He pulled his pistol again and pressed it into the creature's limb, unloading 3 more shots. Then he yanked. With a horrid rip, the arm tore free. "You hunters have got more blood on your hands." Izuku staggered back, gasping, his vision swimming. The beast roared, stumbling in rage, and swiped with its remaining arm. Izuku quickened again, but the fatigue hit like a sledgehammer. His step misfired. A claw slammed into him, sending him flying into the only intact section of the roof, smashing him into the wall beside the stairwell door. He groaned. Blood trickled from his nose. "Die! Die! Die! Hunters are killers, nothing less. You call me a beast? A beast? What would you know? I didn't ask for this." Izuku forced himself to stand. His muscles screamed, bones aching from the wall's impact, but he didn't care. He looked down at the dismembered monster, chest heaving with shallow breath. There was pity, yes, but not the kind that forgave. It was the pity you gave to something that should have never been. A curiosity of suffering. The man that once was gone. Devoured. Eclipsed by the bloodlust. The handle of his whip trembled in his grip as he whispered to the quickening. His vision blurred with exhaustion. One blink. He was in the air, floating above the beast's heaving form like an executioner summoned by fate. The steel whip coiled and sang as it arced down, wrapping around the monster's throat. The serrated edges bit deep. Not just into flesh, but through the cords of muscle, the thick tendons, the marrow-laced bone. It didn't slice, it sawed with Izuku's full weight pulling it tight. Wet pops of cartilage and snapping vertebrae rang out in tandem with the creature's gurgled roar. Then came the final snap. The head rolled free, still twitching, a grotesque mess of blood-slick fur and split sinew. The beast's hulking form crumpled with a thunderous thud, a wave of steaming blood gushing from its neck to coat the rooftop in a thick crimson tide. It soaked into every crack, pooled around Izuku's knees as he collapsed beside it. His hands were shaking. His breath came in short, ragged gasps. Its final words clung to the air, barely audible over the blood burbling from its ruined throat. "Rancid beasts. Every last one of us." 2 blood vials later, the physical agony faded. The ribs stopped screaming. The dizziness dulled. But the aching weight behind his sternum remained. Heavy. Suffocating. He didn't speak. There was nothing to say. The rooftop was silent again. Silent, save for the wind howling across the charred ruins below. And the whispering pressure of the inside of the great ones curling like spider legs behind his eyes, brushing ever so gently against his fraying soul. Izuku's bones ached as the elevator ascended at high speed, its rickety mechanics groaning under the strain of motion. Every jolt sent a tremor through his spine, and the dull throb of recent wounds echoed across his battered frame. He leaned against the wall, letting his breath come in shallow bursts, each one a struggle after what he had just faced, what looked like ordinary people, until their flesh split open and exploded into horrific amalgamations of serpents, their skulls and limbs writhing with coiled vipers. The memory alone made his skin crawl. Even now, phantom sensations of fangs scraping across his skin pulsed at his nerves. With a metallic thunk, the elevator came to a sudden halt, jarring his knees and lifting him slightly off the floor with the momentum. He stumbled forward with unsteady steps into the small hut-like structure at the top. Every movement ached, his limbs heavy with fatigue and gore, his mind still fogged from the brutal clarity of the fight. His gaze swept the dim interior, and he made straight for the door ahead, his thoughts so scattered that he missed the tall figure standing silently to his left, shrouded in shadow. Only when the door creaked open behind him did a light cough break the silence. Izuku jumped, startled, spinning on his heel. The man hadn't moved, yet it felt like he'd just appeared. He was tall, certainly above average height, clad in a dark blue uniform unlike anything Izuku had seen before. The deep folds of his coat were worn but kept immaculately, and he stood as if sculpted from stone. A strange metal helmet covered his head entirely, save for a single eye hole. Despite the obscured face, the man exuded a commanding presence like someone used to issuing orders and having them followed without question. The stranger's voice rang out, booming and strangely joyful. "Ah, a new face, are you? A young but accomplished hunter. It would appear. Ha 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 ha." Izuku flinched at the sudden laugh, unsure how to respond, the sound too real, too loud in the stillness. "I am Walter, master of the League. Members of the League cleanse the streets of all the filth that spread about during the hunt. Like any half-decent hunter ought to, you know? Haven't you seen enough of these wretched beasts, freakish slugs, and mad doctors? Sentence these fiends to death. With the help of your League confederates. What do you say? Why not join the League?" Izuku blinked, caught off guard by the rapid-fire proposition. What? What would joining the League gain me? Not to sound greedy, but I just don't know what I would get out of it. And not to be disrespectful. Walter let out another hearty laugh. "Ah, such gumption. Ha 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 ha. Well, as for what the League can offer you assistance in your quest. No hunter has ever come here without a goal they need to finish. The League aids those who take up the burden of slaughter. A shared path is easier walked." Izuku hesitated only a moment before nodding. I guess I'll join? I don't see a reason not to." "Yes. As a hunter, well should. Commit this to heart," Walter declared, lifting one gloved hand. "Our own Carol rune, the symbol of the League." A familiar sensation flooded Izuku's mind. Like the moon rune Flora had etched into his soul, the League rune carved itself into his psyche, but this time, it did something strange. It didn't sit alone. Instead, it was grasped, devoured, woven into by the moon rune, the two binding into one tangled, pulsing oath. Izuku could feel their resonance in his bones, like a drumbeat under his skin. Walter's voice lowered, taking on a grim reverence. "Now, there is one thing you must know. By the oath of the League, those who bear its rune will see them, the vermin." Izuku listened intently, his heartbeat aligning with the weight of the words. "Vermin writhe deep within all filth and are the root of man's impurity. All vermin are to be crushed. The League exists to expunge all vermin, ridding us of any trace of human corruption. And so, until we are rid of all vermin, you must continue to hunt and kill. This bloody fate is ours alone. Do not expect the world to grasp our work." He paused. "But remember, the Confederates will always have my blessing. And each other. Always." Izuku found himself smiling faintly. The words were intense, even borderline fanatical, but in their madness was clarity, a conviction that rang truer than anything he had heard from the Healing Church or those who claimed righteousness in Yharnam. So sane might be a stretch. But in this world of madness, he would take what he could get. As Izuku turned to leave and make his way back to the hunter's dream, Walter called out one final time. "When you find vermin, return them to me and crush them before me. In doing so, I will add them under your name. And when you gather enough, you will be respected amongst your peers." Izuku gave a short nod. The cold air of the doorway brushed his cheek as he stepped through. He felt the weight of a new purpose settle across his shoulders, not heavy, but steady. A different kind of duty. Another thread added to the weave of who he was becoming. The hunt would continue, but now he hunted not just for survival, not just to protect those he could, but also to destroy these vermin, whatever they were. As Izuku crouched down before the messengers of the lamp and allowed them to ferry him across nothing and into the dream, his eyes fell upon a small bridge of exposed skin on his arm. His sleeve had rolled up, revealing a stretch of flesh that once bore the countless reminders of pain-scarred ridges and faded bruises that had littered his body like a twisted tapestry. It was clean now. Pale and unmarred, the skin no longer carried the stories of his past physically, all except the thin silver remains of the physical and the echoes that remained sharp in his mind. He gave the messenger before him a soft, sad smile as he stood, eyes distant, already swallowed by the memories. When Izuku was 9 years old, it had been a year and some change since his mother decided he wasn't worth much anymore. He never got an explanation, just a quiet shift in how she looked at him. Cold glares replaced warm eyes, silence replaced praise, and the hands that once cradled his cheeks now refused to reach out at all. The home that had once been filled with warmth and hero magazines slowly turned hollow. His mother stopped decorating for holidays, stopped asking about his day, stopped caring. His mind told him it was coming, even when he ignored the signs before him every day. Even at 9 years old, he could see it even if he ignored it and acted like it wasn't happening. The way his mother, ever since his father's leaving, had a limp. The subtle flinches when loud sounds echoed in the apartment. She replaced their gas stove with a safer, electric one. Took down pictures. Replaced nothing. Things he noticed, things he still tried to pretend didn't matter. Izuku's mind used to be a sanctuary before then. When he let his thoughts roam, the colossal halls of his imagination would come alive with fantasy and wonder. His heroes would rise from the pages, his theories would spiral into the cosmos, and the hope that he could be more than just quirkless Izuku made the world feel less cruel. But the joy that once filled his daydreams faded. It rotted slowly as every day passed without affection, without encouragement, without kindness. His thoughts grew darker, more venomous. Doubt crept in with whispers and festering questions. Was I ever worth being a hero? Is there even a possibility someone like me could be saved? If everyone else thinks it's okay to hurt me, why shouldn't I? What's the difference? At least if he did the hurting, he could stop when it got too much. At least if it was him, it felt like he had some control. And control was something he hadn't felt in so long. It wasn't the healthiest logic. Not even close. But he was a child. A child with no friends, no support, and no kindness to hold on to. A kid with a dream that the world seemed desperate to break. A kid surrounded by bullies who tore down everything he tried to build, a kid who walked home with new bruises and lied about the stairs. And so, he found himself on the bathroom floor. The tiles were cold, the grout harsh against his skin. The bathroom smelled faintly of bleach Inko had mopped earlier that day. His legs had gone numb, but his arm burned. Bright red drops had formed intricate, trembling lines along the skin, bleeding into each other like cracks in porcelain. The razor lay beside him, gleaming in the afternoon sun as it spilled through the fogged window. He had found it in his backpack that morning. A clean, double-edged blade that hadn't been there before. It must have been slipped in by one of the high schoolers. One of the bullies. Whether it was meant as a joke or something worse, he didn't know. At first, when he reached for his pencil, it nicked his finger. The pain was sudden, but small, just a sting. Then a burn. Then a throb. But somehow, it helped. It felt like something. It meant something. It was real. And it was his. He should have thrown the blade away. He didn't. And so, that day, crouched on the sterile white tile of the bathroom floor, he made a choice that no child should ever have to make. To carve the pain outside where it could be seen, to make his punishment visible. To try, however poorly, to feel in control. It became a habit. One that followed him through the years. A quiet ritual, done in silence and hidden from view. A coping mechanism that never truly healed, only numbed. The thin red lines became a language, a litany of the things he couldn't say aloud. Even when he wanted to stop, it called him back like an old friend. But gods, if he could have changed one thing, it would be that. He wished he could have done without it. Without the habit. Without the pain. Yet here he was, years later, standing in a place built from dreams and horrors, staring at a patch of skin that should have been ruined. And it was clean. A miracle or a curse? He couldn't decide. But he remembered. And he would never forget. Some things didn't deserve to be forgotten, some things didn't allow themselves to be. Izuku continued to mull over his thoughts as his hands tightly gripped the whetstone, its once sharp edges worn smooth from repeated use across the growing arsenal he had acquired. While he didn't always rely on every armament, he kept them honed to deadly sharpness. Yarnum rarely afforded time for second chances, every blade mattered. His whip had earned its place as his most reliable weapon, but the saw cleaver. The cleaver had its own particular uses. Especially when cleaving into the vulnerable blind sides of beasts that thought him slow. Working with his hands gave Izuku a chance to think. Lately, he'd been blacking out during battles. Not in the usual way, not with the bloodlust that Flora had long warned him of. No, this felt different, a strange pull, a fogged awareness that left his muscles moving faster than his thoughts. He would come back to himself mid-strike, standing in pools of blood with no memory of how he'd gotten there. Flora had told him he wasn't losing control. But if not that, then what? What was crawling around in the back of his mind, pressing him forward without asking? A quiet click broke the soft silence, followed by the slow crescendo of violins rising from the gramophone nearby. The record that had been playing a somber, melancholic tune now bloomed into a lively symphony of strings and horns. Izuku didn't have to look to know Gehrman had joined him. The old man's presence always had a way of disrupting the quiet in his mind. Gehrman carried an odd energy, half mentor, half prankster, and all trouble when he wanted to be. It was still wild to Izuku that for months, he had assumed the old hunter couldn't even walk, only for the man to burst into the workshop one day on two legs and demand to know where his DMN soybean seeds were. That memory still made him blink in disbelief. Gah! Gehrman's exaggerated groan preceded the sound of him stomping dramatically across the workshop. How can you be holed up in this dusty old shack for so long, eh? Bah! Young folk these days, no sense of movement. But while you're trapped here, How about helpin' poor ol' Gehrman with a little project? Izuku didn't look up from his whetstone, only smirking. If by help, you mean do all the work while you pay me with a single avocado again, then. No. To be fair, that was a fine avocado, Gehrman shot back, hands on hips. But no, this time, I just plan to guide you. Just think of it as crafting a shiny new toy. Given your reading material, I don't trust your definition of toy. Izuku finally looked up, raising an eyebrow. The old man's face turned a shade of red as he jabbed a gnarled finger into Izuku's forehead. Hey now. You're the brat who brought me those books in the first place. Don't act surprised if I make use of M. With a huff, he spun around, and a second later, his wheelchair mysteriously appeared beneath him as if summoned by sheer will. Anyway, what I meant, you nasty-minded pup, is a weapon you don't yet have. Rare materials and all that, hard to come by. But your old mentor called in a few favors with the messengers, and voila, enough for a custom job. That is, unless you're not interested. Could always resell it. Izuku dropped his whetstone with a loud clatter and nearly fell off his stool in his rush to grab the old man by the shoulders. No. I mean, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to explore this creative collaboration. Ha ha ha. I knew that'd get ya. Let's get to work then, Izuku. Just stop shaking me before my spine becomes kindling. The first step, melting down the rare metal components. It wasn't simple iron or steel they were dealing with, these were remnants of long-forgotten relics, imbued with latent properties from another age. The process of extracting the metal was slow and delicate, requiring careful separation from the arcane-infused materials. Sigils had to be broken, runes unbound, and any lingering spirits dispelled. They worked with tongs and flame, breaking down the metal with quiet reverence. Eventually, the relics gave up their form, and they got a steady flow of molten alloy, its color shifting between silver and crimson like moonlight on blood. The very air shimmered with power as they poured it into a long rectangular mold fitted with a thin rod protruding from one end. As it cooled, the two halves of the mold split apart, revealing a sleek, solid form with an embedded handle. Now the real work began. Gehrman handed the cooled piece to Izuku, instructing him to brace the rod against the anvil while he took up the hammer. Blow after blow, the old hunter worked the alloy, shaping it with practiced grace. Sparks danced through the air like fireflies, illuminating the darkened edges of the workshop. Izuku held fast, muscles tensing with the strain of keeping the metal steady as it was molded under the fury of Gehrman's strikes. The air was thick with heat and noise, but neither faltered. They spoke little, their focus honed on the rhythm between them, the thud of the hammer, the hiss of steam, the sizzle of metal being tamed. Sweat trickled down Izuku's temples, his breath ragged, but his heart sang. He hadn't felt this alive in days. The next 3 hours were spent forging metal under the furious breath of the Dream's Forge, the flames liking high and hot, bathing the space in gold and crimson light. For Gehrman, who had not lifted a smith's hammer in what felt like ages, the task was grueling. The heat pressed into his bones, sweat pouring down his aged body as he toiled beside his apprentice. Sparks scattered like angry fireflies, landing on exposed flesh with stinging bites. He had shed his usual layers early into the task, his long hunter's coat, his linen shirt, even the undershirt that clung to his aging frame now sat discarded in a dusty heap near the door. Though uncomfortable, the heat was invigorating. After decades of sedentary life tending flowers in the hunter's dream, the fiery rhythm of creation felt like rebirth. The muscles he thought long dormant now sang with purpose. He was not just a shade, not just a ghostly guide to the hunters of this realm, he was a man of flesh, grit, and will. The molten metal glowed like starlight in its container, thrumming with potential and memory. Gehrman swung the hammer with practiced force, each strike ringing out with the resonance of old memories of blades once crafted, of comrades now lost. It was as if the metal knew what was coming, as if it resisted him deliberately. He welcomed the resistance, let it bite him. In the end, he would shape it to his will. Izuku stood nearby, silent and reverent, watching closely. His eyes followed every swing, every pivot, memorizing Gehrman's rhythm. The old hunter smiled despite the sweat and pain. Soon, it would be Izuku's turn. He had the youth, the determination, the hunger. All Gehrman had to do was get the shape started. He inhaled deeply, the scent of burning coal and hot oil coating his lungs. He had sworn to never make another of these. And yet, here he was. For the boy who had already bled and bled again for his future, Gehrman would break that vow. He struck the siderite with a force that echoed in the marrow. The hours that followed blurred together like streaks of molten gold across a darkened forge. Time lost meaning in the haze of ringing steel, pulsing heat, and rhythmic labor. The air was thick with sweat, soot, and the smell of burning oil, the kind of timeless bubble where only creation existed, suspended between thought and instinct, muscle and memory. Gehrman's final swing gave way to silence, the hammer passing from one set of calloused hands to the next, and with it, the weight of purpose. When Gehrman finally stepped back, his chest heaving, his skin raw and glistening with sweat, he handed the hammer to Izuku with a quiet nod. It was time. The basic form was there long, curved like a scythe's bite, but still too thick, too crude. Now it was Izuku's to refine. He took the blade onto the anvil with hands already blistered from holding tools and weapons day after day. With each strike, he etched control into the metal, shaving away the excess, teasing out its final shape. The crescent grew sharper, sleeker. They took turns reducing its weight, removing unnecessary mass from the core while retaining the blade's integrity. Siderite was no normal alloy. It thrummed faintly under Izuku's fingers, reacting to the hammer's song. The first oil quench came after the 5th hour. A hiss like a dying beast rose from the vat, steam curling up in heavy clouds. When they retrieved the blade and laid it across the table, its edges shimmered without flaw. Relieved but not done, they repeated the process, reheating, quenching, polishing 5 full times, until the weapon gleamed like a moonlit wave. Gehrman, his strength spent, worked in the background on the hilt and the hidden mechanism that would allow it to transform with a twist and lock. It was delicate work, as much art as function. Meanwhile, Izuku took to sharpening the blade's inner curve. The edge needed to be thin, precise enough to cut through the toughest of hides. As he worked, the steady hum of the forge faded into the music from the old gramophone in the corner, a melodic composition of strings that swelled with energy and hope. They didn't speak. Time passed. The lines between hours blurred. In the dream, day and night held no meaning, only progress. When they finally laid the blade on the worktable and affixed the final locking mechanism, silence claimed the workshop. It was done. The burial blade. It stood tall and deathly elegant, blackened steel kissed by moonlight, curved into a sickle of divine purpose. It bore no taint of the old world, no residue of Gehrman's regrets. This was a new creation, a gift forged not from guilt, but from pride. Gehrman didn't speak. He simply stepped forward, unfastened a brass badge from his shirt, a token he had not removed in lifetimes, and pressed it into Izuku's trembling hand. A symbol of acceptance. A rite of passage. A master's gesture to his student. Izuku looked down at the badge, then to the weapon. And wept. Hours passed, days, weeks. Mapping, exploring. Dissecting every inch of the forbidden forest. He found every segment, every crevice where things that should be left alone were active. That's how Izuku ended up running. He had returned to the forest to continue where he had left off, finally pushing forward into the unexplored areas, his boots slamming against stone and wet earth with a rhythm only desperation could orchestrate. Branches tore at his sleeves, and the heavy scent of rot clung to the back of his throat. Had he ever mentioned he hated snakes? Undoubtedly, he must have, to something, someone. The snake-infested lumberjack from earlier nearly made him vomit. His head had exploded into a nest of writhing serpents, each one hissing and snapping at the air like they had been waiting years to be free. So yes. Izuku was sprinting deeper into a cursed forest he had never seen before, ducking branches and leaping roots, heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. He passed heaps of snakes melded together in unnatural shapes, pulsating as if they breathed in tandem. The twisted amalgamations moved like mounds of sentient worms. At one point, he caught a glimpse of a massive creature easily the size of a small house, its body formed entirely of coiling snakes bound together in a knot of madness and meat. He didn't linger to get a better look. Eventually, he stumbled out of the choking foliage and found himself at the edge of a massive swampy pond. Its surface was still, almost too still, like it was waiting. It reflected the gray sky and contorted tree limbs with eerie clarity. The stench of decay was overwhelming, and in the middle of the water, a mountain of flesh stirred. It was a pig. Grotesque and titanic, its greasy flesh quivered as it moved. Each footstep it took splashed fetid water in waves. It snorted, baring rows of tusks like shattered ivory, and then charged. Izuku didn't move until the last possible moment. At the last second, he dove to the side and spun, triggering the hidden latch on his newly forged scythe. The blade snapped out with a metallic hiss, forming a sweeping crescent that cleaved through the pig's front legs with a wet crunch. The momentum carried the beast's torso forward in a spray of mud and blood, where it crashed to the ground with a shriek. It thrashed for a moment, limbs flailing in useless agony. Then Izuku brought the blade down again, splitting its skull in a burst of crimson. The swamp swallowed the sound. The new weapon felt heavier in his hands than the whip he favored, but that weight translated to power, pure, undeniable force. It didn't dance through battle like his whip, it carved. It severed. And its reach. It shouldn't be that long. But it was. His whip remained holstered at his hip, still trusted. It would never leave him. As he waded through the stinking swamp, the scythe was returned to his back, its folded form resting between his shoulders. Good thing too. As he pushed beneath a low-hanging tree root, something grabbed his leg. A hand pale, bloated, and slick with rot. It burst from the muck with uncanny speed, clutching his ankle with surprising strength. Instinct took over. The whip cracked through the air, biting into the rotting wrist. The corpse's grip loosened, and Izuku yanked free with a grunt. Then there was another pig. It barreled out of a side path, tusks ready, and slammed into him before he could react. He was launched through the air and landed with a thud in a shallow pit, charred logs and embers still smoldering within. The heat singed his coat. Rolling to his feet, he drew his pistol and fired 2 quick shots into the beast's eyes. It stumbled. With a roar, Izuku drew his whip and slashed in an arc, blood spraying from the creature's snout. It collapsed moments later. Panting, Izuku looked up and found a fork in the trail ahead. He turned toward the uphill path. It was quiet here. The grave markers returned familiar and foreboding. In the middle of the clearing stood a lone snake-headed man. Before the creature could react, Izuku surged forward and split it in half with his scythe. The clearing held spoils bullets, silver coins, and a pulsing rune he quickly pocketed. But just as he turned to leave, he heard it, a wet, slithering noise. The top half of the corpse began to move, wriggling unnaturally as dozens of snakes erupted from its mangled neck. Izuku ran. He sprinted back to the main trail, ignoring the sting of branches lashing against his face. The forest seemed to close in, darker than before. He followed the winding path downward until he reached a looming stone archway. Beyond it, a vast, open field choked in mist. A cold sweat broke down his spine. The moment he stepped into the clearing, 3 figures materialized from the fog. They were humanoid in shape but shrouded in layers of black cloth that didn't quite move with the wind. 2 of them wielded wickedly curved blades, resembling katanas, and one of those also held a long iron candlestick with an unholy flame at the top. The third carried a heavy mace, his free hand wrapped in blazing fire. Izuku stepped forward, heart steady. Another trial awaited. Izuku let out a heavy sigh, rolling his head slowly until a satisfying pop echoed from the base of his neck. The tension in his shoulders loosened slightly as he reached up and swung the massive, crescent-shaped blade of his scythe downward. With a practiced flick of his wrist, he slotted it into the folded mechanism affixed to the pole across his back. A smooth click resounded through the misty clearing as the scythe locked into place, the folding snapping into a solid, extended form like a predator preparing to strike. He shifted his stance, knees bending slightly. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, his boot cracked into the damp soil, sending a spray of mud and leaves outward as he launched himself forward. The air around him hissed with speed as he shot between the 3 shadowy enemies like a bullet. While airborne, Izuku tucked into a low crouch mid-leap, the world around him a blur of gray stone and black mist. With perfect timing, he unfurled the full length of his scythe and spun violently. A deadly arc of silver gleamed through the air, a blur of honed steel. The 3 shadows began to react too slow. One was caught full on, the blade biting into their chest and sending a gush of blood splattering into the darkened mist. The others fared little better, steel raking their sides with screeching resistance and splashes of crimson. Izuku landed hard, skidding across uneven cobblestone as sparks lit up beneath his boots. Gritting his teeth, he expelled a short breath through his nose and bolted toward the one wielding a mace. The scythe's sharpened tip scraped against the stone floor, carving a thin glowing line before he shifted all his weight forward and swung the blade upward in a rising arc. Stone split. Air cracked. The curved edge cleaved through both masonry and flesh. The mace wielder had no time to respond. His body was thrown into the air as the scythe tore a ragged wound from hip to shoulder. The impact lifted him clear off his feet, and with a guttural roar, Izuku slammed the weapon downward, burying the man into the floor with a crunch of shattered ribs and snapping joints. Blood pooled rapidly beneath the crumpled body. Panting, Izuku turned to face the remaining 2 enemies only to freeze in revulsion. Their forms were twisting, spasming violently. The cloaks they wore rippled and bulged, and suddenly, from their flesh, hundreds of serpents burst forth in a wet, sickening torrent. Snakes slithered from their arms, mouths, and eye sockets, turning them into grotesque caricatures of human form. The sound of ripping muscle and squelching meat filled the clearing, and the stench of wet scales filled Izuku's nostrils. He choked back a cry and tightened his grip on the scythe. No time to hesitate. With a defiant yell, he charged. The remaining figures were faster now, faster than anything that size should have been. One ignited a flame upon their blade, a snake-like tongue of fire liking the air, while the other's arms transformed into snapping, lashing coils of muscle and scale. Izuku met them head-on. Their blades clashed against his scythe in a symphony of sparks. He ducked low, rolling to avoid a flaming strike, only to pivot and deflect a snaking tendril aimed at his chest. Blow after blow rained down. Steel sang. His arms ached. Sweat burned his eyes. And then the hum. That resonant pull deep within his skull. Quickening. The world slowed to a crawl. Sound dulled. Izuku faded into mist and reappeared across the battlefield, his reformed body sliding into a crouch. Without hesitation, he raised his scythe and slashed open the palm of his left hand. Blood spilled out, thick and vibrant, pulled toward the rune etched into his flesh. It pulsed with power. The two enemies closed in again. With a growl, Izuku smeared his blood across the length of the blade. It pulsed red, glowing with an unholy light. As they neared, he twisted his stance and slashed wide. The blood-forged energy screamed as it left the blade, a massive crimson crescent erupting into the air. It struck like lightning. Both shadowed foes were hurled backward, engulfed in a shockwave that tore through their corrupted forms. Their bodies sizzled and smoked, acid burns trailing behind the energy like ghost fire. Izuku, too, was thrown off balance, landing hard on his side near the base of a warped tree. He groaned and pushed himself upright, vision spinning. One shadow was still. The other barely standing. Its legs trembled, the flame on its weapon sputtering and dying. From beneath its hood, Izuku saw something that froze him, a glimmer of moisture. Not blood. Tears. He raised his pistol with trembling hands, the cut on his palm still seeping blood. He didn't let himself think. He couldn't afford to. A single shot echoed. The figure collapsed. Izuku stood in the silent clearing, surrounded by corpses, blood, and ash. He could feel the weight of it all pressing down, but he didn't falter. He couldn't stop now. Not yet. He continued his trek through a narrow opening, slipping beyond the area where he had vanquished the shadows. Every inch of his body ached with exhaustion, the kind that clung deep into his bones and burned with the memory of battle, but Izuku pushed forward, grit and duty driving him onward like a blade compelled by unseen hands. As the path widened, the eerie quiet was broken by a wet rustling sound just ahead. Before he could fully react, something lunged from the shadows with a grotesque screech. A monstrous insect-like creature sprang at him. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, its bloated head was a pulsating mass of translucent flesh and glowing, emerald-green eyes, dozens, if not hundreds, embedded across its skull like lanterns peering into oblivion. Its wings were shredded and useless, hanging in blood-tattered strips from its bony back, and its emaciated body was sickly pale, covered in brittle chitin stretched thin over twitching muscle. The bug launched with a shriek, clawed limbs reaching toward Izuku's head, but instinct flared. He ducked low, the grotesque weight of the creature crashing beside him with a sickening thud. Its unbalanced, oversized head pitched it forward. Izuku wasted no time. With swift precision, he drove the blade of his scythe directly into the thing's skull. A high-pitched screech tore through the air, its legs spasming violently as ichor sprayed from the wound, but Izuku didn't look back. Undeterred, he pressed onward, his footsteps crunching across dead leaves and slick roots. Soon, he spotted a familiar flicker of hope, a lantern. The little messengers gathered at its base, their bony fingers raised in wordless greeting as he lit the flame. The warmth of the light fought back the chill in his chest. A sanctuary in the horror. Ahead loomed the structure he had long sought. Byrgenworth. The ancient institution towered above the trees, its twisted spires and collapsed roof silhouetted against the violet twilight. Its cracked windows gleamed like blind eyes. The entire building pulsed faintly with the residue of forbidden knowledge, reeking of arcane rot. It exhaled secrets into the night like a dying beast. Izuku cracked his neck and slid his scythe back into full form with a satisfying clack. Then, he ran. Another bug dropped from the shadows. It barely had time to react before Izuku's blade cut it in half, sending its headless corpse flopping into the weeds. He sprinted forward, heart thundering, the path winding beneath his feet. The cobblestone trail curved tightly, leading to a heavy gate. It wouldn't budge. Frowning, he pressed forward, scanning the surroundings. A stone overhang loomed nearby. Perched atop it were 3 more of the twisted bug things, twitching in anticipation. Farther across the trail, on the other side of the curve, loomed something far worse. It was massive. Like a centipede crossed with a hydra. A long, fleshy neck rose from a mound of twitching legs, ending in a grotesque bloom that resembled a half-bloomed flower coated in slime. Its many legs twitched and dragged its bulk forward as if pulled by some internal madness. But there was no time to assess. The 3 bugs leapt. 2 never hit the ground. Izuku's scythe was already in motion, and they were bisected in the air, ichor spraying across the overhang. The 3rd hissed, lashing out only to be sliced in 2 before its claws could connect. The flowered monstrosity responded. From its unnatural head, it vomited a fireball of sticky, molten bile. Izuku vanished into mist mid-dodge, the heat grazing his skin as he reappeared at its flank. He struck without hesitation. The scythe sliced through the long tendril neck. A fountain of green-blue ichor erupted from the wound, reeking of bile and fermented meat. The beast shrieked. Its voice was no voice, just a gurgling, wet mmmmm, and Izuku kept hacking, cutting through leg after leg in a relentless assault until it finally crumpled and stopped twitching. He breathed hard, the scent of rot filling his lungs, and wiped the scythe clean on a patch of moss. Another bug tried to ambush him. It fell like the others. Past the shattered corpse, he found a wrought iron gate and forced it open with a creaking groan, revealing a shortcut back to the lantern. Then he turned again, back toward the second entrance to Byrgenworth. The massive doors loomed tall and defiant. As he pressed his palms against them, they groaned like tortured wood and slowly parted. Dust poured out into the moonlight like smoke from an extinguished altar flame. Inside was a dream. A vast library chamber sprawled before him. The ceiling rose high, its rafters lost in shadow. Bookshelves towered up the walls, crammed with tomes ancient and arcane. Leather-bound grimoires, crumbling field journals, forbidden texts, piles of them formed hills around the room. Glass jars lined the desks, filled with organs, eyeballs, and twitching things that had long since forgotten how to die. And then he saw the staircase. A man stood atop it. Tall, lean, clothed in tattered scholarly robes that hung from his frame like cobwebs. A cane whip clutched in his gloved hand. His face was half hidden in shadow beneath a wide-brimmed hat. He was already descending. There were no words. The fight began immediately. The man was fast, deceptively so, and skilled. His whip lashed through the air in blistering arcs, but Izuku had faced beasts greater than this. He met every strike with precision, parried the whip, and twisted his scythe to catch it. With one violent yank, he disarmed the man. And then he ended it. The scholar fell with a strangled breath, lifeless. Izuku stood over the corpse, blood dripping from his scythe, chest heaving. He glanced around the vast library once more. Byrgenworth was more than just stone and memory. It was the resting place of knowledge long forbidden. And if he searched long enough, he was sure he would find the answers he needed. Even if they came at a terrible price. Izuku explored the entire building and uncovered countless knickknacks, trinkets of scholars long gone, jars of faded ink, ritual implements caked in dust, weathered bones arranged in symbols that made his skin crawl, and books filled with barely legible theories about insight, blood rites, and communion with the Great Ones. His boots echoed across warped wood and stone as he moved from room to room, tracing the footsteps of madmen long since consumed by knowledge. Most of the discoveries were esoteric, inert. But not all. He whistled softly, and in a flurry messengers formed, their small bodies grabbing what they could before disappearing. At the topmost floor, tucked behind a webbed stairwell and defended by one of the chittering, green-eyed bugs, he discovered a sealed chest. The insect lunged at him, but a swift slice from his whip removed its head before it could fully react. When he pried open the chest, he found not a weapon, nor a relic, but a hollow shell. The shape was organic, like the discarded skin of something once alive. Or perhaps still living, though dormant. It pulsed faintly with a heartbeat too slow to be human, too steady to be truly dead. The sensation it gave him, staring into its spiraling texture, was nausea wrapped in awe. He left it untouched. Eventually, Izuku unlocked the final sealed door on the second floor. The hinges hummed like dying things as he pushed it open. Beyond lay the very overhang he had spotted from the ground earlier, now bathed in the silver radiance of moonlight. To his left, just within the frame of the open door, sat a man in a rocking chair. Motionless. Waiting. Izuku stepped forward. The man turned slowly. His face was mostly obscured by a massive mask that covered everything from his nose up, the lower half framed by a wiry gray beard. In one hand he held a cane, old and worn, its metalwork rusted with age. With a grunt, he lifted it and pointed to the ledge just ahead, wordless. There was something about this man. A familiarity. A tension that rippled across Izuku's skin like static. He felt like he should know him, had heard his voice, or seen his silhouette, but the memory refused to surface. The air between them was heavy with implication, but no words came. None were needed. Izuku turned and walked to the edge. Below, the lake gleamed. A shimmering sheet of liquid silver, rippling gently beneath the reflection of the moon. It looked impossibly still, impossibly deep. The light danced across it like a portal. It was beautiful. Alien. Calling. Izuku stared for only a moment longer. And then, without a word, he jumped. There was no cold. No splash. No weight. Instead, the surface of the lake tore like wet parchment, and his body fell through, descending rapidly through a void painted with stars. Time stretched. Space curled. Then, impact. He hit something. Not water. Something solid, yet soft. A slick, reflective surface that should have sunk under his weight but held him instead. He rolled instinctively and rose, breath catching in his throat. He was standing in a vast, endless expanse of glowing shallows. The water rippled faintly around his boots, but never rose. The air smelled of brine and something ancient. Mist wreathed the horizon, where the water met sky in a seamless blur. And there, ahead of him, was a creature. It resembled a spider, but the comparison felt cruel to the spider. It was massive, its thorax at least 7 feet tall, its body stretching 10 or more. Its legs, dozens upon dozens, moved in eerie synchrony, clicking softly across the surface like whispers. The body was nearly translucent, like pale jelly stretched over muscle and strange organs. Across its back grew a crown of white, sickly flowers, pulsing with light. Its face was a smooth plate of bone, marked by dense clusters of black, beady eyes. They did not blink. They did not waver. All of them, dozens, maybe hundreds, locked onto Izuku. He felt small. Very small. It didn't move. But it saw him. He knew it saw him. It looked through him, into him, as though measuring his weight in potential and blood. His grip tightened on his scythe. He began to walk forward. He doubted it would stay passive for long. Whatever Burgenworth had locked away here, it had done so for a reason. Guardians did not exist for idle things. When he was close enough to feel the tremor of its breath through the water, Izuku raised his arm. Flora's rune flared to life in his mind, like a whisper pressed against his skull. He drew the blade across his forearm, gasping slightly as blood spilled forth. But this was no ordinary blood. It shimmered. It pulsed with the same rhythm as the shell he'd found in the chest earlier. The blood surged, magnetized to the rune, and formed a sphere in his palm. It crackled softly, the very air around it distorting. With steady hands, he smeared the glowing substance across the blade of his scythe. The metal drank it in greedily, shifting in color, reddening, darkening, elongating. It was time. In a single, fluid motion, Izuku charged the towering arachnid abomination. His boots splashed through the shallow, glassy water, and his scythe glowing red with volatile, rune-infused blood carved into the beast's pale flank. The impact resounded with a sickening crunch, and a geyser of thick, purple-black ichor sprayed into the air, the stench hitting Izuku like a wave of rot and ozone. He gritted his teeth. There was no time to dwell on it. From the endless void above, kin descended. 12 of them smaller than the original, but every bit as grotesque, plummeted into the watery dreamscape with shrieking chitters and the click-clack of too many legs. Their limbs curled in jagged, unnatural arcs, encircling Izuku in a tightening ring of glassy eyes and gnashing mandibles. Some skittered sideways, others twitched erratically, all focused on him with unnerving precision. With a grunt, Izuku tore his scythe free, narrowly avoiding the needle-like leg that lashed past his head. He struck again, carving deep into the bulbous, blubbery mound of the primary beast. The resistance was terrible, like dragging a blade through wet leather wrapped in bone, but the weapon bit true. Just as 4 of the kin lunged at him, he vanished in a flash of ethereal speed, quickening away from the converging strikes. As he materialized a few feet away, a ripple in the air caught his eye. The great beast had begun to spiral, its limbs pulling tight, and a pale white mist spilled out from its form. Before he could react, it vanished completely. Izuku swore and turned back to the kin. His scythe swept low, severing limbs and collapsing bodies in fountains of acidic ichor. The screeches echoed around the vast field as he danced through them, never staying still long enough for a counterattack. One by one, the smaller creatures fell, their twitching carcasses forming a grotesque carpet on the glimmering surface. Then he spotted it far off. The monstrous form began to reform, and again, more kin dropped from the sky like twisted gifts from a malevolent god. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, then broke into a sprint. Halfway there, he raised his arm and channeled the blood magic. A searing pain burst through his palm as dozens of crimson orbs formed and hovered, humming with unstable energy. He moved his arm forward, launching them like scattershot into the enemy lines. Most hit their mark, blasting limbs and torsos apart in a haze of blood and smoke. The rest whizzed past into the shallows, hissing as they vaporized the surface. Izuku closed the distance, the beast rising to greet him. There was a moment of stillness. Then the heavens cracked. Blue meteor-like projectiles rained from above, scorching the earth. Izuku rolled, zigzagged, slipped between explosions of arcane energy but not unscathed. He reached the creature, vaulted up its side, and drove his scythe into its back. He climbed, clawing over the slick, chitinous shell, until he reached the top. Without hesitation, he jammed his gun into one of the many clustered eyes and pulled the trigger. Again. And again. Each shot burrowed deeper, the flesh breaking, bone splintering beneath the point-blank barrage. Blood sprayed like steam from a pipe. Then came the shift. The spiral again. The mist. The vanishing. Not this time, Izuku growled. He anchored himself with his scythe, dragging the blade hard through the monster's carapace as it disappeared. A roar of static filled the air, and just before the creature vanished entirely, it left behind a tremendous spray of blood. Izuku fell with it, landing hard enough to bounce off the ground, dazed and bruised. Kin lunged. He responded on instinct: sever the legs, immobilize the body. Blade flashed, eyes narrowed. Bodies dropped. Then came the final phase. The beast returned once more, rising like a forgotten god in the distance. Izuku pushed forward, each breath agony. His bones screamed where they'd cracked, his side throbbed with the weight of trauma. And then a meteor struck. Pain. A white-hot explosion sent him tumbling. He felt ribs snap, muscles tear. Air escaped his lungs in a choked cry. He hit the ground and rolled, blood leaking from his mouth. Vision spinning. But he stood. He stabbed 2 blood vials into his thigh, the healing serum burning as it reknit muscle and realigned bone. He stumbled, wheezed, and ran. He charged the battlefield one last time, sweeping the kin aside with ruthless efficiency. The scythe was heavier now, his arms weaker, but he refused to stop. He ducked a flailing limb, struck between plates of armor, and lodged a final bullet into the creature's chest. It roared. Izuku launched himself skyward, swinging with everything he had. The scythe cleaved through its grotesque neck, and with a violent, wet snap, the head tore free and tumbled to the blood-slick ground. Silence followed. Izuku collapsed to his knees. He dropped the scythe. His breath came in ragged gasps. The blood-streaked water reflected the crimson moon above. And from the mist emerged a figure, silent, spectral. A woman in a tattered wedding dress, her belly smeared with blood, her eyes focused on him. The moon bled red. Izuku's eyes fluttered shut. And unconsciousness took him.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.